It is 2:59 p.m. West Coast time on April the 30th. And guess what, E.J. Snyder? Justin Fields is a Chicago Bear.
I know, and it's not a lie.
It?
It's not a lie. No, it's pretty amazing. I woke up this morning, checked my phone, was like, was that a dream? I was like, was not a dream. Still happening. Still amazing. Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. But it was an amazing first round. Justin Fields, obviously for Bears fans, such a huge deal, but so many teams had either the highest highs or we saw some folks that weren't super thrilled with their first round picks, as is typical. But in general, what I'm extremely thrilled with, regardless of all the fan reactions, is all of your reactions. You blew us away yesterday with your engagement, how many of you were here. For those of you that weren't here, we had 15,000 comments in chat over a stream yesterday. 15,000 plus. That's unbelievable. And it's all because you guys picking up what we're putting down. You like it and you're here, and we can't thank you enough. Can't thank Underdog Fantasy enough for hopping on board, seeing the same thing, seeing your level of engagement, believing in you as the audience more so than us, and hopping on to be the primary sponsor of all 3 days of the live stream. Plus, they're going to stay with us throughout the summer, all the way to September. So huge thanks to them, but a huge thanks to you, because there would be none of that without you. So amazing. It's going to be a cranking day 2. If day 1 was any indication, we had trade rumors, we had risers, fallers, the whole bit. We're going to have twice as much today because we have rounds 2 and 3. Probably see some players moved in trades. Typically we have in the NFL draft in the past, and it's not going to slow down. So I'm looking forward to it.
My big non-quarterback takeaway, because it's easy to talk about the quarterbacks all day, was the depth of offensive line. I felt acted as a depressor for offensive line value. Pretty much every single tackle or interior player that went, other than Elijah Vera Tucker, who went at 14 to a different team, but he went right around where we expected him to go. But all the tackles went later than we expected, I think, because there's just so many. I mean, Penei Sewell got out of the top 6. Rashawn Slater went 13. Darrisaw went 23 to the Vikings, which was 10 picks later than I think a lot of people expect. A lot of people thought his floor would have been, the Chargers at 13, but then, Slater and Sewell fell. So some tackles might have fallen due to medical. There's been some reports about Tevin Jenkins having a hip issue that's concerning teams, and people that know, or at least that are a lot more plugged in than us with injury issues, don't even have Jenkins going in the top half of the second. So we'll see how far he slides because of that. I don't know the details on it. I just know there's some sort of medical issue. But overall, I felt
digging on that one a little bit.
You got feelers out?
I got a couple leads out on that one, because people said hip, but then they said there are other concerns besides the hip. And I was like,
yeah,
because I've heard some other concerns about, and again, we don't have any of this information. This is not us hearing these things from a player or an agent or coach. That's not what we're getting. This is all secondhand stuff. So we don't tend to regurgitate it. I've heard some blah, blah about his commitment to football. I'm not going to put any stock in that because I don't know the player. I haven't talked to his coaches, but I just reached out and said, is it that again? Is it that noise, or is it something else deeper, more? You don't have to tell me what it is. Just tell me the level. Like, is it a bigger deal than that? Because that's a big deal to some people. I haven't heard back yet, but I'll let y'all know if I do. So it was hip plus other stuff I hadn't heard about the hip. Again, medical information is a little bit spotty this year, but there were people saying other, not just the hip. I was like, okay.
Yeah, it's possible that who's the Georgia kid that went to Tennessee last year that just didn't care about football at all? Lasted less than
Isaiah.
A year. Yeah.
It's
possible. Maybe people are a little bit extra sensitive to that after that experience from the Titans last year. Why don't we get in a couple of these super chats, shall we? Random guy for $10. Thank you, random guy. Would you rather have for the Broncos JOK and a round 3 tackle, or Eichenberg or Tevin Jenkins if you're okay with his injuries, and a round 3 linebacker.
I know what I'd take. I'm going for option A.
I probably would too, because I feel like linebackers are just going to absolutely fly off the board in round 2 because we already had 3 of them go. So there's already less linebackers available on day 2 than I expected there to be in the first place. And I kind of feel like get JOK while you can, because I don't know.
He's rare.
The best linebacker that you might be able to get that could fill a similar role in the Broncos defense to JOK would be Jabril Cox, who's another guy who I expect to go in round 2 anyway. So you might as well just take the linebacker while you can, play that to fill that role, and then see what's there for tackle. Like I just said, tackle, a lot of guys have been going lower just because there's so many of them, and teams, I don't want to say arbitrarily, but teams just know there's going to be dudes there. So I would save tackle for round 3 at this point. If JOK is on the board, we'll see. John Sheridan for $10. Thoughts for Green Bay at 62? I would love Meinerz or Nico. Meinerz would be great because then you could just have Jenkins stay at guard. There's been talk about having Elton go to center. I mean, he can do whatever, so it doesn't really matter. But you get Elton and Meinerz right next to each other. Do I expect him to be Lindsley right away? No, but you're still sitting pretty with that interior, I think, if you get Meinerz at 62. And then if Meinerz isn't there, if Seattle takes him or if any other center needy team takes him, I mean, at that point, you're looking at Amon-Ra St. Brown, Rondale, Mari Rogers. Like those are kind of your fallback options there. Nico Collins was the other one he brought up. I don't know if I'd take Nico right there. I kind of feel like they don't need that kind of profile of receiver. I would prefer more of a slot guy for them.
Yeah, and I don't think I'd take Nico in round 2. It's not that I don't like Nico. I do. I think there's a lot of good receivers left that haven't gone yet that are also now in round 2 by default. And I think Nico gets pushed down the board a little bit because of that. I think he's a value later on. I don't know in R2. Meinerz is really interesting to me because everybody's been saying center. And he played guard. Like, I think he's capable of being a center, but there's more to being a center than just being an athlete. Like, there's a lot of understanding, and Meinerz coming from a lower level of competition and making the jump from guard to center with responsibilities. That's a lot on his plate. I think he's a tremendous player. I like him a lot. And who knows, he could end up on the Bears. But everybody's just been saying center about Meinerz. And I'm like, are you sure? Like, it's guard all the way for sure. Like, I think you plug that guy in at guard. He showed at the Senior Bowl that he can go physically with anybody and just whoop ass like he did the whole week. So I'm not at all worried about that. You plug that guy in at guard, that's where he's been playing. Like, that is not a hard projection. Could he be a center? I think he could. To think that he's going to come in as a rookie and start at center with no real high level starting center experience that's a jump. That's not a guarantee. So just keep an eye on that, but fantastic player. I bet he goes in round 2. The league likes him.
To your point, they might just put Elton at center anyway, because in that offense, center calls protections. Mm-hmm. Not that Aaron can't call protections. He's Aaron Rodgers. He's Aaron Rodgers, but
who? You mean the guy that said he's going to retire?
A lot of people say a lot of
all posturing at this point, but I had to get that in there.
Russell Wilson was going to force his way out too, so we'll see. I will say though, in that offense, though, center calls protections. Like, that was one of the best parts of Lindsley's game, was that he was very good at communication, calling protections. Aaron might point something out, and then Lindsley would make an adjustment. But most of the time, Lindsley was calling stuff, and he was the glue guy on that offensive line in terms of communication. So would Quinn Meinerz, who doesn't have experience doing that, be able to come in as a rookie and do that? That's a fair point. Probably not. Elton Jenkins probably could. So just reinforcing what you're saying. Jags going Tyson Campbell basically confirmed. I haven't personally read that. I'm not saying it's not out there. I just haven't seen it. I wouldn't hate it though. I wouldn't hate it at all. I mean, I had Tyson Campbell going 24 in my mock draft. So I think he's a tier 1 corner in this class. I mean, he runs really well. I think he got taken advantage of in the Bama game a little bit, but who didn't? Like Stokes got kind of undressed by Devontae Smith in that one too. But I do think he's got a little bit better zone awareness and zone eyes than Stokes, which is why I had him higher ranked without really losing anything in press man coverage ability either. So I felt like Tyson Campbell was a little bit more complete player. So him going at number 33 doesn't shock me at all. And I think that would be a fine value. You pair him up with CJ Henderson, who's got an incredible athletic ceiling. Yeah, I wouldn't hate that at all. What about you, EJ?
Value wise, there's so much in the eye of the beholder for the corner class because of system value, where you're going to play them, who you need, who's already in your cornerback room. Like, we're going to see a big variance on corners and receivers from here on out. I mean, we've already seen it. We both thought that Elijah Moore was pretty much first round lock. Didn't happen. We thought Terrace Marshall had a chance to slip into round one, a pretty good chance. Didn't happen. Again, teams are valuing other things. Their boards are falling different way. Corner is going to be like that. There's going to be some guys who are like, what are they doing there in round 4? I thought that guy was a second round corner. Turns out league didn't see it that way, or they just haven't prioritized him that way. And same thing with Campbell. I like him as a second round corner. I would say low second round corner. Jacksonville is obviously a high pick in the second round, but just player to team. Yeah. He's a very good corner with size in this draft. He's physical. They need one. Like, the team need is certainly a thing. Mayock about to get fired, according to PFN. I don't know if about to get fired, but yeah, he's been pushing a little bit, especially with first round picks like Clellan Ferrell and Alex Leatherwood.
In fairness to Mike, from what I heard, that was a Gruden pick.
Well,
which shouldn't shock you.
Gruden's got the money there, so I wouldn't be surprised if Gruden says, "I don't want Mayock as a pick."
From what I heard, Gruden went to Tom Cable and said, "Who do you want?" Tom Cable said Leatherwood, because of course Tom Cable, his trend is always just give me the athlete. He doesn't really give a shit about how.
That's what he said about Miller. Yep,
it's just give me the athlete. I guess Leatherwood was like his number one.
I saw that overnight, that Tom Cable said that Alex Leatherwood was his number one offensive lineman in this draft. And look, Tom Cable and I, not that Tom Cable knows who I am, because he sure doesn't. But Tom Cable and I do not see eye to eye. Like, when he was the Seahawks line coach, he was responsible for grievous injustices against the game of football. And somebody going, "Oh, Tom Cable knows." Like, their line played pretty well, and Colton Miller has developed. So it's harder for me to take shots than when he was in Seattle, when it was really easy to take shots because they were a mess. For years, they were a mess. And Cable was a whipping boy, and rightfully so, because it buck stops with him. He's the offensive line coach. But to see that he looked at this entire class and said, Leatherwood is my number one, just again means he and I value very different things. He and Brandon Thorne value very different things. Like, you could ask Jeff Schwartz, he'd probably say something else, right? It's just everybody has a different opinion, but I didn't see Leatherwood on top of anybody's board, quite frankly, and I saw quite a few boards. So it definitely raises sort of an ear and eyebrow, but we'll see. I said the same thing about Colton Miller. I said same exact thing you said. High level athlete, huge athletic potential, great frame, kind of a mess as a tackle right now coming out. And 3 years later, they got him to turn the corner. He's great. So,
and I think that's what Gruden was saying, was like, well, you did it with Colton Miller, so just tell me who you want. And he said, give me the athlete. Picked him. I don't think Mayock had as much input on that pick as you think, just from what I've gathered.
But the thing about that is, as a GM, you got to step in and say, guess what, guys? Leatherwood's probably going to be there when we pick in the second. Like,
yeah, but who has the power in that organization?
Not a question. Like, not up for debate. Yeah. It's very clear.
Yeah. Roberto Rodriguez, who were the best picks for the Raiders? Oh, speaking of the Raiders, who are the best picks for the Raiders today? If they could get, again, this is a shot in the dark. I don't think it's going to happen. But if they could get Merrick, I would just pretend that Merrick was my first round pick and Leatherwood was my second round pick, and I would be fine. Because in the end, you're still getting those two back to back. I would be okay with it.
You know who lined that one out? Who's a longtime Raiders watcher?
Ted?
Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
Ted
loves Merrick.
Ted Wen was all over Merrick. And tend to trust his opinion quite a bit about all things Raiders. Merrick, safety in general is low key loaded. I put this out on Twitter earlier today. Like, there's a bunch of first round safeties, and I know that sounds like an oxymoron in this draft, but there's a bunch of safeties that could have easily been chosen in the first round. Let's put it that way, who are all there in the second, every one of them. Merrick, Richie Grant, and Javon Holland all had first round noise. I'd say he would have been borderline again, one of those sort of 25 to 32 picks. Like, somebody likes him, cool. I wouldn't have hated it, but those three for sure are the top quality safeties in this draft that can kind of do it all, that are sort of system agnostic, and they're all sitting there. And there's a very good possibility that, when you get to the bottom third of round 2, that at least one of them is still sitting there, because again, 3 safeties in the top of round 2 could happen. But it's totally possible that one of those players is sitting there at 20, and it would look really good for the Raiders to pick up a safety that had that much potential.
Kwasi for $5. Hope I pronounced that correctly. Giants fan here. How does Kadarius Toney's game compare to Debo and Ayuk? You could say after the catch skills are similar, but that's where the comparison ends for me. In terms of route running, Debo and Ayuk are miles ahead of where Toney was coming out. Like, Ayuk was a very good route runner at ASU. You just didn't really see it that much because of how he was used, but he was a good route runner. I remember when I interviewed him at the Senior Bowl a couple Senior Bowls ago. After the end of my interview, Torrey Holt walked up and they dapped each other up, and I was like, "Oh, that's weird." And it come to find out that Ayuk's receiver coach was Torrey Holt's receiver coach back in the day, and they've been working together for a long time. He was training in the draft down here in Orange County, and so he learned route running from a very accomplished veteran wide receiver coach and worked with a Hall of Fame caliber receiver training to be in the NFL. He knew what he was doing as a route runner, not to mention, the ball skills, the yak skills, everything like that. Like, they were very different levels of prospect. I know Toney went 20 overall, and I know Ayuk went 29 or whatever it was, but for me, Ayuk was a better receiver prospect than Toney by a pretty significant margin. I disagree with Dave's assessment that they would be similar players. Like, Debo, maybe a little bit closer, but Debo was a second-round pick, which is where I think Toney should have gone in the second round. I don't know. What do you think, EJ? Because that's where I'm at with it.
I don't disagree with just about everything you said. Toney as a route runner, that's not what he is right now. Neither is he a great catcher of the football, right? He is a good catcher of the football. He is not a great catcher of the football. He is not a guy that is going to make a lot of terrible throws look really good. What he's going to do is make a lot of short throws very long, because once he catches the ball, and he's pretty decent at it. I'm not saying he's stone hands. He's not. That's not where I'm going. I'm just saying he's not an elite catcher of the football, and he's not an elite route runner either, because he really hasn't ever needed to be, and he probably still won't in the NFL. And that's scary. He's so athletic, explosive, and instinctive with the football in his hands that he's always just gotten away with it. And he scores. Like, he literally scores when there's that play at South Carolina, right? He's surrounded by 5 guys. I've got the still on my desktop. He is literally in a halo of 5 South Carolina defenders, and he scores. And that's not rare if you're watching his tape. So you just get it into his hands, usually in the short to medium area. You do not see him running a ton of deep stuff where he's going up and high pointing the ball or taking it away from a defensive back. That's not really his game. Like, get him the ball in space, and then, or even not very much space, and just watch what he does, because that's his gig, and he's better at it than almost anybody in this draft. But in terms of comparing him to guys like Ayuk, who is, was a much more polished route runner, a much better downfield receiver, not the same basket of fruit, ball of wax, whatever you want to say.
Yash for $5. What are some good O-line prospects the Steelers can grab to save Najee Harris? My mind immediately goes to Creed Humphrey, Quinn Meinerz. Well, if our guard theory with Quinn Meinerz is correct,
Sure.
they're fine at guard. So Creed Humphrey at center would make a lot of sense. Landon Dickerson is the holy grail. Again, that's another one of those where it's like, if you flip the picks, I'd be fine with it, you know. At tackle, Cosme would be great, although they seem convinced that they have 2 starting caliber tackles. I think there's a difference between starting caliber and good. So maybe it just depends on who's there. Again, I don't hate their tackles, but I would much prefer them to have a very good one at left tackle. So yeah, I would say Creed, Cosme. I mean, if they really want to run the ball, Forsyth is not the one they want. So Christensen, if they want to go more zone with Najee, but it's tough. I mean, there's only just considering the kind of back that Najee is, there's a few tackles that maybe I wouldn't really go with. Forsyth and Christensen being one of them. Cosme's probably the best case scenario.
Yeah, I could see them picking up Radins too. And again, it doesn't have to be round 2. Like if some tackles slide. And again, the idea that Najee needs saving, like Najee can save some tackles. He's got enough skill that he can make them look pretty good, even if they're not doing necessarily what they need to do. Hence Brett's point that they think they've got good tackles and they think they can work with that with a great back. That's true. I would like to see the same help that you would like to see. I mean, why not put a guy in the best possible position to succeed? We see that happen not often enough in the NFL, but A, Najee doesn't need saving. B, they've still got a lot of good options here, but it's really the guys that Steelers want a brawler at tackle, man. That's what they want. They want a big, tough dude that's going to throw people around. That's their gig at right tackle. So some of these guys, like Walker Little's there. I don't think Walker Little's a great fit for the Steelers in what they want on their line, right? I think he's a great tackle. I don't think he's a great fit for the Steelers. So two different things. Doesn't mean he's a bad player. Doesn't mean the Steelers are wrong. It just means they don't kind of meet in the middle.
Walker Little's an intriguing one because I do expect him to go today, but I have no idea where, because right now he's pure projection on tools. We've barely seen him play in 2 years.
Yeah.
And the last time we saw him play, or at least one of the last times we saw him play, he was getting absolutely destroyed by Notre Dame. Gave up like 8 pressures in that game or something like that. So it's a pure tools projection. So if there's a run here, I think he could definitely go, but I have no idea where. I'm excited to see that. Jack Sand for $5. Great stream last night, guys. Thank you for being here. Chances Vikings move up into round 2. Keep up the great work. I think it depends on for who, because I look at the secondary right now and I look at D-line right now. They addressed left tackle, which was one of their worst problems. Right now, the only other, they got Danielle Hunter and Stephen Weatherly at edge. Obviously, Hunter's great, but I still think they did another one because they were not getting many sacks from their defensive line last year at all. Linebacker, they're going to run it back with Barr and Kendricks again, so that's fine. But at corner, you have an older Patrick Peterson. Jeff Gladney might never play again, to be honest. And then Mike Hughes as your starting corners, your Nichols, Dantzler, I guess, or maybe they'll have Hughes play slot and Dantzler stay outside. But so you could probably use another corner potentially. Free safety to play across Harrison. Maybe like a Javon Holland. Merrick probably won't be there, but I'm thinking either D end or best safety or best DB available.
I might go D end a little bit later with them just because they have the proven sort of organizational ability to take guys who have some tools and coach them up. So there's guys later on down in the sort of D end class. I think they could use that sort of competitive advantage that they have and grab a guy later on and get pretty good return. Whereas corner, maybe not so much. So I'm with you there. Or high end safety would look pretty nice. Again, they lost one in free agency. They had 2 that were all world. So I could see those going sooner and then picking up, there's a lot of guys in this class that I like a little bit farther down that I think the Vikings, if they went to the Vikings, I would be like, damn it, now they're going to be good.
Ellerson's the one that jumps out to me.
He's super athletic. He's more in the Daniil Hunter mode. But I'm even looking at guys like Ogundeji and, I could actually see them doing things with Hubert. We talked about Wyatt Hubert. Again, not a high round pick,
way down the board. Yeah.
But they could coach him up and get him as a rotational guy to come in and bring those pressure power rush snaps that he does. That's his gig. And I would be more worried if he went to the Vikings than if he went to another place where they just have not been able to increase the efficacy of the guys they picked in the draft at D-line.
Bengal. What's up, Bengal? For $5. I have a theory that Spencer Brown goes undrafted because he's related to Charlie Brown, notoriously bad at football, especially kicking. Well, he's not a versatile weapon, so what good
Bengal,
is he?
Thank you. We promise we won't pull the football away when you try and kick it this time. We're sorry about last time, but we won't do it again. We promise. No. If Spencer Brown goes undrafted, my other podcast partner is going to be very upset because he has a degree from UNI as well as being an Iowa Hawkeye. So he's like, hey, Spencer Brown, come on, EJ, Spencer Brown at the Bears, come on. And I'm like, he's like, we'd have James Daniels and Spencer Brown. Come on, we'd have a Hawkeye and a UNI guy. And he also has a degree from Oregon State. So if they put in Ryan Nall behind that line, he just spontaneously combusts.
God. Jack Hunter for $5. Is that pounds or euros? Pounds, right?
Pounds for Jack.
Pounds,
indeed.
Go. Evening both. What kind of edge or corner talent can the Chargers get at 47, 77, 96? Also, has Brett got Rome Total War remastered yet? I have not got that yet. I'm still stuck on Warhammer 2. That's still like one of my favorite games. I can't go back to Rome after playing Warhammer. Just saying. It's the best in the series, in my opinion. As far as edge and corner talent, so I really want them to get like a Leonard Floyd type one, because I don't want Joey Bosa rushing. Not that he can't drop in coverage, or I don't want Joey Bosa dropping in coverage, is what I'm trying to say. Not that he can't do it, but I would much prefer him to be the Khalil Mack and rushing all the time, whereas, back with Vic in 2018, you had Leonard Floyd taking the coverage duties and everything like that. So I want them to get that kind of guy, which to me screams Malcolm Kuntz, Azeez Ojulari.
You just named one. Name him again.
Ellerson? I mean, he could do it.
Oh, he could do it. He's
sure.
so fluid and athletic. And then the other one is the guy we talked about as a jack of all trades that I think is really underrated. He'd be down, in my opinion, in at 77 or 96, again, depending on league opinion. And that's Hamika Rashid out of Oregon State. Like, that guy can go forwards, backwards, short coverage, edge, rush, set the edge. Like, when you talk about that Leonard Floyd type, I'm like, that's what he's doing.
There was a video that I forgot to send it to you. So Coach Vass put out a video. It's like a 40 minute video, but it's like one of the best football videos I have ever seen in my life. That is Coach Vass, VASS. You go on YouTube, you type it in. He did a video on the difference between a creeper pressure and what's called a whip fire zone, which is or a bonus fire zone, which looks like a creeper, but it's not really a creeper. And it's something in the Fangio tree. So Fangio does it, Staley does it. Presumably Sean Desai is going to do it with Chicago. And he explained how they use that pressure to stop the run, how they use that pressure to get, guys like Roquan and presumably whoever's going to be the inside linebacker for the Chargers this year, matched up on running backs and protection. It's a great pressure. And one of the things he highlighted was Leonard Floyd's role in coverage in that pressure and how you literally can't do it unless you have a guy that's athletic enough to handle that. And so that video got me thinking, like, the Chargers don't have a Leonard Floyd. They just
they have the forward guys. And
yeah,
being a Chicago fan, Leonard Floyd took a ton of crap. He's a very good football player, and his sack numbers went through the roof when he got to go play on the LA line. And that was always the thing, is that he was such a high pick in the first round. If you go back and look at that first round, it was pretty rough first round. Floyd was not a bad pick out of that first round, but there wasn't a ton of talent that went off the board in the first half of that first round when he was drafted. But Floyd was really versatile, and he was good. He could set the edge. Everybody, had been like, oh, Vic Beasley. I'm like, Vic Beasley doesn't play the run. They're like, oh, yeah, he does. I was like, oh, no, he doesn't. Go to the tape. Floyd could set the edge. And he was long enough and athletic enough to move with people in the flat zone. And it was such an underrated part of his game, but nobody cared because he wasn't going forward and getting sacks. He was the almost guy in Chicago. He would stir the pocket. Somebody else would get it, but he didn't complete a lot of sacks. That's true. But he was super valuable in that versatility role, and people never really latched onto that. But if you watched a lot of tape, he did a lot of work in that defense.
Yeah, I think they need somebody like that, and particularly at 96, who I think could do it pretty well. 96. Who I think is going to be there at 96 because of injury. Charles Snowden out of Virginia.
Yeah, I was going to say, as soon as you said because of injury, I was like, oh yeah, Spider-Monkey.
He's built the same. 6'6", just gangly, long, super athletic.
Yeah.
Not going to be
it all together. It's really scary. Like,
yeah,
when he, especially with him particularly, when he drops his butt and squares his back up and actually pushes with leverage, it's like, whoa. Yeah. But so often he sort of stands and leans or bends at the waist and pushes, and he's still effective because he has so much length. But when he drops into form and like jacks somebody, you're like, oh, okay, that guy moved. So yeah, it'd be interesting.
I like Charles Snowden. And then for corner, well, if Tyson Campbell's gone, that was like my ideal, but I guess that's not going to happen. St. Jude's, Keith Taylor. Keith Taylor would be great for them as a boundary corner.
Yeah, you need to get him later too.
Get him way later.
Yeah, for sure. If you're going, 47, 77, Adebo?
Big if he's there.
Sure.
I think he'll be there at 47, maybe not 77.
Yeah, 47 for sure. 77's you get lucky if you get him there. St. Juice is sort of the same way, but I think 77's fine for St. Juice. You might even get him at 96. Ambry Thomas, and then if they want, and I could see this just sort of again with Brandon, if he's going to play more of the way Vic played in Chicago with his corners, Mukuamu down low. Just muscle him, put him right up in everybody's face, and just muscle him and go, it's yours to the boundary and 15 yards down. Get in their face. And he's
if Brandon Browner can do it. Yeah, he's Brandon Browner.
He's good at that role, but like where, last year South Carolina moved into safety and he looked bad because I had notes about him from the year before. Plus he fought injury as well in this last year, so wasn't really fair at all. But in space, sort of having to understand he's not a safety. But the few reps where they put him right up against the line and he was able to press people, I was like, that's what he looked like last year. He was just erasing folks. So I could see that. And again, because of the out of position thing, the injury thing, he's going to be available late. And I could see Staley going, look, this is your role. You're basically going to be Prince Mukamara, except bigger
and meaner.
Yeah.
Double D Productions. What stud do you
I love this
Raiders
question.
are going to take at pick 48 that would be there at pick 200? That's what the Raiders' way is. Man. It's got to be from Clemson. So
cold shot.
Let's go Cornell Powell 2 rounds early. How about that? They don't need a receiver, but he's from Clemson.
I'd be so sad because I actually really like Cornell Powell.
I like Cornell Powell too.
I know.
But sorry,
that would be rough. Okay. All right. You could sacrifice him. Thank you very much for the $5, Double D. I teased you about Deshaun. Now I truly feel bad. You're awesome, Vikes fan. Yes, he's awesome. It's true. And it's this.
I would say that I would say that I want a 30 for 30 on the Deshaun stuff, but I feel like I don't because it's just too sad.
Yeah, I don't think anybody needs more of that. It's not great. But this juxtaposition did hit me last night as we were celebrating. especially as people were posting video stills. Thank you very much for people that posted the video stills on Twitter of the moments of celebration as Justin Fields was picked. So I'm celebrating because the franchise that I love and hasn't had a quarterback in literally forever. I was on a podcast earlier today, and JB was on with me, and he said, I honestly think, and for those of you that don't know, JB is Jeff Berkus. He's my other co-host at Bears Over Beers. He's big into Bears history. Probably going to end up writing a Bears history book. Spoiler. And he'll be very good at it. But he said on the podcast, I think this is the most significant quarterback selection in terms of buzz that the Bears have taken since Johnny Lujack. Johnny Lujack played in the 40s at Notre Dame. He's a Heisman Trophy winner. He was highly heralded, and it was this kind of pick where somebody with production and pedigree and a really high ceiling was picked early and came in to be the sort of savior quarterback of the Bears. That's how long it's been since there was like a, for real, we're getting somebody up high that's going to play quarterback. That's a long time. So I'm over here celebrating, and then I realize, because you see it every year, franchises that have quarterbacks, their fans act very differently. And my model for that is always the Seahawks, because Seahawks were a good team, went to the Super Bowl before Russell Wilson. They were kind of like Cubs fans. They were always like, we're going to lose. The bottom's going to fall out. It's never going to work. I mean, the whole fan base, like the whole city was like that. And they're behind the Hawks. Don't get me wrong. They love the Hawks, but they were never sure about anything. Now try and tell a Seahawks fan anything on the corner, and they got Russell Wilson in their back pocket, and they're like,
depends on how old they are. It depends on how old. If they remember the dark times,
I know, but
I'm a Texans fan, even with Deshaun, because I'm a Texans fan. I truly don't want to support the franchise anymore because of
the way it's gone,
running it. And JJ's gone, Hopkins is gone, Deshaun is.
They cut your heart out.
There's nothing left there to support, which is why I'm all in on Justin Fields to the Bears, because I can get behind that. There's nothing left with the Texans for me to support. But because I was a Texans fan starting in the year 2002, and I had been through all the downs and very few ups, but mostly downs, even when we had Deshaun, like we were up 24 points on the Chiefs, and I was like, yeah, we're going to lose. And we did.
Somebody
had been there.
Yeah, somebody said in the chat that Jay Cutler was the last great Bears quarterback. He might have been, but Bears didn't draft him. So this was really about a quarterback that the Bears drafted, right? They traded picks for Jay Cutler. It's obviously a hugely heralded move, and many people reacted the same way. Here comes the savior, highly regarded at that point, quarterback with a lot of potential. Never really worked out. He was a middle of the road starter. His record is dead middle of the road. So it's a big deal, but you try and tell anybody that's been a fan of the Hawks recently anything, and they're like, yeah, whatevs. And you're like, wait till Russell Wilson either moves on or retires, and maybe the Hawks don't hit it again at quarterback, and you'll know. And it's like Packers fans, right?
Look at Patriots fans.
Patriots fans, Packers fans.
They're clinging to Mac Jones. They're hoping.
Because fans that have always known quarterback stability. I mean, Brady for 20 years, 2 quarterbacks in succession for the Packers, a ton of success. Like fans that have never been without a quarterback don't remember the Don Majkowski days, right? Of being Packer fandom. So
there's some Saints fans that maybe didn't become fans until, sometime after 2006, whether due to age or whatever. Like there's kids in college right now that have been Saints fans their entire lives that have never known Saints football without Drew Brees, and they are going to wander through the desert for a little while.
Yeah, Taysom Hill is not going to fill that void. So it's just the haves and the have-nots in the NFL is, do you have a quarterback or somebody that might be your quarterback for real that you're figuring it out? Somebody you took last year that's developing, or do you not? Does your franchise just have a bunch of retreads and nobody in the pipeline? And it's the tale of two cities, man. Haves and have-nots.
Dennis for €10. Thank you, Dennis.
I'm not
Fields to SF. Very happy with Trey. Any chance of seeing some PFF guys or DJ/Bucky on the channel at some point? Would Terry/Grimes be a fit for SF? Thank you for the great content. We could absolutely. Well, I don't know if the PFF guys are allowed to, but I could ask. I'm especially George talking about Trey Lance. I think he would love to. And DJ and Bucky, I mean, they're super busy right now, but in the offseason,
we want both of them.
I could put in a call. Yeah.
No, we want Daniel to come on pretty badly because he was there at the very genesis of bootleg, and of course he's worked with Brett in the past. I've always looked up to his work as one of the top guys in this industry, if not the top guy. PFF, we can get Brad on anytime.
Oh yeah, easy.
Yeah, Brad will show.
We should have had Brad on for free agency shows.
Yeah, we had him on for Bears Over Beers, so I think we can steal him next time. Would Terry Grimes be a fit for San Francisco? I think a brand new quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers might like either one of those guys because they're both super talented.
Yeah, especially Tamarian Terry with Trey Lance's arm. It might not get there in the right spot all the time, but every once in a while you're going to connect on one of those, and there's nobody that can run with Tamarian Terry. And Trey Lance he's got the arm where he could just lay it out there and Terry's going to go get it. And
he's got that really frame too. He doesn't have to put it in the right place with either one of those guys because they're both huge. Like Terry's 6'3" and Grimes is like 6'4". Grimes is heavier, but they both have a huge catch radius. So he doesn't have to be perfect. And he's not. Like his deep accuracy is not perfect, but those guys are the kind of guys that, like you said, put it up there, they're going to get a few of them, and they're probably going to convert because both of them have good speed. Grimes is a little bit more physical, but Terry will climb over defensive back with that frame and go get it. And that's one of the most fun things about his game.
Beyond the fact that he can run 24 miles an hour, and there's very few human beings on planet Earth that can do that with him. So
my favorite part about that is that he's a gunner. And somebody in the chat said I was
slandering. Good one too.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat said I was slandering the Magic Man, Don Majkowski. I was not slandering him. He was fun. I think Majkowski was Ryan Fitzpatrick before Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Really?
Yeah, Majkowski was super fun, and it's not a well-remembered time in Packers fandom, but he had that same thing. He had spunk. He was a gamer. He came in. He won a bunch of games he wasn't supposed to. I'm not slandering Majkowski. It's just Majkowski was no Favre Rodgers. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I think you could say that. Gage Madrid for $5. Thank you, Gage. You guys think Jenkins or JOK falls to Denver at 40? I would be stoked with Surtain and one of those guys. Jenkins, it sounds like he will.
Jenkins, I think, is almost a lock to fall to 40 at this point. After
based on
that,
medical.
Medical and maybe we'll see, but on something he's going to fall. That's only 8 spots at this point or 7 spots at this point. He's going to fall probably that far. After that, middle second round, I think the risk aversion is going to go down and people are going to be like, look at his film, just take a chance. And it's going to be the same way with Landon Dickerson. We haven't talked a lot about him, but nobody likes the medicals. But at some point, everybody's going to go, yeah, but could you go back and rewind that part of his film? Because he's dominant on the football field when he's healthy. And somebody's going to say, at this point, it's okay. We can stomach the risk. We're doing it.
Yeah.
JOK? JOK he's super wild card.
JOK might not even be there at 40. That's the thing.
That's the thing is he could very easily go in the first 5 picks of the second round. I would not be surprised at all. He's on the top of almost every player available list that's out there right now. And I think the league understands that he's just a dynamic playmaker and you make space for him, forget the weight thing. So JOK, I think, is less likely to be there at 40. If he's there, we talked about him being sort of Brandon Marshall, the linebacker on steroids in Vic's system, which would be amazing. And, Jenkins, he'll probably be there. It's whether or not the franchise, Denver, is comfortable with that level of risk or not.
I want to bring this window right here. All right, so if they get JOK at 40, which is like best case scenario, your defense is Shelby Harris, Shamar Stephen, and Draymond Jones as your defensive line. Sign me up all day. Chubb and Von Miller as your edges. AJ Johnson and JOK as your linebackers. Patrick Surtain, Ronald Darby, Kyle Fuller, Bryce Callahan as your 1 through 4 at corner, and Kareem Jackson and Justin Simmons at safety. That's fucking gross.
It's
that would be amazing.
Probably best defense in the division.
Not even.
No, I mean, you're
depends
looking
on
at
what
the
depends on what the Chargers do.
Yeah, I was going to say
it depends on what
Chargers.
they get. It could, but it's the same, roughly the same system. But depending on what the Chargers do on day 2, I mean, if Chargers get a corner, the corners, like the massive difference between those two teams.
Oh, sure. No, I mean, Denver, the secondary is way better than what the Chargers have, I think. Again, depending on, you see Adderley and Derwin as, safeties that are really good, but Justin Simmons and Kareem Jackson.
Yeah.
Corner is better by far in Denver. However, if you look at the defensive line, as much as you like those guys, the Chargers defensive line is better.
Yeah. So it just kind of, and
it's sort of like
Chargers have who the Chargers have at linebacker right now? I can't remember.
What's his name from Miami?
Oh, it's Kazir White. That's right. I forgot about that. Oh, and then they took Kenneth Murray last year. That's true. I forgot about that.
So I'd say it leans a little bit Chargers right now. And
two really good defenses.
And Nwosu is so much fun. Tillery, like Linval, Joseph, Bosa, Tillery. Yikes. That's
God. Everybody's trying to stop the Chiefs.
Oh, for sure. But I love and
really good defense in that division.
Shannon is so much fun.
Next one here. Ronnie Newhouse for $5. How would you rate Newsome to Cleveland? And what do the Browns look for in 2 and 3? Assuming he stays healthy.
Yeah.
If he stays, because durability was the big thing with him. Really good hips, really good feet. I think he has like Darius Slay movement skills. Again, ultra fluid. It was just durability. Explosive. It was just durability that was my problem. I felt like people always called JC Horn a PI machine, but he was kind of a PI machine himself, but that's mainly because he's so fast that he just kept getting there early. So I feel like he needs to work a little bit on timing.
Brakes. Not all gas, no brakes. You need brakes.
When to chop, when to jump, always having your eyes in the right spot. So he had a lot of PIs, but I think it was just because he was so explosive. He got there early a lot. But, I said this yesterday, if your third best corner on the team is Greg Newsome and your safeties are John Johnson and ideally a healthy Grant Delpit, who's going to be a full year removed from that Achilles injury, that's a really, really talented secondary with a very high upside sitting behind Myles Garrett, Jadeveon Clowney, like
whoever else they get.
All you need is a linebacker or two.
We were talking about
and you're
this
good to go.
When we shut off, because the gluttons we actually stayed on and talked for another 35 or 40 minutes after we cut off the stream yesterday. And we were talking about, is Grant Delpit like the worst player in that secondary just simply because he hasn't played in the NFL yet? Like Grant Delpit was a very good player, obviously a highly drafted safety. Is it the possibility that he's the worst player in that secondary? And if so, holy crap, like a first round highly decorated safety out of, arguably DBU is your worst player. Like not many secondaries in the NFL can say that.
I'm very excited to see that Cleveland defense. Again, it just comes down to what they do at linebacker, because they've got they got major coverage issues at linebacker. So in round 2 and 3, I'm looking for Jabril Cox. I'm looking for maybe Cam McGrone, depending on how his medicals come back. You could look at Werner.
JOK.
I don't think
I don't think he's
be there.
I don't think he's gonna be there either. But like that would be the oh my god pick. Like Cleveland gets JOK in the middle of that defensive line and that secondary, and you add a complete disruptor with his skills.
Yeah, it would be insane. Yeah, realistically, though, it's probably going to be Pete Werner or Jabril Cox. But I'd be fine with any of them.
I would love, like, Jabril Cox is one of the best pass defending linebackers in this class. So
absolutely,
I would love that.
Non-football related question here from Hernan Vasquez. Thank you, Hernan. Any bourbon suggestions for a newbie? Need to celebrate the Fields pick. Well, I just so happen to have some Woodford Reserve Double Oaked with me. It's not what I was going to drink today, but I do happen to have it with me.
I got kokanee today.
Oh, there you go. It's one of my favorite bourbon. They call it Double Oaked because they finish it not once, but twice in 2 separate charred oak barrels. It's got a little bit Well, maybe for a newbie, it's got a little bit more.
That was going to be my question for Hernan. So, how new is new, and do you like bite or kick or smoke, the sort of more aggressive flavors in bourbon, or do you want a little bit more like caramel, sweet, heavier sugar finish? That's sort of, is that more your thing? Like, there's a scale there from like spicy or smoky, bitey, burny to sweet and sort of more what they call round. Where do you fall on that? Do you want to right down the middle? Do you want, a little bit of bite, a little bit of acidity, sort of aftertaste, or do you want
something if you want something more approachable, it's not cheap, but Angel's Envy, which is bourbon finished in port casks, is
lovely stuff.
Heavenly, no pun intended. Love Angel's Envy.
Yeah, good stuff.
I think you can get it at Costco for like $60, something like that.
Somebody said, Roman said Angel's Envy is definitely the play. Yeah, well, you can't. It's hard to go wrong. Hard to go wrong with that stuff.
By the way, for today, I wasn't going to drink Woodford Reserve. This is from a small distillery in Santa Fe, New Mexico called Kulkagen, named after the Scotsman that moved there and started a distillery. And it is an American single malt made with 100% malted barley. But instead of smoking it with peat, they smoke it with mesquite wood. So it's got a lot of, the smoky flavors to it, like a peated scotch, but it's mesquite instead of peat. And so it's kind of distinctly American Southwestern, I guess you could say. And it's phenomenal stuff.
Oh, man.
I don't know.
I had a Southwestern breakfast burrito this morning. I was craving, I wanted big Mexican breakfast, and I ended up with a spicy Southwestern breakfast burrito. And I got to say, it was pretty much the best thing ever.
I had Starbucks for breakfast, and then I haven't really eaten since then. So I might be a little bit loopy by the end of the stream, but we'll see. We'll see. Kiteman, $10. Thank you, Kiteman. Ravens draft so far is a B- for me. If you can tell me why Rashad had such a shoddy season against Iowa in overall 2020. Well, I can tell you he got COVID and lost 10 to 15 pounds. The reason why he initially opted out is because he got COVID. And then he decided to opt back in.
Because I already had it.
No, you saw what COVID did to some guys. That
Cam.
The weight loss, the damage to the lungs.
Lack of wind. Yeah.
Just lack of energy. Like people in my family that got COVID.
And Kite Man, that is an elite Avi, by the way.
Oh, it's phenomenal. People in my family got COVID. It took 3 or 4 months before they didn't just feel tired all the time. So
walking up the stairs,
it's a legit reason. It's a legit reason. There's been theories that part of the reason why he came in listed at 190 was because he just still hasn't put back on the weight yet after he got COVID. So we'll see. But that to me, once I found that out, I pretty much disregarded all of 2020 and I just graded him off of 2019. And he came out to be a first-round pick. Yeah, that's how I looked at it.
Did you hear that Owe in his press conference said he's no longer going to go by Jason, which is his middle name. He's going to go by his first name. And he said he always was just felt a little self-conscious about people learning to pronounce it. And he said, and I love this in his press conference, y'all just going to have to figure it out now.
Yeah, it was Odafe.
Yep.
And I'm like, Odafe.
And I'm like, dude, it's not even that hard to pronounce. If you had some 15-syllable first name, I could see you. But I was like, be called whatever you want, man. Good for you. So
yeah, if we can stick the landing on Onwuzurike without flinching,
and even if we can't, just because we're not good at pronouncing names doesn't mean we shouldn't call somebody what they want to be called. So I was like, good for you, man. You're pro now. So stand up and say it.
Help me out with something because I know he might go today. Dio, how do you get the last name? Is it?
Oh, hang on.
Odebo? God, I really want to get the pronunciation down.
Oh, Odeyingbo, I believe.
Odeyingbo. I'll double check on that, chat, just to get correct because I want to pronounce it correctly. I never have.
I believe
when you're watching a guy purely on all 22 and you don't have the announcers to tell you what the
However, the absolute clutch play there is many universities have started to figure out that's the case, and they add a little audio file next to the guy's name in the roster, and you can click on it, and sometimes it's the player saying his own name, and you can hear it, and it's clutch. I love it.
Yeah.
St. Juice was like that for me after I completely butchered his name for about 4/5 of the process. So
Odenebo. Odenebo. Okay, gotcha. Odenebo. Thank you, Bulldog Gamer. Appreciate that. Yeah, Tano Passignon was one where you just completely ignore the K on the front. You just let that one go by. All right, no name for £5. It's the tale of three cities, actually. The two you mentioned and the Raiders, who might have a quarterback, but it doesn't matter because Gruden. Man, Raiders fans,
they're not pleased.
Gruden.
Yeah, they're
hate
not
John Gruden.
Not super pleased, which is funny because if you go back to like week 6 of last year, the Raiders were just tearing everybody to bits, and everybody was like, "It's working now. The $100 million, the Mayock, it's all working." And then the wheels fell off, and now we're back.
Oh man,
back to where we are.
Where's this one? Nick for $5. What do you think about Barmore? Were those last games a fluke at Bama? I'm predicting goes to the Raiders. I would not be surprised if he goes to the Raiders. I don't think his last games were a fluke.
Not at all.
And I said this in my DT rankings. He's good. He's really good. He's not Deron Payne. He's not Quinnen Williams. He's not Jonathan Allen. I think people were inflating because they're scouting the helmet a little bit. It's like, oh, best D lineman at Alabama for that year. Going to be a first-round pick. Not every Bama defensive lineman is going to be Quinnen Williams or Deron Payne. So I like them a lot, but I had both him and Levi Onwuzurike, my tier 1 of defensive tackles, and I straight up said, if given the choice between the two, I would take Onwuzurike because he's got a higher ceiling, and I felt he was a little bit more explosive. This is not me trashing Barmore. I'm just trying to set the expectations that he was not that level of prospect, in my opinion. And then both of them ended up falling out of the first round, which is, to a degree, what I kind of expected. So it's not that surprising to me.
It's one thing I think is hard for a lot of people to grasp about the draft is that year to year positions don't have the same distribution. And I mean that by saying, we always say, what's the strong position in the draft? What's the weak position in the draft? Sometimes there's a position in a particular draft that just doesn't really have any first or second rounders in it. But everybody thinks, oh, who's the first defensive tackle or who's the first linebacker? If they're the first, they should go in the first or second. And the answer is no. If you're looking at them on film and comparing them to previous year's classes, strength, whatever, and this year's DT class is not good. Doesn't mean there's no good players in there. Doesn't mean there's not any players that are going to succeed. There are a lot of very sort of single-threaded players in this year's defensive tackle class who have a great skill or flash an occasional thing or have a tremendous frame, arm length, get off, whatever it is, but they don't combine it with a lot of other skills. There's a lot of sort of like, hey, you could work with that, but you really need to build in this and you may or may not get it. Barmore is the best of the defensive tackle class. I don't think the last 2 games were a fluke at all. I think he can be a dominating player. He wasn't all the time in college. And just because he's the best defensive tackle this year, which I think both of us think he is, doesn't mean that he's great, right? That he's Derek Brown or that he's, one of those guys that's going to go top 10 because he just happens to be the best defensive tackle. This year, the best defensive tackle is a second rounder. That's just the thing.
Connor Sewell said, you missed my Leatherwood super chat. Posed again. StreamYard's chat interface is really, really shitty.
Just remember yesterday, 15,000 and people were like, why didn't you answer my chat? And I was like, because there was 15,000 of them.
You should have seen how fast chat was moving when Leatherwood got.
You said Leatherwood was the
oh my, that was the
speed
fastest
record.
That was the fastest chat I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah,
people were losing their damn mind for good reason. Oscar Askerup for $9. Hope I didn't mess up your name. Sorry if I did. Who are some day 2 guys who would fit Mike Zimmer's defense? Javon Holland is one for sure. I think he'll go after Merrick. Andre Sisco would be phenomenal for them. Ellerson Smith at defensive end would be fantastic. Any of those guys. I mean, throw a dart at any of them. I'd be happy with it. Arthur 99 for 10.
Some probably Brazilian. I was going to say Brazilian currency.
Brazilian.
Two
hey guys, cheers from Brazil.
Fins.
Yeah. Would you rather have Pitts or Waddle plus San Francisco's first? And shouldn't they have waited to trade to 6 in the draft? I think they wanted to get to 6 to make sure that they got whoever was left.
Yeah, they wanted one of the top 3.
Yeah. They knew they wanted either Waddle, Chase, or Pitts. I don't think it mattered to them. They just wanted one of those guys. So they got to 6 ahead of time. Now, who would you rather have, Pitts or Waddle plus the San Francisco first, or I guess just trading down for what did they get out of it? I think they still have the extra first round pick, right?
Yeah, I don't mind Waddle in the first. Like that's pretty damn solid. They picked up an extra first and you end up with Waddle. Like that's a great get. Pitts is tremendous, but we'll say this every year. Not everybody's going to hit. And the first round wide receiver hit rate is 27%. So, if you get another swing and you missed on Waddle, I'm not saying that's the case. I happen to really like Jalen Waddle, but the reality is they're not all going to hit. And it means you get another swing next year. That's the move, because as much as we all love Pitts, something could happen. I don't think it will. Like, he's an amazing player, but give yourself the extra swing. Get Waddle. There's nothing wrong with Jalen Waddle and an extra swing. Like, that's great.
I would probably lean towards Waddle in a first as well. Just gut feeling for me. Bobby Moore for $20. Who are the best press corners in the draft, and when will they go? By the way, Noah's Mill is the GOAT starter. I have not had Noah's Mill. So I can't speak to that, but I will pick one up just because you recommend it. Best press corners in the draft. I mean, not the ones that have already gone, because the 2 best press corners in the draft already went with J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain. Of the ones that are left, St. Juice from Minnesota, for sure. Tyson Campbell from Georgia is probably even better. Stokes is already gone. Keith Taylor from Washington is just a long, gangly dude from Senior Bowl that is pure press corner.
Mukuamu
from South Carolina.
Ambry can do it. They didn't ask him to do it a lot, but he can do it.
Yeah.
He's easily athletic enough to do it. Like, his press reps, of which, again, there's not a ton. He's
Tay Gowan.
Tay Gowan from UCF.
Yeah.
It wasn't
absolutely
6'5", 6'6".
No, he's like 6'2", but
I know he looks like he's like 6'2", like 180, like 182.
He's Tyson Campbell. If you miss out on Tyson Campbell, you get Tay Gowan like a round or 2 later, and you're fine.
Yeah, and honestly, if you want a super good press corner, but it's not a press outside corner, I think the best press corner in this draft is Aaron Robinson out of UCF, and he's a slot guy, but he will mess you up in the slot.
He's physical, very physical. I worked out what you missed in your Leatherwood eval. He has over 1,000. He has 1,000 memes on his phone.
Oh, says the guy that has like how many unlistened to voicemails, unread chats, and
you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
All right, just check.
Yeah, you guys think that my unread, not even unread. My DM folder is just intimidatingly large at this point. I try to get through like 4 or 5 a day, but more people DM me per day than I can get. So it just it's a hard situation. It's very intimidating for me. One of these days I'm going to take like a week and just answer DMs for like 7 days straight. And hopefully that will get through.
I think you should like drink and live stream it and make it pay-per-view.
I mean, that would be
fun. Fun is the word you're looking for.
Yeah.
All right.
Javon Riley for $5. I think we're almost.
I think
on the
Grimes,
clock right now.
They should be. They should be 3 minutes on. Do we see Trayvon Grimes as a 2nd or 3rd round talent? I would see him as a 3rd round talent or anywhere below that. A lot of boards have him in the 4th and the 5th. Yeah, but I mean, but no, because look at you still got Terrace Marshall and Elijah.
Oh
Moore
yeah, no,
board.
I'm not saying he will go in the 2nd. I just had I expected so many more receivers to go ahead of him.
Yeah, exactly. No, he's. I would say his market starts late 3rd for me, I would actually be comfortable taking him above that, just me. But with the depth and quality of the receiver class, like I've seen him in the 4th and 5th, and I think that's criminal because he's better than that.
I had a late 2 grade on him. He ended up in my tier 4, I think it was, of tier 3 of receivers.
You just can't fit that many receivers in.
That's the thing. Yeah, I mean, the top beyond Chase and beyond the top 4, like numbers 6 through 15, it was all splitting hairs. So it's like, even though I have a late round 2 grade on Grimes, there could still be 14 receivers that go ahead of him. It's just, It is what it is. Not to mention roll and everything like that.
I wanted to get to Riley's really quick. Says, love the bootleg t-shirts. Wearing one now. What are the thoughts on the Browns pick? Yeah, these are fantastic. These are the new ones that we've come up with our distributor. Wanted to remind everybody, not that we need to, because people are pouring in. We've got a promo code for the entire draft. It's running for a week. It started on Wednesday. It's 10% off anything in the store. Address is at the bottom there, bootlegfootballpodcast.com. And many of you have taken advantage of that since Wednesday night. We can see the orders real time when they come in. And a whole bunch of you have ordered stuff. So when our distributor comes in on Monday, he's going to be like, oh, what'd you guys do? A little thing called the NFL draft. So a bunch of people thought they might want a t-shirt, but yeah, these are great. They're super comfy. We love them. We've sent them out to a lot of our guests. We sent one to Danny Kelly and Dane Burglar and some other guests who will be named later who are going to appear on the podcast. And they're all really psyched with them. So check them out. Thank you for wearing one. And thoughts on the Browns pick. Again, I would love it if JOK is there. I don't think he will be, but that would be my kind of like, okay, forget it. Home run pick for them.
That'd be the capper for the weekend for them. Like, you come out with Newsome and JOK back to back, and you're good to go. Like that, the offense doesn't need anything, and that would fill the last 2 needs on defense. And at that point, if you're not making a deep playoff run with that roster, you're never making a deep playoff run. Quite frankly.
Yeah, I really think they're on the verge. They really showed that kind of gel that you want to see at the end of last year under Stefanski's run game, with that roster sort of coming together, everything just starting to hit, and they were in game of the year last year. So I really feel like they're not going to be an easy out anytime soon. They just have enough talent, and now they have the coaching that's maximizing it. That's a good situation. I saw a couple of Broncos chat saying, how did I'm very happy that you got Justin Fields, but how justify them passing on Justin Fields in Denver? I can't.
They think they're getting Aaron Rodgers. They are convinced.
I guess. Yeah. I mean, they have to be, because other than that, I got nothing, and I don't have anything for the teams in the top 8 either. Any of them that needed a quarterback or might need a quarterback. If you might need a quarterback and there's a guy like Justin Fields available, you freaking take him, because you don't think that you're going to be picking the top 10 every year. And even if it's the off chance that Sam Darnold doesn't work out or something, like, you just do it, right?
Yeah.
And I don't have anything for them. Ryan Pace is going to get all the accolades, and he deserves them, because you get the garbage when things don't go right and you get unlucky. That means you get the credit when you do get lucky and things do go right. But Ryan Pace got so freaking lucky. Like, so many things happened that shouldn't have happened. And he, to his credit, moved up and got him. He got Gettleman to trade down for the first time ever. Good on you, Ryan. But you are the luckiest son of a gun walking. There's no way you should have Justin Fields right now. And you do. And you're going to get credit for it, and you deserve it. But lucky.
Jags are about to be on the clock. We've been going for a little over an hour now. So I do, since I don't know if we're going to get another chance, I do want to take a moment to thank our title sponsor that came on to support the show all summer long. This is Underdog Fantasy. They specialize in best ball fantasy, so it's a little bit different way to play fantasy football. A lot less stress-free, in my opinion, because you don't have to worry about messing up lineup decisions.
Never leave points on your bench again.
Never leave points. Like this is like for all the guys that like the high upside guys, the Deshaun Jacksons, the Will Fullers. Like, you can actually get value out of these guys without worrying about starting them on the right week. It's just whoever on your roster gets the most points from week to week, you get credit for those points. So it's a really fun way to approach fantasy football. It really prioritizes good off-season research and good drafting, and just having good, strong rosters. And it kind of takes the variance out of it. Takes some of the the heartbreak out of it, I should say, of fantasy football. And they are putting on a $3.5 million best ball tournament. It's the largest best ball tournament in history. And first prize is $1 million. And you can get your entry of $25 paid for by using promo code Brett at that link in the description below at underdogfantasy.com. Any deposit will get you $25 worth of cash to use on the platform, which coincidentally is the same amount as an entry into this contest. So you can basically just get a free entry into a $3.5 million contest. Hopefully, I'm not eligible to play, but hopefully one of you guys will win it. And
I need to say this.
Send me a bottle. Send me a bottle.
Yeah, send us a bottle. You always get the free bottles. No, anyways. I got to say this because it sounds weird now, but it's true. I thought about it overnight. Our colleague, and go to the bathroom before it's too late. Nice. No, our colleague, and this is odd, but we are colleagues now because we're both in the Underdog Fantasy Network. Josh Norris nailed the all-time mock draft record for accuracy.
Really?
59 points. You should see Josh's final mock draft. If you've not looked at Josh Norris runs Underdog Fantasy podcast.
Let me pull it up here.
It's uncanny. It's crazy. It is everybody that put in mock drafts, Solak, everybody was like, dude, Danny Kelly was like, holy cow. Like, dude, props. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, Josh hit it out of the park. And it's weird to say colleague, but yes, we are colleagues now with Josh Norris. And he drilled it. 59 points. So you get points for the most points for obviously right player, right pick, right team, right slot. Like, that's all the points. But you get points for getting him in the first round, number that you got correct in the first round, number you got correct per team. He crushed it.
So he got the first 6, the first 7, the first 8. Jesus Christ, Josh.
I know. Yeah, no. And it doesn't slack off a whole lot. He still has hits at the bottom. Normally, like we said, that 20 to...
He was only one off on Parsons. He got Eagles to Devonta Wright, but at the different pick.
Right. So he still gets points for that, but not as much, not the maximum number of points. And so you get points for each particular pick based on...
Zaven Collins he picked that?
Wait. It gets worse / better below. Like, you keep going and he keeps hitting people and you're like, oh man. So again, Etienne
How did he get Jamin Davis to watch? Does he just have sources in every front office? What the hell?
He got Quiddy to the Colts. Colts.
Some of these picks were wild to me.
Yeah.
And he nailed them.
He missed out on JOK. He missed out on Elijah
Newsome
Moore.
to the Browns.
Owe to the Ravens.
He took Stokes to the Packers and got that right? What the fuck?
He only missed on 3 players, and nobody's ever hit a 59 for number of points. So he missed on 4 players in the entire draft. It's
That's
nutty.
Incredible.
It's nutty. So all props to Josh, our new colleague. That is amazing work. I just,
good Lord.
Why try after that? There's so much variance. And in this year of all that variance, he put that out. And I'm just like, okay, great.
I will never get that close.
No,
ever.
It's crazy. Has anybody picked yet? Come on. It's 12 minutes after. Let's go. Chop.
Let's see. Jags are on the clock. 5 minutes left.
Oh,
what percent correct? I'll have to add up the percentage after. Let me throw in the link to that in chat for you guys.
No, it's ridiculous. I went looking at it this morning when everybody started fawning over it, and I was like, how good was it? I was about a third of the way through it, and I was like, holy crap, he hasn't missed yet.
Yeah. All right. I just threw the link to his mock draft in chat. While you're in Underdog Fantasy, if you feel like signing up, again, promo code gets you $25, which you can use for free in that $3.5 million contest. But Josh is Jesus.
Yeah, it's uncannily accurate. It's crazy.
Looks like they have not made a pick yet, according to the ESPN stream. So we're flying blind.
Flying blind. We're all good.
If you guess Leatherwood, you win 100 points automatically. I looked it up. And who's the guy who runs Pro Football Talk? What's his face?
PFT. Florida?
Yeah. I think he had Leatherwood in his. in his first round, if I remember.
Oh,
correctly.
in the
He was
right,
like the only
right
person I could
team?
find. No, I don't think he had the right
Okay.
team. I think he had him like 20 something.
I'm not going to throw anything at him because a lot of people didn't have Leatherwood at all.
Yeah.
CIA is going to have questions for him soon. Yes. More like, well, anyways, yeah.
Robert Ito for $10. Not sure why you capped the Colts quitty picks so much, Brett. Edge was clear need with the Colts edge rushers combining for 9.5 sacks last year. Also, don't need to use a first for an OL all the time. So I saw this on Twitter. Colts fans vehemently disagreeing with me about me not. I would have preferred left tackle at 21 for the Colts because right now their current starting projected tackles are Sam Tevi and Julian Davenport. In my opinion, the landscape for taking a non-tackle player for a team like, say, the Bengals at 5 is different than a team taking a non-tackle player for like the Colts, because again, the Colts are going to be back half of round 2, which I think is going to be a significantly different tackle landscape. At the time, this was at pick 21, I was worried that a whole bunch of teams later in the 20s were going to be taking, Darisaw, Jenkins. I thought there would have been 3 or 4 potentially tackles going in the 20s, which ended up not happening. But also I felt like there was going to be a tackle run early in round 2. And I felt like a package deal of like Christian Darisaw and a round 2 edge rusher that might be there. A package deal of like Darisaw and Ellerson Smith, who I have graded not that far off Quiddy Pay. Like we're really splitting their hairs there. I felt like that package would have been a stronger package than Quiddy Pay, who I had as a round 2 prospect anyway. Again, part of me not liking that they didn't take a tackle was the fact they took Quiddy Pay, who I felt was not the best edge value on the board for them, period. So Quiddy Pay plus, Liam Eichenberg versus Christian Darisaw and Ellerson Smith, I would prefer the Darisaw and Ellerson Smith package. That's where I'm coming from. Okay, I know there's going to be tackles available, but we have pick. Who is it?
We don't have that yet. We just have pick is in. Pick is in. Now, just in case you want some laugh material while we're waiting for the pick, a caller on ESPN 100 in Chicago today said the Bears shouldn't have traded up for Fields. Instead, should have drafted Parsons at 20. Oh, first time thinker, long time caller.
Parsons wasn't even. Parsons was there. He won't one pick later.
Don't justify that with anything. That's yikes.
Stone Forsythe will be there at 54. Brett, it's possible.
Oh, I get beer for that, I think.
And I'll tell you what, if they get Stone Forsythe at 54, when I had him going to the Colts at 21, well done, Chris Ballard.
No, I think I get beer for that.
Probably.
The chat will have.
But again, that's one of those things where it's like I kind of flip the picks back and forth. Where it's like if I pretend Quiddy Pay was their second round pick when they're getting a good pass protecting left tackle in the second round, as long as you're just getting the right players, that's all I care about. So I don't know. Part of it, again, to answer your question again, was I wasn't the biggest Quiddy Pay guy. I think he's a good player. I didn't have him in the first round, personally. Tyson Campbell. So I guess those rumors were correct.
And we already talked about it, so I think we're good.
I'm all about it.
Yeah, solid.
Tyson Campbell.
Solid pick for what they need. Solid player. I think he probably appeals to the new coaching staff. Obviously, appeals to the new coaching staff in terms of what they need, what they don't have. Jacksonville secondary definitely suffered some nasty defeats last year. EJ, make a note that I want to hear the Met Logan Stenberg story. Well, I guess I could tell it now because we already talked about Tyson Campbell to Jacksonville. So Senior Bowl, the one where Brett and I met, I was a big Logan Stenberg fan. He was one of the guys I sort of went into the week like wanting to sell people on because he's a different dude, different player. We were in so there's a main hotel in Mobile where a lot of it happens. A lot of players stay. It's where they do all the interviews, or did all the interviews pre-COVID. So guys would come back from practice, stay up late at night. You'd always see teams coming and grabbing guys, taking it back to the room, doing testing, whatever. We saw Alton Robinson hanging out in his, gym shorts and a t-shirt, and we're like, oh man, is that guy huge? So we were at the bar, and I walked down, and there was this sort of, little Maitre D was like, who are you? And I'm like, oh no, I'm not here for that. Like, I'm not a player. I just want to go to the bathroom. And they were like, okay, down the hall and to the right, but don't go in any of the rooms. So I'm walking by all the rooms, and of course I'm peeking in, and there's tables set up, and there's guys scribbling away on tests and whatever. And I was like, oh, I know who that is. Anyways, I go into the bathroom, use the urinal, go out, wash my hands, and turns out there's somebody in one of the stalls who stands up and comes and starts washing his hands, and he's massive. Like, he's 6, almost 7, and he's obviously an offensive tackle, and he's wearing UK like basketball shorts, University of Kentucky basketball shorts. And I'm like, oh shit, that's Logan Stenberg. And I'm like, dude, I've been repping you to everybody. So what do I say to this guy? Because here I am washing my hands, and it's 9:30 at night, and he's about to go take the 3rd test in a row that asks whether he wants to be a cat or a dog. So I figured I had to say something. So I said, hey man, I know that the offensive line coach is getting on you, because it was the Bengals offensive line coach that year, and he didn't like him at all. And he was just
hated him.
He was just rapping him really hard in drills. And I said, I know that he's getting all over you, and just keep your head up, play your game, man. What you do is effective. It's not for everybody. It's not everybody's style, but it works. So just keep it up. And he was like, thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. I'll definitely. And I was like, oh shit, he called me sir. We're done. Okay. Anyways, no, Stenberg's a great dude. It was a fun little interaction. It's the kind of thing that happens at Senior Bowl all the time. I came out and told Brett, guess who I met in the bathroom? He's like, oh, I was like, look at Stenberg. He's like, what? But it happens all the time. No, I tried to turn a lot of people on Stenberg, and I still think he's going to be a very effective player, but his style is not for everybody. He's got some Tevin Jenkins in him. He's not near as fluid as Tevin Jenkins, but he is just so strong. Even when people get right into his chest and push, he just kind of bows up and stands there. Nobody moves him. So there you go. Full Metal Savage. You got what you want him. I hope.
Well, let me sorry, I gotta put a guy in timeout for spam in chat. Sorry, chat, for that. Apologize for that. Just so he'll stop doing it. His question is, what do you think about the Najee Harris pick? I don't hate Najee Harris the player. I love Najee Harris the player.
Najee's going to be a great Steeler.
Najee's going to be a great Steeler.
He's going to be a great Steeler.
I would have preferred offensive line, which I feel like is everybody's take on this. Everybody loves Najee Harris. Everybody wanted the Steelers to take O-line, because who's going to block for them? They need center, in my opinion. They need left tackle. Depending on how Banner comes back from his ACL, he might need right tackle.
You know what they're going to do?
Take Eichenberg round 2?
Well, they might, but they're just going to wait, and they're going to luck into Dickerson.
Shit.
They're going to do it.
Can you imagine?
They're going to do it. They're going to do it. I guarantee it. They're going to go right from Pouncey to Dickerson.
That would be incredible.
That's what's going to happen.
And watch Dickerson. He's not going to miss a snap for 10 years.
He's going to be rock solid.
Have you ever been to a game at Heinz, by the way? Have you been there?
Not since they redid.
Oh. I went to the Rams Steelers game a couple years ago at Heinz in the before time.
Oh, Elijah Moore to the Jets? Is that true?
No shit. Really?
Almost. Hang on. Pick his ins. I get pick his in, and I get Elijah Moore. So
I thought they would have.
I'm getting a lot of Elijah Moore here. This looks like it might be a real thing.
Denzel Elijah Moore.
Yep, we said that last night.
Corey Davis with Mekhi Becton, Elijah Vera Tucker. Fuck.
Zach Wilson,
guys,
official.
Guys,
is Crowder out of town? I heard Crowder was possibly going to be moved during the draft, anyways. So
keep them all,
and
they can afford it.
It doesn't matter. Crowder is nobody that says don't take Elijah Moore. Crowder is a good player. Elijah Moore, I think, is going to be a great player. I might be proved wrong on that. If you say, I'll give you Jamison Crowder or Elijah Moore, I take Elijah Moore 10 times out of 10. And I like Crowder. I think he's a good player. In fact, he will have a job somewhere this year. Yeah. So.
Can I get a confirmation? Yep.
Carnival Psychic. Hey, that was my job. No, I'm just kidding. I've never been a Carnival Psychic. Elijah Moore. No, that's Denzel Mims and Elijah Moore with Wilson, that tremendous left side of the line, and they could still get more offensive line if they want.
I want an all-time fun game to be played between the Washington football team and the New York Jets, because I can't imagine two more fun up-and-coming rosters just going at it in prime time. I want that game in prime time. I don't care if it's not no playoff implications.
Make it preseason.
That would be so fun.
Oh, Callum asked how we met and started working together. We met at the Senior Bowl, not last year, year before. I had followed Brett's work. He had no idea who I was because I was just a peon. We both went to our first Senior Bowl, and we met. We ate a plate of barbecue for 2.5 hours. We talked a bunch of football. We hung out for the entire week, and by the end of the week, we still hadn't run out of things to say. And he said, "We're going to do a podcast together." And I was like, "I'm down." He was like, "Really?" I was like, "Yeah." And so we did.
As I like to say, it was love at first obscure Carl Davis reference.
Do you remember that defensive tackle from Iowa? Yeah, Carl Davis. Okay, we're in. Like, people just looking at us like we're insane, which we are. So that's all appropriate.
Brett, do you realize what you just said? What did I say? I've said a lot of things. What did I say?
I said a lot of things.
I said a lot of things. Some of them regrettable. Falcons trading down.
Was it the Jets and the Washington football team thing?
Maybe. I don't know. Did I accidentally call them the old name? I might have.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Maybe.
Dude, I still say San Diego when I'm talking about the Chargers all the time, and I probably will for the next 10 years. So kind of got to get used to it. I'm getting better, but I'm not good at that.
Read chat. Nathan? Who? Yeah. No, I am reading chat. I'm reading chat right now.
Chat right now.
Oh, Atlanta traded with Denver. Denver's going up for somebody. Are they going up for JOK? I hope they're going up for JOK. It's got to be JOK.
Does it? I don't think it has to be, but
unless it's Ellen Mond.
Well, that would mean that they have heard something from the Packers. That's
if they're trading up for Mond, that means the Packers said absolutely no.
Well, they said worse than that.
Yeah. Or it means that Aaron's retiring. I don't know.
Yeah.
Put two and two together.
You're not getting him. Period. One way or another.
Trask.
We kept saying that about the Steelers. We kept saying that Mason Rudolph re-signed for a year, and my joke was, "Who cares? He's just going to be backing up Kyle Trask." But it was like,
Ooh, man. First sip of the day always get you. Ooh. I forgot that Cole Kagan will absolutely tear you to shreds if you're not ready for it.
That's all you, buddy. I'm drinking Coke and he goes down real smooth. Oh, man.
Javonte Williams to
Did
Denver?
They traded up for a running back. Somebody's laughing. Dude, it is. It's Javonte Williams.
Good player. I'm surprised, but good player at least. Yeah, at least they didn't trade it for somebody I don't like, you know?
What was the term of the trade? They had to come up from 9 to 2, basically, right?
Here we go. Pick 35 and 219 for 40. So they get
they get a late pick, and they gave up 40 and 114, which is almost
they threw a fifth. They threw a fifth at him to get it like a seventh back, I think is what it is. Or
114 is not a fifth. There's 90 picks.
So they
there's 90 picks in the first 3 rounds.
So they must really like Javonte.
Yeah, they gave up obviously their 2 and their 4.
Here's chat's going so fast. I'm trying to find it. Here we go. Abraham, why didn't Atlanta take him? Because I think Atlanta's got Khalil Herbert in the back pocket. And remember, this is a lot of the same scouting staff is there, and these are the same guys that found Devonta Freeman in the 4th round. So,
yeah, they know they don't have to is the reason.
Yeah, they don't have to. Not in this running back class. You can get
RIP Philip Lindsay. Philip Lindsay's already gone, correct? He's a Texan?
Yeah, they're both gone. Yeah. Gordon and Lindsay are both gone. So their starting running back projected was standby.
Not great.
It was not anybody really.
Oh, sorry, chat.
Their projected starting running back was. Oh no, Gordon is still there.
Well, yeah, but he wasn't exactly lighting it up last year. So
I was going to say Royce Freeman, but I thought Gordon was gone. I guess he's not.
Yeah.
I thought that was a 1-year deal. I guess not.
All right. Well, there we go.
Either way, who starts? Javonte, Gordon,
Javonte.
Probably, yeah.
No, not probably. Sorry, RB1, Javonte. Like RB is one of the places because he can pass protect, right? That's the thing with rookie running backs is they have to be able to pass protect. Javonte Williams is a hammer in pass protection. He could use a little bit of technique work, but he's strong enough to make it work right now. He's good. He's not going to struggle there, and that's what keeps rookie running backs off the field. Other than that, it's Javonte. Oh, Holland to Miami. I like it.
I don't know if that's confirmed or not, but
Javon Holland looks like a bunch
like
of
it
people.
Is.
Dude,
fuck.
They pair him with they pair him with my guy from last year. That's a nice
Brett Jones.
safety.
Okay,
Yeah.
so their draft so far is Jalen Waddle, Jalen Phillips, and Javon Holland. Holy fuck.
Chris Greer, man, say his name. Chris Greer. Not enough people say his name because he doesn't do a lot of interviews. He's quiet. He's a silent assassin, man. He's cranking out a really good roster in Miami. He's had a plan for 3 years, and he is hitting the high notes. He is just going right through his roster and tearing people up. Yeah, they get Jones and Holland as safeties. I'm like, let's go. Oh, yeah. All right.
Wow. Dolphins are absolutely murdering this draft.
Yeah, Dolphins are
murdering. This is wow. Again, this is one of those rosters where it's like if you don't go to the playoffs with this roster, you're never going to the playoffs because this is a great roster.
It totally depends on how your quarterback plays.
Who said it? Where was it? Holland, first safety gone. Holland ahead of Merrick. Again, different skill sets. I want a pure center field free safety.
Yeah, but Holland can play corner, like legit play corner.
Who did Flores have in New England that played a free safety / slot corner role? Devin McCourty. This is his Devin McCourty. They already got, a larger safety to play tight ends, and then you got Jones, who's more of like a Patrick, not even a Patrick Chung. Who's the other one? Like a Deron Harmon for them. Like this is their McCourty. I love it. Again, Merrick is a great safety, but there's certain systems that he fits better than others, and there's certain systems that Holland fits better than others. This is one of those systems that Holland fits. Absolutely. God, this is such a good draft for Miami.
Man, if I had told you that Merrick and Grant were not in the top, between those two guys, were not the top safety drafted, I would have got pretty good odds. I think
probably, yeah. Probably because both of those guys, I think, were the odds-on favorite for safety.
And it was sort of like this one or this one. Pick your flavor, but they're very similar. But these are the guys that are scheme agnostic, highly skilled, can tackle, can play deep third, can go up and hands catch a ball. Can cover like corners, both of them. And I said the three guys were Merrick, Holland, and Richie Grant, and that safety was low-key loaded. I put that on Twitter earlier today that there's a ton of value there. And, even if two of those guys get picked and one of them drops to the bottom of the second, like, go get them. Like, those are three really good football players. Oh, Dickerson. Dickerson.
To who? Did Eagles? Landon Dickerson to Eagles?
Eagles are the all-torn. Eagles are the all-torn ACL team.
So, what is this? So, Kelsey's still there for another year, right? So maybe we're looking at him at guard.
Yeah, I would say they probably plop him at guard with the eventuality that he's going to take over for Kelsey when Kelsey's done.
Because right now they have Isaac Sumualu and Brandon Brooks projected at guard. Yeah, he would take left guard spot next to Kelsey.
Yep.
And then you got Dillard or Mailata battling it out for left tackle, which, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Mailata won that job just from how he played. You got Lane Johnson still at right tackle. Driscoll is your swing. Yeah, that's a really good pick for the Eagles.
And the Eagles wonder why their OL is always injured. Thank you, chat.
Yeah, he was. Who had in this chat? You're right, Ricky Dickerson. I think is going to replace Sumalo or Sumalo. I can't get the pronunciation correct on that one. Simalo. Fuck, I'm not even going to try. I don't want to butcher it too bad.
Yeah, just leave it.
But Dickerson's one of those guys where it's like I don't even care who's on the depth chart. Like unless your name's, Marshall Yonder or Quentin Nelson, he's going to start. Like, come on. Patriots are trading up.
Well,
38 to Pats.
Bill's all in. We talked with Mark Schofield about this. That like Bill got wounded deeply last year with the Pats having a terrible season and with Brady moving on and winning the Super Bowl. Bill is an intensely competitive person. That's not a surprise to anybody. He really didn't like what happened last year. So they opened up the coffers, paid for, what was it? The gross domestic product of Liechtenstein in free agency.
Barmore to the Patriots.
Oh, who does he remind you
of? Adam Butler.
Seymour?
Who's already on the team, but no, he's not Richard Seymour. No way.
I'm not saying he's Richard Seymour. He reminds me of Richard Seymour in some ways that he plays and moves. He's not Richard Seymour in terms of like how highly rated he was or pedigree or production, but I can see what they see in him in that role. Like,
I think he's going to be a very solid player for them, and that's one of the places where you can go where a lot of Bama guys come into the league tapped out, where it's like they're not getting any better than what they got at Bama. I think because he doesn't have as many snaps as your typical stud Bama lineman coming out, you put him in New England with that coaching staff. I think there's a little bit extra that they can get out of him and kind of elevate him.
Look, I mean, Bill and Saban are well-chronicled longtime buddies. They talk a lot. Bill will know as much about Barmore as is possible. People say the head coach is not a great source for head coaches in the NFL. Typically, that's true. With Saban and Belichick, it's different. They're on the same staff. They're longtime friends. No.
I forgot Adam Butler left, so they had to replace him.
Somebody said Vince Wilfork in chat. I think Vince Wilfork's even more crazy athletic.
No, you want Vince Wilfork. You want Bobby Brown. That's your Vince Wilfork replacement.
Yeah, in
Bobby
terms
Brown.
Yeah, I would agree with that in terms of and who liked them, right? Vince Wilfork is a Miami guy. Sapp really liked Bobby Brown. Like Warren Sapp is not right about a lot of things, but he is right about defensive tackles, and he loved Bobby Brown. He was mid-season. He was like, "This Bobby Brown guy can play." And I was like, okay,
"Yeah,
I'll look."
He watched the South Carolina game. I guarantee you.
Yeah, that's totally possible.
Daniel Boyce for $5. Why would the Eagles draft more O-line when we have nothing at linebacker or corner? Just best player available. Landon Dickerson's one of the 10 best players in the entire class.
If he's
and the only reason he fell is because of injury. The only reason he fell is because of injury. He is one of the 10 best players in this class.
Wow. We've got pet ants on Twitter. I think it's great. I said Dolphins on a literal tear, and somebody said not literal.
Figurative, EJ. Figurative.
I stand corrected. I'll tweet it out.
So here was the pick 38 Patriots trade. Pick 46, 122, and 139. Man, they really love them some Christian Barmore to go up 8 spots. You're giving up a 4th and a 5th. Or no, 2 4s. That's what it was. 2 4s to move up. That's even more. That's a lot. They really love Christian Barmore. Which, I mean, he went right about where I thought he was going to go, which was somewhere between 32 and 50. He goes 38. So that's about correct value, I think, for him. They called Dickerson a guard. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because Kelsey's still there at center, and you're not taking Kelsey out of the lineup until he decides he wants to retire. So that's a really good pick for the Eagles. I like what the Eagles have done so far with Devonta Smith and Atlanta Dickerson.
It's all about whether Dickerson holds up. If he plays a ton of games for them, yeah, again, that's the big swing. Is he is one of the best players skill-wise in this draft, period, like at any position. But if he's only on the field for 40 to 60% of the time, man.
Bear straight up.
Oh, no. Please. Oh, we were doing so well.
Merrick? Jenkins?
If they trade up for Merrick, I'm going to be upset, honestly. Not because Merrick's a bad player, because safety's not a high need. And you don't need to burn the picks. You don't have enough as it is unless you're going to trade away Miller and Hicks and get a bunch more picks.
I'm going to say Tevin Jenkins. That's where I think. Tevin Jenkins.
Oh, I'm not going to say that's a bad thing, but
although I will say it is a little bit interesting and or suspect that since he had Jenkins on the board and said, nah.
Well, again, the team reports are different. Cosme? No, please not Cosme.
I wouldn't hate Cosme. Again, he's not Tevin Jenkins, but this is about where I thought, Cosme might be like the floor for him.
Yeah, but not with guys that
it's Tevin Jenkins.
It's Tevin Jenkins. No, I'm seeing a lot of Jenkins.
Let's fucking go.
Trade up, though. What'd they give up? Show me the haul is rough. Did they trade Cole Kmet?
52 and 83 for 39 and 151. Fuck it. Who cares?
I care a lot. They have more holes. They're not one player away, man.
Dude, Ryan Pace doesn't care. This is buying him time.
No, he already had his time. He got his time with Fields. He doesn't need to.
He's like, I got my quarterback. I'm getting him protection. We already have weapons. Ryan Pace doesn't even care what the record is this year. Just have a good offense, and that's going to buy him enough time to rebuild the defense.
Well, I mean, I think you bought your time, honestly, when you got Fields. I honestly do. I think that gives you 2 to 3 years. You get Justin Fields in the building, it's 2 to 3 years, unless they won like no games this year. If they went 0-17, like you're out. But if they win half their games this year and they already have Fields in the building and they have more draft picks next year. So they gave up second and third to take Jenkins and they got a fourth.
I think they got a fourth back.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So Panthers send 39 and 151 for Chicago's 52, 83 and 204.
And they gave 204. Okay. I'm not worried about 204. They had a bunch of 6. Those were always going to be chips. Those are always going to be chips that they used. But that's 83 to 151 is significant, right? You're talking about 70 picks.
For Tevin Jenkins, I don't care.
I just think they have more holes, and this is what Pace always does. He does not value capital. He sees his guy, and he says, I'm going to go get it, and I'm going to go get my guy. Now, look, I raved about Tevin Jenkins for the entire draft season, start to finish. No issue with the player whatsoever here. Tevin Jenkins is the automatic right tackle starter. Jermaine Ifedi becomes a swing backup, which is great. I got no issue with that. It is an improvement for the Bears, period, end of story. Tevin Jenkins is going to make Justin Fields a happy dude. Like David Montgomery is going to love Tevin Jenkins. Like nothing against Tevin Jenkins being a Bear. I said all the way along that Tevin Jenkins would be a great Bear. Tevin Jenkins in the lineup, going to root for him. Absolutely. Ryan Pace, man, this is his gig. He will give picks for players. He will just do it. So it'd be really interesting to see who they end up with at 151. I don't care about 204. 204 was a bargaining chip anyways, but yeah, you give up 52, which is the obvious because you're moving up from 52 to 39. 83 is a cost, and it basically turns into 151. You drop 70 picks, which is 2 solid rounds, including compensatory. That's a downgrade. Not saying they're not going to get another good player. I think it does give them less of a gap right? They go from 39 to 151 now instead of from 83 to 204, which was the previous gap. So interesting. Love Jenkins in the offense.
Ooh,
Tremendous
Richie
fit.
Grant to Atlanta.
There you go. Told you the safeties are going to go. But you know what I'm in danger of? What picker number are we at? 40 what? No, 30 what? No, 34. That would have been 40.
We're at 40 flat, yeah.
That would have been 40. Okay, I've only got 8 picks to get how many tackles?
Oh, shit.
Because how many tackles have gone? Is it 5?
You better hope for an incredible run. Yeah, because
Right.
it's Penne, Slater, Darisaw, Leatherwood, Jenkins. Anybody else? Am I missing any?
I'm looking.
I don't think we had any others.
Oh,
5
no, hang
tackles?
on. Okay, here we go. We've got Sewell, Slater, Leatherwood, Darisaw. And that's it? 4 in the first round? Yikes. Is that right? Yeah, because Vera Tucker's not at 4 in the first round. And then Jenkins just went as 5. I need 3 more in the next 8 picks.
Yeah, good luck with that. At this rate.
You said 9 were going in the first round.
No, I said 8 total offensive linemen were going in the first round, and I'm
4.
way off on that one. Yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how happy am I? For the player, 10 out of 10. Tevin Jenkins, 10 out of 10. Like, dead, solid, perfect, nailed it. For the deal, for the value, for the team building, 6 out of 10. Like, I'm not unhappy, but again, the value question, you're going to be picking at 52. There's obviously other tackles. We just talked about this. Only 4 tackles went in the first round, and Jenkins is the first one in the second. If we don't see a massive run on tackles here in the next, 8 to 10 picks, you could have waited and got one, right? They're going to be there. It'll be really interesting to see which tackles are on the board at 52 and what they could have had instead for not giving up those picks. I was for the Bears trading back and getting picks, but if you're going to go up, you got to get a guy you believe in who fits in the offense. And look, as far as Tevin Jenkins, 10 out of 10. Like I said, I would look like an idiot right now if I said I was not happy about Tevin Jenkins, because for months I've been pounding the table saying Tevin Jenkins would be great at 20, and they got him at 39. Like, done deal. Like, Tevin Jenkins is the Bears' new right tackle. Boom.
Levi Onwuzurike to Detroit. That's a good pick.
Dan Campbell getting his guys. He's going to start.
That's a really, really good pick. So my thing with Onwuzurike, he's going to be playing next to Trey Flowers, Michael Brockers, Romeo Okwara. You're going to have Jamie Collins probably, playing outside linebacker there. You can give him some pass rush duty as well. But like, just having Okwara and Onwuzurike right next to each other on third downs is going to be nasty. I love Levi Onwuzurike. I think he's the best interior pass rusher in this draft that is a pure DT, at least. I know a lot of people think Milton Williams, but Levi, he's explosive, he's powerful, he's a lot more polished than Milton is right now. You look at those Husky defenses, it was him and Tryon versus the world in a lot of snaps. Like it was 3 versus 5, and he was beating doubles. I thought he very well could have been a first-round pick. Before
I go, somebody in chat said I was tripping. Bears already won the draft. Yeah, they did that with Fields. We said it this morning on the pod I was on. Like, it doesn't matter from this point on. He could burn the rest of the picks, and everybody would still be like, "That's amazing." But that's what he just did. He burned a bunch of picks. Did he get a good player for it? Absolutely. 10 out of 10 on Tevin. Great with Fields and Tevin. It's a very good haul. Say what you want about the picks. I say I would have liked better value. But if he'd gone up and got somebody I really didn't like, I would have a big issue with it. He went up and got somebody that I love as a fit for the Bears. That being said, I got to hop out, do a little podcast reaction about Tevin. I'll be back, and I'll still be tripping because it's 2 good players. All right. See you guys.
All right. We'll see you in a bit. Now, somebody in chat mentioned JOK's got a health issue. If you have any sort of article or tweet or anything like that, I would love to know more about that, because that would kind of explain his slide a little bit for a guy that very easily could have been a top 25 pick for a lot of defenses. I would love to know if there's some sort of, hard evidence of like a medical issue happening here. Because other than that, I can't really explain why he's fallen so far and why Denver would take a running back over him, considering I think their need at linebacker opposite A.J. Johnson. I would love some information on that. Now, in terms of Richie Grant to Atlanta, I didn't really talk about that much. So they just lost a whole bunch of safeties because their cap situation was absolutely awful. They lost 3 safeties. So right now they got Eric Harris and Jalen Hawkins. Richie Grant could start at either spot over either one of them. In fact, Deron Harmon might even start over either one of them either. You want him at free safety, he could play free safety. You want him at strong safety, he's good against the run. You put him at nickel, he can cover in the slot. Richie Grant's a phenomenal player. Again, a little bit interesting that he went after Trayvon Merrick, because I had Trayvon Merrick as a tier 1 safety. I had Richie Grant just on the edge between tier 2 and tier 1. I probably would have taken Merrick personally, but if you're looking for a very certain skill set, which who's their DC? Dean Pease? Yeah, he's going to want safeties that can play man coverage. And Richie Grant can play man coverage. So that makes a lot of sense to me. Oh, Gettleman traded down. Giants trading to Miami. Well, Miami's got assets. I would love to see how far up they're coming. Perhaps to take a tackle, because Tevin went off the board. So, yeah, Eichenberg. There we go. Called it. Yeah, they were run out of tackles. Robert Hunt's getting moved to right guard, so they needed to get one. And I think they were anticipating a tackle run here, and this might just kick one off. Once Tevin Jenkins went off the board, I think a lot of teams were like, shit, we got to make a move here. So Eichenberg's going to be your right tackle. Robert Hunt, your right guard. Let me pull up the depth chart for you boys. Stand by. All right. So do this. So your depth chart for the 2021 Miami Dolphins, you're going to have Austin Jackson at left tackle, Michael Dieter at left guard, Matt Skur at center, move Robert Hunt into right guard. Solomon Kinley either will compete for left guard or just be a swing guard. And then you got Eichenberg at right tackle. Honestly, I like that a lot. That's a pretty good, young offensive line. Are there any true stars there? I mean, Austin Jackson's got potential, not like, Penei Sewell potential, but he's got potential to be a really good tackle for them. So, but I think that's at minimum a very solid offensive line. And considering their offensive system where they're getting the ball out quick in under 2.5 seconds anyway, you don't really need, like amazing pass protectors. Like, say, Kansas City needs amazing pass protectors that can hold up for 3 seconds. You don't really need that in Miami. So I think this is a very good pick. You get your best 5 on the field, and that was the last hole for Miami. That they've got no other holes. Offensive line is good. Receivers, you got Devontae Parker, Will Fuller, Jalen Waddle. Preston Williams is your number 4. At running back, I mean, you could get some more help with Myles Gaskin, but I like Salvin Ahmed. Like, again, you're not desperate there. You could just get another one, like a Trey Sermon or something like that. Khalil Herbert, and you're good to go. Tight end, I like Gesicki. Defensive line is amazing. And just deep, especially with the addition of Phillips. Linebacker is good, not great, but at least it's good. And the secondary is just ridiculous. Like, Miami's roster is absurd. Just absurd. All right, let's see who I missed here. Let me go to the... Did I miss any picks after Eichenberg? I don't think I did. Let me know if I did, because things kind of go fast and furious on day 2. So Giants traded 42 to Miami, number 50 and 3rd. So Miami sent just a next year's 3rd to go up and get Eichenberg. That ain't bad. They got so many picks anyway. Who cares? Like, they've got more picks than they know what to do with. Dolphins rebuilding vid this summer. I mean, how they gutted the roster 2 years ago and shipped off Minka, shipped off Tunsil, and they realized, like, hey, we suck. We can either take our existing talent and be mediocre because they had enough good players on the roster to be average or slightly below average. And they committed to being terrible, but getting dudes that fit the system and the culture that they were building. And they were terrible for the first couple months of Flores, but they brought in dudes that they knew were going to buy in, that could play certain roles effectively. They built for, that's the thing, is Chris Greer took players that fit his coaches. He didn't just take guys that he liked and said, go fit him in. He took guys that his coaches wanted, that his coaches could actually use in their system. You know, he's the kind of general manager that will marry the coaching staff with the player evaluation process, which are usually end up being the best teams. And, you know, they recognize like, hey, we can either be below average or we can be bad for a little bit and then get good. They were bad for a little bit. They got assets because of that, and they nailed, you know, the usage of those assets. You could talk about the Herbert versus Tua thing. I get it. We'll see. But other than maybe quarterback, I feel like they've really nailed this entire rebuild in just 2 years. It's pretty insane. All right, Las Vegas traded up. So SF trades number 43, a 7th rounder to Vegas for number 48 and a 4th rounder. All right, so who's Vegas going to get? I'm going to guess somebody from Ohio State, Alabama, or Clemson. Let's go with that. It's my best guess here, boys. We'll see. Let me go to the draft tracker. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. I know, riveting content while I check Twitter to make sure I'm completely up to date here. So I got Eichenberg. I talked about Levi. I talked about Richie Grant. Love Tevin Jenkins. Talked about Barmore. All right, we're up to date, boys. All right, I'm not seeing any definite pick here. Trayvon Merrick to Vegas. I would love Merrick. I would swap the picks. I would just pretend they took Merrick in the first and Leatherwood in the second, and I would call that a win. If that's true. That would be a phenomenal pick for them. Merrick shouldn't have gone in the second round, if we're being honest. He should not. Okay. Great job, Raiders. You're salvaging your draft. Merrick should not have gone in the second round. I will accept this as an equal, an opposite. What's like the law of physics? You know, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. This is the equal and opposite reaction to reaching for Leatherwood. Thank God. I'll tweet something real quick. Yeah, I honestly considered Merrick at 17 for the Raiders. So I mean, this is just they got lucky. They got very lucky. It's confirmed, right? Right? I just want to make sure before I tweet something and look stupid. Okay, cool. I trust you, Daniel. Good pick, Raiders. I wonder if Mike Mayock just took the phone out of Gruden's hand and said, "Fuck you, let me do it from now on." I know how to get value. Because I would have considered him at 17. Like when you look at Merrick's skill set, you can play him at free safety or strong. He's not as good of a center fielder as Javon Holland, in my opinion, but he can still do it and do it at a high level. The thing is, he's very good in man coverage. Very reliable run support. You can play him in the slot. If you want to play like any sort of match quarter stuff, I mean, he can play at like a 12 to 15 yard shelf and still mirror and get in phase pretty quickly. Which a lot of safeties, when they're that far off a receiver, can struggle to stay in position. He's very good at staying in position from that large of a cushion. Like some safeties need to be, basically right up on a guy to make sure that they can get in phase. Like he's got very good, like, I guess you call it spatial awareness, where he can play off coverage very effectively, which again, for a safety, pretty rare. Like you watch him at TCU, they would try to run quarters beaters on him, like takeoff routes where they like fake the bender with a slot receiver that runs 4-4 and then just take off vertical, because a lot of safeties will panic and they'll bite and then they'll just run right by him. Very common way to beat quarters. And he's just effortlessly patient, staying square, not driving on it. As soon as they run the takeoff, he opens up, runs with it, gets a pick. That was in the 2019 Oklahoma State game. He's a very, very good safety. I would have strongly considered him at 17. Kelvin Joseph to Dallas. Is that what we're seeing? Sounds about right. Second round pick. Very good zone corner for what they want to do with Dan Quinn's defense, which is going to be a lot of cover 3, a lot of press bail. That's what Joseph does. And in my defensive rankings episode, I pointed that out. Like he and Paulson Adebo, if you want to play a lot of zone coverage, a lot of cover 3, that's what they do. They open up, they track the ball, they have great ball skills. That's a perfect fit for Dallas, to be honest. So good on them for, after the 2 top corners got taken in round 1, being patient and still getting a really good, very talented corner that fits their system in round 2. I love it. I love Kelvin Joseph to Dallas. Perfect scheme fit. Now, the Micah Parsons selection, we'll see, because I'm not entirely sure how he fits in with that linebacking core and what they have there right now, because they got a lot of linebackers. Maybe they just felt like he was too talented to pass up, maybe, which I guess I could understand, but I at least really like the Kelvin Joseph pick, and I think he's going to probably start pretty darn quick here. Pretty darn quick. All right, I think we're up to date, right, chat? I think we're up to date. I'm just going to keep this NFL Draft Twitter open in a side thing just to make sure. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Ooh. Sip the Colkagan, water break. Why is JOK still on the board? Scheme fits really hard. No LB coaches at his pro day. What do you mean no linebacker coaches at his pro day? There were no linebacker coaches at his pro day? No. What? I know for a fact there's multiple teams that had him like very, very high. That would be, there must be a medical thing. There must be a medical thing. And the mental lapses, not fat. No. There's no way. Oh, Matt Miller was saying that. Okay. And here's the thing with Matt Miller. I love Matt. He always is the messenger for what he gets told from people in the league. And then he gets killed for it when he's not the one that, like, because I know Matt likes JOK. But Matt gets killed for repeating what evaluators tell him. And he's like, I'm just the messenger. And for some reason, people don't understand that. They will just repeatedly pile onto Matt as if that is his opinion. And it's not true. Matt likes JOK. I love Matt. I support him. Always have, always will. Heart issue. Heart issue for JOK? Is that what people are saying? I would love to read up more on that because heart issues, again, it depends. Like some guys don't, depending on what the heart issue is, some guys would drop, some guys wouldn't drop at all. So just, I'm not a doctor, I can't speak to it, but depending on what the details are, if there are any, I'm not saying, go violate HIPAA or anything like that, but is Asante Samuel sliding because of his height, weight? I would say it's more sliding because of certain. I wouldn't even really say sliding at all. Like I had him as a second round pick anyway, and it's the second round. He could very well go later in this round. I just think it's a scheme fit type thing. Like he is very, very good in zone coverage. In terms of man coverage, he's more of an off corner, and there's some systems where they really prefer press. Like if they're going to man up, they would prefer guys play press. That's not really his thing. He's an off man corner or a zone corner. Like honestly, he would have fit the Cowboys very, very well. They just happen to like Kelvin Joseph better because Joseph has better long speed, whereas Asante Samuel's more of a short area quickness kind of guy. Not that his long speed's bad. It's just Kelvin Joseph is like a legit 4-3 kind of guy. So I think he could have fit the Cowboys. I think, God, who's another like zone heavy team that's coming up here? Let me look at who's coming up in picks. See if I can kind of figure out where a good fit for them is, or for Asante Samuel is. So in round 2, we still have Jaguars have not picked, right? Oh, pick is in. Okay. We just don't know what it is yet. Yeah, we just don't know. Walker Little? Is that what it is? Yeah, here's the tackle run. So Walker Little is intriguing because extraordinarily toolsy, huge. It's like 6'6", 320, somewhere in that ballpark. Really long arms. For his size, really good feet. But the last time we saw him was almost 2 years ago because he tore his ACL the first game of 2019, then opted out in 2020, like a lot of Pac-12 players did that opted out. And he was very technically unrefined the last time we saw him in 2018. It is very possible that, I mean, if he's been working with coaches and trainers in the last 2 years without playing, that he could have refined himself. I mean, he would get beat by inside moves like crazy because he would get way too vertical in his hips. He would just kind of open the gate, call it giving a soft shoulder from some offensive line coaches. It's possible that he fixed that because Tristan Wirfs had a very similar issue, not nearly as bad as Walker Little, but Tristan Wirfs had a very similar issue and fixed it before his rookie season even started. Like whoever's Tampa Bay's offensive line coach is, they fixed that problem like in his rookie training camp, and he never really had it. And he became arguably the best right tackle in the league as a rookie. So it's possible that Walker Little has fixed that in the last 2 years. But we'll see. Either way, he's got a lot of tools. And just on tools alone, I think it's a very justifiable pick for Jacksonville. Jackson Carman went right after, correct? So, or did Cincy no, they didn't trade up. They were just there. Okay, so Jackson Carman. First of all, I know Jackson. I've talked to him several times. Really good dude. I am curious to see if this means they want to play him at guard because they already have, Reef, and I wonder if they just want to either put him at right tackle and put Reef at guard, or if they want to put Carman at guard and Reef at tackle. Not entirely sure which one they want to do. He can do either. I know a lot of people look at him strictly as a guard. He's not. He's a tackle that can also play guard. And without getting into too much detail, what I want you guys to know about Jackson Carman, if you go watch him, watch only the first 4 games of the season. Every other game after that, which I think was Miami game was the last game that he had healthy. Every other game after that, he was playing through some pretty serious shit. Really serious shit. I'm surprised he was even like functioning, to be honest. So really only watch the first 4 games of Jackson Carman in terms of tackle tape, and he was really good. He was definitely a round 2 quality offensive tackle in those first 4 games. So I think what this tells me is that Cincy did their homework and they talked to him. They got good medical information. He's fine now, but they got good medical information. And I think that they're getting a value here. Again, he's not just, a lot of people project him at guard because they were only watching games later in the season. Don't worry about that. He's a tackle that can also play guard. So what I'm curious is, since they have Reef, who's also a tackle that can play guard, which one are they going to do? My gut says Reef at guard, Carman at tackle, but we'll see. I hope you're right, Brett. I know I'm right on this one. I like Jackson Carman. He went where he should, which is in the second round. And if he's healthy, which I think he is now, if he's healthy, I think he's going to be a good player for them. Like he had some really good reps against Chase Young the year before. Remember that. Like, he's a good player. Jackson Carman's a good player. And he's working with Duke Manyweather, who's probably the best offensive line trainer on planet Earth. And that counts a lot for me. So I like Jackson Carman. Carman over Cosme, well, it depends on what you want. Cosme's ceiling is incredible, which is why I had him in the first round. Carman, I think, is a little bit more ready to play right now. So what do you want? You want technical efficiency? You want Carman. You want sky-high ceiling that can be like a Taylor Lewan type player who needs some refinement? You take Cosme. Again, it's different strokes, different folks, all that kind of stuff. Like, Cosme's not going to last that much longer because he's a freak of nature talent. But it just depends on what you want. Trey Smith is still available? I believe he is, yeah. Chase still beat him pretty consistently. I mean, Chase beats everybody, but I don't think he beat him as consistently as maybe you think. When you look at the techniques and the play calls that Clemson was using there, he was doing what he was coached to do. I think it was overall a flattering tape for Jackson Carman. I'll just say that. Again, have I ever had him as a first round tackle? No. But I've had him as a day 2 tackle, and he went in day 2. Makes sense to me. Again, you want him to play guard, he could play guard. I think he's going to be a right tackle for them. We'll see. Rap says Murray fell because of MRI on his back. I mean, that can mean a lot of different things. So I would be curious to know what the actual Asante Samuel to the Chargers. I love that. That's a great fit. So he's going to play that Kyle Fuller role at left corner where you plant yourself 8 yards off the line of scrimmage, outside leverage. You dare quarterbacks to throw the out because he's going to go pick it off. That is a fucking perfect fit for what Asante Samuel Jr. does well. He's literally the same skill set as Kyle Fuller. And now they got their own Kyle Fuller. God, I love that. All right, I got to tweet because I love that fit so much. I've got a soft spot for Asante Samuel Jr. He plays just like his dad. He's such a solid corner. Oh, man. So a secondary, Derwin James, Nasir Adderley, Asante Samuel, Chris Harris. That's legit. Loud-ass keyboard. Yeah, it's a mechanical keyboard. I'm a keyboard snob, I guess you could say. It's a Corsair. I don't know. I got my first mechanical keyboard a couple years ago, and I just can't go back. I love how, I don't know, you can just feel the keys really well. It just feels better to type on it. Where do you see Cosme going now? I mean, full disclosure, I thought Cosme was going to go ahead of Carmen because his athletic ceiling is higher. But again, it's like some teams just don't want to take the time to refine technique, and Carmen's technique is already there. Like, we could talk about floor versus ceiling. They wanted Carmen's floor. I personally had Cosme in the first round because I liked his ceiling. So it just different strokes, different folks. Apparently, Moore got the injury at his pro day / working out for teams, and teams only found out when they noticed he was wrapped up. You know, I remember, I think it was Jane Slater was talking about how he didn't finish his pro day because he hurt his back. I thought it was just like a muscle strain or something like that. I didn't realize it was something serious. Interesting. All right, who's up right now? So, Draft Tracker just has the pick is in for Chargers. They do not have the Niners with the pick is in yet. Brett, what about Stone? So Stone Forsythe falling tells me that teams really, really hate how he run blocks. And by that, I mean he doesn't run block at all. That's what that tells me. He doesn't run block at all. And a lot of teams probably just really fucking hated that. So that's my take on it. Is Ojulari injured as well? I read something about him having a medical thing. I don't know what it was. But personally, I had Ojulari as a second-round pick anyway, like just on tape grades. So I'm not super surprised that he fell out of the first round. Rewatched your horn vid. Will he draw pass interference calls? Why didn't he do the 3-cone 5-10-5? To my untrained eye, he didn't get in and out of breaks well. I didn't really see any problems with hip fluidity, to be honest. He just might not have done the 3-cone 5-10-5 because he didn't really need to. That tends to be like very important for corners that play like a lot of off coverage, which he's a press corner and he knows he's going to be used as a press corner. So it's not, why show something that wouldn't be like, I think he's good. I don't think it would be like earth shattering, his 3-cone or 5-10-5. So, why show it if like it's only going to hurt you at that point? Like he showed how vertically explosive he was, and he's a press corner. So he doesn't need, like, in that style, hips are important, but really it's hand usage that kind of makes or breaks a press corner, and he's got great hand usage. As far as will he draw pass interference calls, I mean, I'm sure a few, but every corner does. I'm not as worried about that as like Chris Sims is, because he plays the exact same style of Jalen Ramsey, Richard Sherman. Like, they're not going to call it as much as you think they are. Like, there might be a couple here and there, but they're not going to call illegal contact every single play. They just won't. Even if there is illegal contact every single play, they won't call it, because it just makes the game unwatchable. And the league will tell them, calm the fuck down, guys. Stop throwing this many flags. People aren't going to watch the game if you guys are on screen every 2 seconds. So defensive players know that, and they know they're only going to call it a certain amount of times before they just stop. So that's how I see it. We're thinking Forsythe to the Colts. I mean, if Cosme's on the board, I'd rather just take Cosme. I legitimately would have taken Cosme in the first round if I was them. So if you're getting Cosme second round, Kwity Paye first round, again, I thought Kwity Paye was a second round pick, so you just kind of switch those back and forth, and I'm on board. I'm on board. You guys should upload more content to Apple Podcasts more often. That's how I found you guys, and now I'm a long-term fan. Does it not automatically go to Apple Podcast? I thought it was supposed to automatically, through our distribution service. I thought it just goes up no matter what. If it's not going to Apple Podcasts, let me know, because it should be, and that would be really annoying if somehow in one of our really it doesn't. All right. I apologize for that. We switched distribution services not too long ago. It might have got fucked up somehow when we did that. So I'll talk to Art19, and I'll figure out what's going on with that. because I know it's on Spotify, and obviously it's on YouTube. I'll see what's up with Apple. Oh, not streams. Yeah, the streams I haven't put up on any podcast service. Those are just YouTube. But the podcast episodes themselves should all be on Apple. Hopefully they are. All right, pick is in for Niners. Do we know what it is yet? If Asante is playing the off man Fuller role, does that mean Michael Davis can play that press man role formerly played by Amukamara in Chicago for the Chargers? He'd be better at it than Asante would. So yeah, and then you still got Harris at nickel or in the slot. Yeah, I mean you could still look for a press corner like a Keith Taylor Jr. or a Tay Gowan later in the draft if you really want to. But in a pinch, yeah, Michael Davis can do that for sure. Aaron Banks to the Niners. Is that official? Seems like it is. So if it's Aaron Banks, he was seen as the best of all of the Notre Dame interior offensive line prospects, and there was 3 of them. Keep in mind, Robert Hainsey played right tackle, but he's projected pretty much by everybody to be either a center or a guard. He worked at center at the Senior Bowl. He's not really seen as a tackle. He's seen as an interior guy. And Banks was seen as the best of the 3. Very, very good movement skills for his size, which is important in this system because, again, it's a lot of wide zone. Pass protection, I think he's more talented than productive, I guess you can say. As I felt like there was a lot of lapses with his hands, like not ideal punch timing or placement as a pass protector. So he's got to work on that. But in terms of athletic profile, I think he's a perfect fit for what the Niners do in the run game. And I think they have confidence that they can coach him up and turn him into a very high quality guard, which again, athletically, perfect fit. Now, their current projected starting guards, if you'll allow me. So right now you got Trent Williams, obviously at left tackle. You got Laken Tomlinson and Justin School at guard. I kind of like Tomlinson still at left guard, so I'm assuming they're going to want him. Man, maybe he'll just be a swing guard and just compete for a spot. And if he doesn't, I mean, you could do worse for a swing guard than Aaron Banks. And then depending on the contract situation, let me look up Laken Tomlinson's deal. Maybe he only has 1 year left, and they're just trying to future-proof the roster. I mean, you could probably have him compete for right guard right now, but if Laken's only got 1 year left on his deal, at worst, he's going to be a long-term left guard for you. Yeah, he's only got 1 year left. That makes a lot. So, okay, so it's a combination of future-proofing the roster while also giving competition for the right guard spot, having them compete in camp for it. If I had to guess, Banks would win it over School. If I had to guess, because he's the weakest link on that offensive line by a pretty fair margin. I would still give him a shot to compete for the job in camp, obviously. So if I had to guess, Banks would be your new right guard. And then potentially if Laken does not stick around long-term after this season, you can move him over to left guard, which he played in college, and then just get another right guard next year. Quick thoughts on there. Rondale Moore to the Cardinals. Holy shit. Oh, man, that's fun. Oh, sign me up. All right, so you've got DeAndre Hopkins, A.J. Green as your boundary threats. Andy Isabella, who gives a fuck? Christian Kirk as a slot receiver. Rondale Moore as just a give him the ball and watch him go kind of guy. Projects also as a slot receiver, but keep in mind that Christian Kirk, again, only 1 year left on his deal. So I'm not necessarily sure he's going to be long-term in their plans anyway. So Rondale might just outright take his job as the slot receiver no matter what. But I think Rondale, again, he's just so dynamic with the ball. You could put him in the slot, have him get jet sweeps from that spot, have him be your screen guy. You can run deep routes with, like, he's very good at tracking the ball through the air, better than Andy Isabella at it. Like, you can put him in the slot and have him run, like corner posts out of the slot and like legitimately hit on deep balls to him. So I love that for them, especially because Christian Kirk's potentially only going to be there for one more year. Andy Isabella has not worked out. AJ Green probably only going to be there for a year. The only receiver on the entire roster that long term is going to be on the team is DeAndre Hopkins. So I love this pick. Again, I mocked Jalen Waddle to them round 1 because I felt like he would have played this role, potentially taking Christian Kirk's slot job year 1 and at worst taking it year 2, get him the ball in jet sweeps, screens, all that kind of shit. Yeah, I love it. Great pick. Absolutely great pick. So now back to back, you got Zaven Collins and Rondale Moore. It's your 2 biggest needs on the roster. Well, 2 of the 3 biggest needs. They still need corner, but some corners have kind of slid a little bit. So you got time. There's still a few guys that I'm looking at in round 3 that they might be able to get. But that's 2 of the 3 biggest needs that they filled with very good players back to back. I dig what the Cardinals have done so far. Absolutely dig it. Watch Rondale Moore like 2018 versus Ohio State. That gives you a little taste of what he can do. Dynamic player. Dynamic. Oh, that's good water. How could the Bears draft get any better at this point? I mean, what else do they need? I'd probably get another receiver at some point because Anthony Miller ain't it. He had a lot of potential, but I just haven't seen it yet. But you can get those on day 3. Interior offensive line's good. Tevin Jenkins obviously stud at tackle. I'm more concerned about building around Justin Fields than anything else. Like, obviously you look at corner to replace Kyle, but unless Paulson Adebo's going to be there on day 3, which I highly doubt it because they just gave up their 3rd rounder to go get Tevin Jenkins. Unless Paulson Adebo's there on day 3, you're not getting anybody that's even close to Kyle's skill set. So I would just use every pick you got left on offense. Make Justin Fields' rookie season as good as humanly possible and figure out the defense next year. That's how I look at it. All right. Have I missed any other picks? So I hit on Aaron Banks. I hit on Rondale Moore. Giants are on the clock. No pick is in there yet, from what I can tell. I'm kind of feeling Terrace Marshall wait, no. The Giants already took a receiver. That's right. They took fucking Kadarius Toney. God, I forgot about that. All right. Well, they're not going to take a receiver. You take edge, maybe like Azeez Ojulari would fit here, pending medical. Ellerson Smith might fit here, depending on if they're looking for a hand in the dirt guy or a stand-up guy. You could look at Cosme for the Giants if you want him at right tackle. Then you have Parrott be your swing, but they just invested multiple pretty high picks in off. Okay, there we go. Azeez Ojulari, who I just brought up. All right. That makes sense. Edge was one of the other needs that I wanted them to address. I mocked them Jalen Phillips in the first round. They traded out of 11 and took Kadarius Toney. So they still needed an edge regardless. Ojulari, I think, very, very hard-nosed, disciplined run defender. As far as outside linebackers go, it's hard to find one that I think is more well-coached than him in this class, like pure 3-4 outside linebackers, that is. Like, he's probably the most well-coached outside linebacker in this class. A little bit of a one-trick pony as a pass rusher, but I don't necessarily think it's for lack of technical development. I just think he's not very good at speed to power. He's not as fluid as maybe like some other guys with a good counter spin are. Like, his best thing is cross chop. That is, in terms of physical ability, that's what he's got. He doesn't really have the power to then take a speed rush, convert it into a long arm, and run through somebody. He's never been able to do that, at least not consistently. So I do think that part of the reason why he went in the second round, beyond just the medical stuff, is if you're going against a tackle that knows how to stop a cross chop move by either flashing the hand or just not giving the outside hand, period, he doesn't really have anything else as a pass rusher. So I think you're going to have to scheme him some opportunities a little bit, which is what Patrick Graham does with the Giants anyway. You know, like they blitz a lot. They do a lot of crazy stuff with stunts and everything like that. And that's what Ojulari is good at. Like, you want him to rush a little bit off the edge. You want him to stunt inside. You want him to drop into coverage. Like, in a defense as diverse as this one, with as many crazy, creepers and everything, like you need less of a Jalen, or less of a what's the word? Less of a Joey Bosa, more of a Leonard Floyd. How about that? That's a good way to put it. You don't want just somebody who can only go forward. You want somebody who can go backwards a little bit too. Even though he's not the best at just being a pure pass rusher, he still does a lot of other stuff that I think makes this pick make a lot of sense to me. All right, who we got now? EJ is not in the bathroom. He went to go do a quick reaction Bears podcast for his other gig after the Bears took Jenkins. So that's what he's been doing. Brett, if you're Philly, would you trade up for JOK? Well, it depends on medical issue, because there's been people who have been talking about medical for him. So we'll see. We'll see where he goes. As a player, he shouldn't be this far. He just shouldn't. JOK was overrated by draft media. Trust me, that's not the problem. I got a text from a buddy with a team after I said that JOK was my number one linebacker. 5 minutes later, he agreed with me. He sent me my tweet and said, "Yep, there are teams that love JOK. Multiple teams. Like, he's not the only one that texted me. Two other teams that I know that he's high on their board. So there must be a medical thing." EJ's back.
EJ is back. It was busy. Mixed reaction. I was in the middle, and Jacob was super high on the whole thing, process and player. Danny loves player like I do. It was a little bit more upset with process. So, but all of us love the player. Like, and Cosme. I left. And what happened?
Trayvon Merrick went to the Raiders.
No, what happened with tackles after I left?
Oh, well, Cosme just went to Washington just now, which makes that, is that pick 51? Did we miss it by one pick, chat? I think we might have missed it by one pick. That's fucking unfortunate. So EJ, 8 tackles in the top 48. Let me run it through.
There were 4. Jenkins was 5. You can start there.
All right. So Jenkins was the 5th one to go.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had Eichenberg at 6. Eichenberg went to the Dolphins at 42. Walker Little went to the Jags at 45. And then at 51, okay, number 8.
So we missed it by 3 picks. Missed it by 3 picks, and you were completely wrong. You said 9 OL in the first line, and there were
way
5.
Off.
Yeah, there were 5. So no, but interesting that right after they picked Jenkins, everybody was like, "Damn, tackle."
Yeah.
So
you just needed that one to go.
Yeah, it sort of broke the dam, and Cosme, man, to the Washington football team is that offense is gonna be a lot of fun. Oh, Jackson Carman. Where'd Jackson Carman go?
Oh, that's right. I forgot about Jackson Carman.
You lose.
Which is funny because I spent like 10 minutes talking about how much I liked. You know what it was? I NFL.com has him listed at guard. And
No,
I was
not
looking just at
accepting that.
OT.
Nope.
He's a tackle.
He's a tackle.
So yeah, you succeeded.
All right. My
How
day's
about
getting good. I'll just leave that particular reference out. I already put enough bad words in this chat. No, life is getting weird for sure, because while I was off doing that pod spot, I got another hit that said, "Hey, what are you doing tomorrow morning?" And I was like, "Well, I'm starting the stream up with Brett at X time." And they were like, "You want to go on the radio?" I was like, "Sure. With who?" "Oh, okay. Yeah, absolutely." So when I get back tomorrow morning, which will be right after you start the stream, I'll probably make it in before the draft starts.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Is that true?
Oh my.
Is that true?
Dude, I need to.
Nothing confirmed. I get nothing confirmed and is confirmed in 2 consecutive chats. Which is it? Browns get Aaron Rodgers. I did. I said if JOK goes to the Browns, is it true?
God, I
Pick
hope
is
it's
in.
true.
Confirmed JOK to Cleveland official. Guy, I got 2 things right. I got 8 tackles in the top 48, and I got JOK to Cleveland. Do I get a cookie? No, I don't. You know what I get? I get a beer. God. I get a beer.
Good for Cleveland.
That is a great pick for Cleveland. And we are back on those of you that have watched the stream before. This is the OK beer, one of my favorite Polish beers. Shout out to Kay Adams. She enjoys this as well. It's basically pub beer for Poland, but it's quite tasty. And we can get it at a market around here. So I like it, and I got one specially for the draft because it is okay. And isn't it funny that JOK goes to Cleveland and we've got Owusu Koromoro beer? That's not what it's.
So you get Newsome and JOK is back to back. Like fuck.
They needed linebacking help. We talked about this in the pre-draft setup on Wednesday night. Somebody said, "What do the Browns need?" And we said, "Well, they're pretty good on the defensive line. Their offense looks really good. Was hitting their stride at the end of last year. They don't have anything at linebacker. They're getting Delpit back at safety. They could use another corner, depending on how they think about Greedy, and they could really use some linebacking talent. And they go out and get a corner and one of the most gifted linebackers in this draft. So,
can't believe they got him.
That's so cool.
I can't believe they got him.
That was one of our great fits, and there it is right there. So here's to JOK with some OK beer.
Did they trade up, or was he just naturally? No, they must have traded up. So they traded up with Carolina, I think, right?
That's the second time Carolina's traded down, because they traded down with the Bears. Oh, did they get him at 52? Did they take the Bears?
I think they got him at 52. Yeah, because Cosme, I don't think has even been announced yet to Washington at 51. So I think they traded up to Carolina at 52. I'm just gonna triple check here.
I'm looking. Wow, this is NFL.com.
Yeah, they
still
did.
On
Okay,
46.
So they traded up. Here we go.
What streams everybody on? Because NFL.com
I think it's just Twitter.
46. Okay,
it's just Twitter. Yeah. So Cleveland gave up a second and a fourth. Or no, Carolina got a second and a fourth. Cleveland gave up a second and a third. So they got a fourth back. They just basically gave up a third.
Yeah, but Carolina traded down to 52. That's Chicago's pick, and they traded down again. Carolina's stacking up picks.
It's Matt Rule. He just came out of college. He knows all these guys. He recruited them.
Yeah, but you know what they're doing.
Getting a fuckload of ammo
for a quarterback next year.
If Darnold doesn't work out, but
that's what they're doing. They're stacking up a war chest so that whoever they want next year.
Howell?
I don't think it's Howell. I mean, we talked about this. Could be Howell. Could be Rattler if he comes out. He's not even eligible, is he? Would he be a redshirt sophomore? He'd be a third-year sophomore. Was he a redshirt freshman? Anyways, there's Riddler, the Corral, the guy from Pitt. There's a lot of guys that could be the guy next year, there's going to be good quarterbacks, and Carolina is setting up that team so that they have, again, if Darnold hits, great. They can just fill out around him, no problem. But, they picked up his 5th-year option. It's fully guaranteed under the new CBA. If he doesn't hit, they will move on. They will take all those picks that they're getting and just push them into the table and go, we want that guy. So
the roster's already pretty good.
It's not far off.
Yeah.
It is not far off.
Oh my God, I'm so psyched for JOK.
I love that. As a Ravens fan, damn great fucking job, Browns. I always love it when you're pissing off your division rivals with your picks, you're doing a pretty good job. So I imagine there's some pretty unhappy Packers fans right now with what Chicago's done, and it's cool to see the division rivalries like that say, that's great, but I wish he didn't land in my division. Like, I had a lot of people reach out to me about Justin Fields and say, hey, happy for you, but even more happy he didn't land in insert division here. Put yourself in the Packers GM shoes. What would you do? I would send a fruit basket to Aaron Rodgers and say, happy retirement. Enjoy hosting Jeopardy. That's what I would do. Because if I was Goody, I think I could get a pretty good deal on a cheese basket, and I'd send it off. And I just wouldn't worry about that guy anymore. I would say we're all in with Jordan Love, and we always have been. That's why we picked him, because that's what GMs say. And try and move on with my life with my top-rated OL, all-pro wide receiver, top 10 running back, and pretty darn good defense too. That's what I would do.
Clearly no Bears bias.
No,
clearly no Bears. No Bears bias.
I put out a tweet earlier today that's doing some pretty decent numbers that says, look, I love Aaron Rodgers as a football player. He is tremendous as a quarterback, and that is true. I love watching that guy play football. He's an all-time great. He is so damn good. Automatic Hall of Famer. If you got any arguments about that, you can just put him somewhere else. At the same time, if I said, let me put this in the frame of question, what is the singular event besides Justin Fields falling to Chicago in the draft that could make all of Bears fans elated at the same time? And it is
Rodgers retiring.
Rodgers doing something besides playing for Green Bay. He could go to Denver. He could retire. It's whatever. Those are all acceptable answers. If that happens in the same weekend, forget it. Like, that is a seismic shift in the division.
Ravens, Tennessee.
Yeah, Ravens, Tennessee. He fits what they want to do. Him. Yeah, he fits what they want to do.
Like, I think
Sean, thank you for trolling Brett. Forsyth is still on the board. Yes, we know. And it's a little later than pick 21. I mean, if you're counting. Weird.
Yeah.
Please tell me he's good. Samuel, please tell me he's good. Are you talking about Dylan? He's good. He's athletic. He's got some work to do. He can hit targets in space, and Derrick Henry's going to love that.
That's what I really like about him, is the fact that you get him on the second level.
Yeah.
And he's nimble enough. The movement skills I thought were excellent. He's nimble enough that he can pick off linebackers in space or pick off safeties in space, which their crack toss game is going to be very entertaining. Their outside zone game is going to be very entertaining. This is a good pick for them.
Yeah, no, it's super fun. I like Dylan Raines. I'm higher on him than some people are. He does not have as much strength as he needs right now. He does get bowed up sometimes in a power run game, and occasionally in a stunt where he gets a bigger interior defender on him, you'll see him sort of flex. He tends to hold, but it's like an athletic hold. It's not a power hold where he's just planning and rooting. It'll be really interesting to see after a year or two of pro conditioning and nutrition if his body changes and he's able to sort of anchor a little bit more, because he can't do that super well right now. But right now, movement skills, super athletic, good length, good feet. Looks like a power forward in a lot of it.
He survived Ellerson Smith, which was probably the best pass rusher he faced in college. Yeah. And he and Smith went toe to toe and had a good old battle there. So the fact that he can survive a dude with that kind of wingspan and that kind of get off, at least gives me hope that he can handle high level NFL caliber athletes. So I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, a lot of people got on him in this tackle class, and I don't know if it was the relative strength of the tackle class. No, Forsyth is not dropping. Forsyth was always in like the 115 range. This idea that he was
for some of
this
us.
idea that he was a number 21 ranked player, like no, that's fantasy that lives in Southern California.
I didn't think he was the number 21 ranked player. I just thought 6 tackles were going to go in the top 21.
Yeah, that's true. And that we all thought, I think more tackles were going to go 4. If you told me 4 from this tackle class was going to be, well, none of us picked 2 running backs in the first round. I had no running backs in the first round. So, no, I think Stone's a fine player and he'll get picked right around that, 90 to 115 range and it'll be perfect. That'll be great. So
I think Christensen here would be interesting.
Yeah, Brady definitely goes before Stone and soon, in my view. But again, my view's not the thing. I got to get off NFL.com because that's just I feel lag. I feel lag. Trash to pit. Creed. Oh, Creed who? No, just kidding.
If Creed, it's because the Steelers are 2 picks away. Assuming the Colts don't take center, they could just easily take Creed.
Yeah, and I would love that. That would be amazing. Again, Pouncey to Creed. Come on. Like that's some teams go from quarterback to quarterback. The Steelers are going from center to center if they get Creed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
I will say this about Stone Forsyth though. Excellent pass protector.
Tremendous.
Excellent pass protector, which is why I thought he was going to go in the first. If fucking Andre Dillard went in the first round for being, I think, an equivalent pass protector.
But see, here's the thing. Andre Dillard in this class would have been like probably a 3rd rounder. Not that Andre Dillard's bad. He's not.
The depth at tackle pushed everybody. The depth at tackle pushed everybody down, including the top 4 guys.
No, I fully agree because people say I can get him later, but we talked about that earlier with different position stacks moving from year to year. Andre Dillard was, I believe, around 1 tackle in that year. I didn't think that was a terrible pick. It certainly wasn't a consensus pick, but I didn't think it was terrible at the time. If you pick Andre Dillard this year, if he's in this class and you pick him round 1, it would be like picking somewhere between Stone Forsyth and Brady Christensen. And it's just because there are guys above him. So there you go.
I don't think trash to pit is real, right?
No.
There's no way.
Well, I've been joking about it for 2 weeks, but I don't think that makes it real.
There's no way. I'll believe it when I see it. Hernan Vasquez for $5. Bears gave up a decent amount, but if you told me they could walk away with Jenkins, Fields, a wide receiver at 151, whether it's Terry, Grimes, or Nico, that's a W. 100% agree.
I honestly think it's a W no matter who they get at 151. Like, yes, they need a wide receiver. Yes, they need an interior offensive lineman. I think they need a center to compete with Mustipher. But if you told me they got Justin Fields and just Justin Fields, I'd say it's a win. If you tell me they get Fields and Jenkins, who is somebody I pounded the table for the last 4 months and said Jenkins at 20 would be great if Ryan Pace chose to stick. Like, you tell me they get Fields and Tevin, like, that's a win. They can get whatever they want at 151. Would I like to see one of those 2 players you mentioned? Hell yeah, I like them both. Would I like to see a center? Maybe Drew Dahlman slips. Yeah, sure. Like, I would love to see that investment in the offensive line. Get some more playmakers later. There's guys at UDFA in wide receiver that could come in and contribute this year. Again, not necessarily as starters, but could give you snaps on certain routes. So there you go. Rondale Moore to Arizona. I heard about that one when I was over doing the other chat. That's going to be fun. That's just going to be fun.
Because Kirk only has 1 year left on his deal, so Rondale might. If Rondale doesn't take the starting slot job this year, I'll definitely have it next year. I think this to me signals that Kirk is gone. And
their little speed guys, Andrew Isabella has never really worked out either. So Rondale kind of erases both of those guys.
Yeah, in one player.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fascinated to see what the Colts do here. I think there's like a non-zero chance it's actually Stone Forsyth because of all the tackles that just went.
Quiddy Pay.
Again, I don't hate Quiddy Pay. I just had him as a second round pick.
No, I'm just giving you a hard time. Oh, did they get him? Yeah. Dale.
They took Dio?
Yep.
All right. What's going on here?
I wonder how the contract status looks. Do you know what their D-line contract status looks like? Because it looks like they're reloading, and I didn't think they needed to reload.
Not even the D-line shit. Like, I understand, like, pass rush was, at least edge rush was an issue for them. Do they hate Carson Wentz? They know who their starting left tackle is.
You and I have gone round and round about Tevy. Now, maybe they think they can get Stone next round, like a lot of other people, but it's very odd that they went Quiddy and then Deo. Because Deo's not going to play this year. Like,
he's coming off an Achilles. He's not going to play.
No, he blew his Achilles like 2 days before the Senior Bowl. It wasn't even in season. Yeah. Like, it's late. So he's not playing this year. He's redshirting, and he's a very good player. Like, we should just talk about Deo a little bit. Like, he's a really good player. I would have had him probably above Boogie Basham, and I like Boogie Basham. I'm higher on Boogie Basham than a lot of people are. But Deo showed some bigger flashes and a little more I want to say variety. Boogie lacked a little bit of variety as it was, but like Deo's flashes were better than Boogie's, and Boogie's are good. Deo's a very good player. If he comes back strong from his Achilles, Kwity Paye and Deo, like, yikes. Like, that's some serious talent, but I'm with you. It's odd that they're choosing to invest in that particular spot and doubling down. Again, Chris Ballard has my undying respect. And I think he's very good at his job. So I'm going to defer and say he knows what he's doing here. We'll see. Oh, Freiermuth to Pitt. Is that real? No. Steelers took Freiermuth. That's
great player.
Yeah.
Great player.
He goes from Penn State to Pittsburgh. Like, come on, State College to Pittsburgh. And he's a great player. And he's better than anything the Steelers have at tight end for sure. Like, it's not even close. So Najee and Freiermuth, like, all right. They're setting that up to be, they already had a great wide receiver core. They're setting that up to be, I don't want to say quarterback agnostic, but quarterback friendly.
So Pat Freiermuth to me was one of the 32 best players in this class.
I would say just outside, but I understand where you're coming from.
He's one of, if not the best blocking tight end, depending on how you classify Tommy Tremble, Brock Wright, either of the Notre Dame guys. The best blocking tight end in this class, who also happens to be an exceptional receiver. And he was a really, really, really damn good blocker with a torn labrum. I think when you factor in his hips, his route running ability, his ball skills, his size, his blocking ability. In a lot of classes, he would be seen as the clear-cut TE1. He just happened to be in the same class as Kyle Pitts. Yeah. Very, very, very good player. I never thought he would slip past the top 50 picks. Like, this is like 15 to 20 picks a little bit later than I expected. So I think this was just a value thing for the Steelers. They must still think that they can get either Creed or Meinerz later, maybe Kendrick Green later. But
I love Chad. Have I said that today? The Steelers to Big Ben. If he dies, he dies.
He dies. They must have their eyes on Kendrick, because again, I don't expect Creed or Meinerz to fall any further than this. But like, they must like Kendrick Green.
Yeah, and they've been good at, again, they took Kevin Dotson, right? Late. They know their type, and they can get him later on, and that's an organizational value that they can leverage. So Freiermuth, see, it was Kyle Pitts up here, and then it was Freiermuth down here, but he was all alone. He was clear TE2 in this class, and then it drops again, and there's nobody with him. There's nobody like, oh, Freiermuth, or no. It's like Pitt's way up here because he's a unicorn. Freiermuth, solidly, as like Brett said, would have been TE1 in other classes, was solidly and alone TE2 in the sort of 40 to 55 range. And then there's a drop. Like, you don't pick another tight end for another round. Easy. So,
yeah. I
Who's
like
going to
that.
block? They're going to go get a later round pick that they really like. Think Kevin Dotson, who was amazing. Like, that's not the first Steelers O-line pick that came from the third, the fourth, the fifth. Like, they're going to go get somebody that they like, and they knew they couldn't get. It's like, again, the classic question. Do you want Freiermuth and the player to be named later who they're going to pick, who they have their eye on, or do you want some other, guard center right now and a tight end whose name you probably don't know, because there's not it's not a strong tight end class. So if they thought Freiermuth was a better value here and they could get that player later and form them into the mold of a Steelers offensive lineman that they like, that's what they're going to do. So it ain't over yet. Give them a break. The Steelers have a pretty good history of drafting. So oh man.
Oh Jesus. Are we waiting
20
for Seattle?
Somebody kept saying, oh, by the way, I'm gonna have to jump out and go talk to Brandon when Seattle takes whoever they take. I forgot they had a pick today. Okay, EJ. Yash, I'm trying to talk you off the ledge, man. It's not over yet. What they really need to do is get something to quarterback, because it ain't. Big Ben is seriously declining and Mason Rudolph ain't the thing. So they got to come up with something, and maybe somebody shakes loose based on guys that got drafted. Maybe Denver gets lucky and they want to move on from Drew Lock. I could see him being a lot of fun with that Pittsburgh receiving core. Like, things are still in play, but what's going to hurt Pittsburgh the most this year is probably quarterback play, because I don't see Big Ben staying healthy the whole year, and even when he is, he's not what he used to be, and Mason Rudolph is not an upgrade. So, Seahawks took Eskridge. Is that true? Eskridge. Wow.
Over Creed and over Meinerz.
Well, Eskridge in general, like, I like him, but I don't know, again, that they I would have lost money, right? That was their pick. They didn't trade down. I would have lost $50 had I been able to bet it, because I was betting that Seattle was going to trade down no matter what. All right. Is that true? All right. I got to check Twitter and see if Brandon wants me to hop on.
Oh, that's true. Trent Baalke added to his all ACL team with their Walker Little pick. I totally forgot that Trent Baalke loves dudes with torn ACLs.
Well, yeah. I was like, yeah. Because who did we say was the all ACL team before? We said the Eagles was the all ACL team before. So because they picked up Landon, but no, Walker Little is a fascinating tackle, right? One of the best pass setters in this draft. Up there was Stone Forsythe, but knee injury, not a ton of snaps. So didn't play any last year, limited snaps the year before. Could be, again, if he's one of those guys, ACLs aren't what they used to be. A lot of guys heal up and are awesome, not right away, but within 9 months from an ACL. If that turns out to be Walker Little, great value. So how smart is Andrew Berry?
Extremely smart.
And Andrew Berry, we should all send our love to Andrew and his wife. They had a child at the beginning of yesterday morning. Talk about timing. The Berry child arrives on the morning of the first day of the draft. Like, can't get any better than that, kid. Pick your own birthday. That's pretty solid. But no, Barry's done a tremendous job. I'm on record of saying I am a huge fan of what Barry's doing with the Browns. He brought stability to a franchise that had been adrift at sea for a long time in terms of leadership and coaching and drafting philosophy. Like, they were changing every year, 2 years, 3 years, and they just had this mess of players from the last 2, 3, 4 regimes, and none of it was cohesive. And Barry came in and said, nope, here's our philosophy. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to rely on this and this. We're going to get a coach that believes in this, and then we're going to draft players that fit that. And we're going to go big on value. And he inherited a roster that had a lot of talent because they had so many high-round picks for so many years. But he brought exactly what you're talking about. Stability was the thing that they were lacking, and consistency. And they have that now on both sides, on the GM side and the coaching side. And you saw at the end of last year, that team started to come together. They are no longer an easy out. If I was in the AFC North, I would be worried if I was not a Browns fan, because they look like they're going to be they're going to be thumping for a while. They've got a lot of talent, and they're lining it up, and their coach is using it the right way. Like, Barry deserves all the things.
And they don't have any weaknesses. That's the thing, is there's a lot of rosters out there that are strong, but they have a clear area of weakness. There's nothing wrong with this roster.
Back in a bit.
Okay, go for it. Yeah, you do your thing, abandoning us, EJ. God damn it. But no, there's no problems with the Browns roster at all. Like, there's no areas of concern. It's very similar to the Dolphins roster at this point. It's the most complete roster in the entire league, and that's saying a lot. All right, let's see. Am I behind on anything? I don't think I am. Just making sure here. Nope. Rams are on the clock and they haven't picked yet. Right, chat? Andrew, something tells me Andrew Berry would go to his son's party, and he would entrust his scouts to run the draft. But yeah, odd timing. I think that in 7 years this might cause some issues. Just saying, if he's still the GM in 7 years. Oh yeah, Melifon was still on the board. There must be some sort of medical thing with him too, because he's too talented of a corner to still not be picked. Creed's still on the board. I mean, Dwayne Eskridge went through a lot of guys. He went before a lot of guys that I would have personally taken. Again, there's nothing against Dwayne Eskridge. I like him as a player a lot. He went before a lot of guys that I personally would have taken for Seattle there. Board bell fell beautifully for KC. I couldn't agree more. I mean, you got fucking Terrace Marshall potentially there at 58. You kidding me? Terrace Marshall was like my third-rated receiver in this whole class. You might get him at 58? Again, there must be a medical thing with him too, because there's no reason he should be there right now. That's just insane. I mean, there's a few other receivers that, like, I thought they were going to have to resort to like a Nico Collins or a Tamarian Terry or something on day 3, or round 3 to round 4, somewhere around there. Fucking Terrace Marshall potentially. That's insane. If Melifonwu gets Buffalo, which is who I would have taken with their first pick, now I'm feeling all right, because Gregory Rousseau to me was a second-round pick anyway. Again, it's another one of those like with Merrick and Leatherwood. You just swap the rounds and you feel a lot better about it. Off topic, do I watch sports other than football? I mean, I don't. I enjoy watching other sports. I don't like follow it. I don't have time to follow other stuff like I follow football. But like, I'll watch the Angels because I'm an Angels fan. I'll watch the Ducks because I'm a Ducks fan. Lakers because I'm a Lakers fan. But I don't. I don't have the time to follow it like I do football for my job. Don't put that Terrace Marshall evil in the AFC West. Hey, it's not my fault. Every other team in the division had a chance to take that dude. Shut the fuck up. The Rams took Tutu Atwell. Now? Please say psych. All right. They must be on like a cocaine bender at that party house war room. There's no fucking way. They just went Tutu Atwell. Uh, 155 pounds and only runs a 4.4. Oh my God. This is another one of those where I'm just speechless. De'Ami Brown or Terrace Marshall. Either one for the Chiefs. Tutu Atwell. Oh, are you kidding me? Round 2. Round 2. That was bad. I apologize. As soon as it came out of my mouth, I realized it was bad. Sincere apologies, chat. Jesus Christ. Creed Humphrey was right there. Everybody was right there. Literally every other player was right there. Oh, God. Poor Van Jefferson. Van Jefferson's got to be, I mean, if I'm Van Jefferson, I'm happy because I'm like, that dude's going to take my job. That 4th grade child is going to take my job in the NFL. That actual semi-oversized toddler that's going to get turned into a fine pink mist the first time Jamal Adams touches him is going to take my job. Get the fuck out of here. Van Jefferson's elated. Good God. I mean, if the Rams win the Super Bowl with Tutu Atwell, he's not even going to be allowed to go on all the rides. And they took him in the 2nd round. Oh, sorry. I'm trying not to be mean. The whiskey makes me do it. Whose sassy lost child is this? Oh, Christ. They just called him Deshaun Jackson Jr. Come on. Come on. Come on. That would be a banger tweet. I'm going to put that out. Thank you for inspiration, chat. God damn it, Rams. Why do you got to do this to yourself? Terrace Marshall was right there. Like, if you want a receiver, go Terrace Marshall. Go De'Ami Brown. I don't know. Some teams do it to themselves. 155 pound. When has there ever been a 155 pound Nick Bolton to KC? All right. I mean, he's a good player. I didn't have him in the 2nd round. He's a good player. That's not Tutu. I mean, we're still going uphill, chat. We're still going uphill. There were linebackers that I felt were a little bit better, more versatile than Bolton. Bolton to me is Denzel Perryman. Very good against the run, highly instinctive, not the fastest guy in the world, but again, super physical. The instincts and the physicality really, really are kind of his calling card. I don't necessarily see like true elite, like sideline to sideline speed, like I did with Willie Gay the year before that. And coverage can be a little bit shaky in terms of, again, being able to like mirror and match a receiver. Like if he's going to be your 3-up as 3 player, which honestly in that defense won't be that big of an issue because they play a lot of too high. But he's not somebody that I want carrying a tight end deep down the field in terms of being able to match like a super high quality receiving back in space. Not necessarily the guy. Again, it's not like it's not the worst thing in the world. It's just not necessarily his wheelhouse. I think he's just a pure run stopping inside linebacker. So again, I think he's a good player. I would not have taken him at this pick. but it's still better than Tutu Atwell at before pick 60. That much I can say. So again, he's good. I had him much lower in my linebacker rankings than this, but I also think it's a decently strong linebacker class. Like, I would have preferred Pete Werner. I would have preferred, depending on Cam McGrone's medical, I would have taken a strong look at him there. He went before Jabril Cox, which is saying a lot because Jabril Cox is really good in coverage. But yeah, I'm curious to see how they deploy him, because I do think he's what Nick Bolton does, he's very, very good at. He's just not very good at a lot of different things. I'll just say that. So basically, he just sucks. He doesn't suck. Denzel Perryman doesn't suck. Denzel Perryman just has a very narrow skill set. And I feel like Nick Bolton's the same kind of way. Narrow skill set. So you got to use him in the right way. I don't necessarily want to take somebody with that narrow of a skill set at a non-premium position in the second round when I've got Terrace Marshall on the board or De'Ami Brown on the board. I would not have done that. All right, let's see if I can catch up here. Let's see. What am I missing? So are the Saints on the clock right now with Marshall on the board? No, Carolina's on the board. That's what it was. Marshall to Carolina? Fuck. I'm sure the Panthers were stunned by the last two picks, and they're like, there's no way. There's no way we're getting Terrace Marshall at pick 59. Sometimes you get lucky. Man. Good job, Panthers. So the Panthers right now, they got J.C. Horn. They got who was their other pick? Or did they just keep trading down? I don't even know if they took anybody else. I think they've just traded down over and over again. Yeah. So J.C. Horn and Terrace Marshall back to back. That's a hell of a pairing. Reunited with Joe Brady. That's true. I didn't think about that. That's correct. Yeah, they won a national title together. Great call, Alex Leatherwood. I hope you enjoy your first round contract. Oh, man. Great job, Panthers. 2 trade downs, Horn and Marshall. Perfectly executed draft. You could argue should have taken Justin Fields. If you believe in Sam Darnold, they seem to believe in Sam Darnold. If you believe in Sam Darnold, Horn and Marshall is 2 of the best things you could possibly do to surround Sam Darnold with talent and just give him the situation where he might be able to thrive. So from that standpoint, again, would I have taken Justin Fields? It depends on if I was their GM, it depends on what my coaching staff thought of Sam Darnold. If they thought that he could really be something, I might have done the exact same thing as they are, which is just take the best player on the board, which is J.C. Horn and then Terrace Marshall. So Saints are probably pissed too. They probably would have taken Terrace if they got their opportunity to. And how couldn't you believe in Sam Darnold? Well, there's probably a lot of Jets fans that don't. I personally think that was more of a Jets problem than a Sam problem, but a lot of people might disagree with that. Maybe Mond for the Saints. Yeah, I could see that. I could see Mond here if that was their plan all along. Mond is very physically talented. Sean Payton could do some fun stuff with Kellen Mond. And even if Jameis has success or Taysom Hill has success, I don't even know if they'd have the money to re-sign either of them anyway. So Mond would make a lot of sense. Or corner, like a Paulson Adebo, Melifonwu's there. Melifonwu to the Saints would be really fun. QB room of Kellen Mond, Taysom Hill, and Jameis is chaos. Well, Mond wouldn't start. That's the good things. He wouldn't start. I don't think he's ready to start. Jameis would start. And Taysom might get a few snaps a game. But the Saints take a Debo? Is that what's going on here? Or are you just talking in general? You just like a Debo? Saints could take De'Ami Brown here. They don't really have a true deep threat that I like. De'Ami Brown might make sense. And that would just hurt the Packers even more. Lions, Jamar Johnson, round 3. That'd be a great fit for them. Wouldn't hate that. First offensive pick in 2 years, and it's Terrace Marshall. You could do a hell of a lot worse. Again, I had him as a top 20 pick, and they got him at 59. There must be a medical thing. Did I see the quote from the dude the Lions drafted? I did not. If you could throw it in chat, I'll throw it up. I saw the quote from Zaven Collins, though. If you guys didn't watch Zaven Collins' draft call with Steve Keim and Cliff Kingsbury, Collins had like all-time great draft call. Pete Werner for New Orleans. Ooh, man, that linebacking core. So Pete Werner doesn't get enough love. He doesn't get enough credit for how good he is. Excellent blitzer. Very strong run defender between the tackles. He's one of the few linebackers in this class that I feel like are really good at stacking and shedding on offensive linemen. Not just on tight ends, not just on fullbacks, but like actually taking on a pulling guard and stopping them dead in their tracks, getting off the block and making the tackle. There's not a whole lot of 240-plus pound linebackers that are also good in coverage coming out of college anymore. A lot of the best linebacker prospects are under 240. He's one of the few that are over 240. This year it was like him, Parsons, and Zaven were like the 3 that I can think of that were 240 plus and built to take on blocks that also had sideline to sideline speed. But the thing with Werner is he's a phenomenal blitzer, which the Saints blitz a lot. So from that standpoint, you get Zach Bond, who's like a legitimate edge rusher that happens to be playing Sam linebacker for them. Demario Davis, great blitzer. Pete Werner, great blitzer. All of their linebackers can rush the passer. So from that standpoint, I'm a big fan of the pick and his fit in that defense. I thought there was a chance he could have gone in the top 50. They got him about 10 picks later. So, yeah, I love Pete Werner. He was in my tier 2 or maybe top of tier 3 for linebackers. So this is about this is a little bit later than I thought he was going to go, but very, very talented player. And I think he's going to be a very good kind of heir apparent to Demario Davis. And in base, you can get him, Davis, and Bond on the field all at the same time. And Dome Patrol 2.0. Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about having 4 All-Pros on the same team, but this would probably be the best overall Saints linebacking core since 2009 when they went to the Super Bowl and had a really vicious defense. Best overall Saints linebacking core since then. I wouldn't. That sounds about right to me. So Pete Werner, great player. My favorite of all the Ohio State linebackers. A lot of people preferred Baron Browning. I don't think anybody preferred Tuff Borland, but out of all 4 of those draftable, I guess you could say, Ohio State linebackers, Pete Werner was by far, like not even close, the highest graded for me. I like fucking people up. I like to get off the line and put my helmet or my hands on an offensive lineman and fuck up an offensive scheme pretty much. Yeah, that sounds like Dan Campbell kind of guy. That sounds like a Dan Campbell kind of guy. And this was who did the Lions take, if I remember correctly? Levi? Yeah. Honestly, that sounds like Levi, too. I listened to a few interviews of him. That sounds like Levi. Oh, yeah. Pushing him back 2-3 yards and I just making him feel like shit. That describes his playing style, too. Just fucking people up, disrupting, penetrating. That's his play style. I love Levi. Great defensive tackle. Best linebacker left on the board. Well, Werner just went. Micah's gone. JOK is gone. Zabin's gone. Jamin's gone. Werner's gone. Bolton's gone. Again, it depends on injury. McGrone would probably be the top-rated linebacker left for me. After him would be Monty Rice or Jabril Cox, depending on what you're looking for. Monty Rice, I think, is more of like a true Mike linebacker who's not bad in coverage. He's not Jabril Cox in coverage, but he's not bad in coverage. Very good discipline in zone, always in the right spot. Runs 4.6, so he's not a blazer, but he's not slow. Just a very good kind of jack-of-all-trades linebacker. I'm a big fan of Monty Rice. I figured he was going to go sometime on day 2, so wouldn't be too far off here if he went around here. Jabril Cox also thought he was going to go on day 2. So, again, Jabril Cox is more of like a dollar linebacker, whereas Monty Rice is more of a Mike. Just depends on what you need. Cam McGrone, he's basically Eric Kendricks to me, but the injuries are a thing, so he might go way, way late. We'll see. Buffalo is in. All right, we'll see what Buffalo's got. I'm going to tweet something on Pete Werner or about Pete Werner because I just put up a video not too long ago of him rushing the passer. If you guys want to check my Twitter in a minute. That's right. They took Peyton Turner too. Man, that Saints pass rush is going to be nasty. I wouldn't want to be 3rd and 7 against the Saints with all these blitzing linebackers, Peyton Turner, Cam Jordan. That's going to be fun. Still need to get a corner. Corner's still a thing, but corners are falling in this class. You might be able to get a good one in round 3 at this point. We'll see. But I think you wrap up this Saints draft with a corner in round 3, maybe even another one in round 4. And I think as long as Jameis doesn't fuck up, you're right back to being a contending team because the rest of the roster is amazing. And I guess you could use another receiver too, but you got Michael Thomas, you got Alvin Kamara. It's not like you're devoid of weapons. You could just use another receiver to play the Emmanuel Sanders role, which, I mean, fuck, you might be able to get like Trevon Grimes round 3 at this point. Amir Smith-Marset could do it. I'm just trying to think of like complementary talents to Michael Thomas, but either one of those. Let's see here. All right, let me come back to chat. Carlos Basham to the Bills. Boogie
Really?
Basham. Yeah.
After they took Russo?
Yeah.
Wow. They're loading up. And yes, I'm happy to be back. Thanks for asking.
Do they hate AJ Epinesa?
He lost weight and started to play better for them. He started to show more dynamism. Like, he started to improve. I'm between them and the Colts. I'm like, what do I not know?
And also Ifiatu or fuck, I think it's not even Ifiatu. I think it's Ifeto. Ifetu? Fuck. I've got if you know the correct pronunciation of Melifondo's first name, let me know. But he was on the board as well, and they passed.
Josh Meyer went to the Packers. Is that true? That's their center right there. If it's true, that's their center.
So he went before Creed and Meinerz?
before Creed to me is crazy. Like, he's good. Josh Meinerz, very good player. We just watched him the other night. We were watching Ohio State. And like,
he was the only guy not getting his ass kicked by Indiana. That's for sure.
No, he's a very good player. I like Josh Meinerz, and he was a target for me if the Bears had kept their 3rd round pick to be a center. If he was still on the board, I assume Creed would have already been off. I think Meinerz is more of a guard. He could be a center, but if I'm picking a pure center, I'll take a guy that started at Ohio State and played well as a center. Josh looked really good. If he goes to the Packers, he's their center, right? That's really interesting. Somebody says, I want a GD receiver, Goody. That's just that. Right. We found Aaron Rodgers' burner account right there.
Did you see what the Rams did?
No, I was busy talking to Brandon about field goal stuff. Right. They said Tutu Atwell. Is that right?
Yeah. You know who's still on the board?
A lot of guys.
Terrace Marshall.
I know. Terrace Marshall, the injury at this point is getting to me. Like, De'Ami Brown, I understand.
Well, Carolina took him 1 pick later.
Who, De'Ami Brown?
No, Carolina took Terrace Marshall 1 pick later.
Well, they were more, again, 2 teams can look at the same player, and one team can say, I don't want anything to do with that injury, and the other team can go, sure, we don't care. Come on. Dude, are you serious? Robbie Anderson and Terrace Marshall? Get out of here.
And also Moore and
they picked
CMC
they picked up the 5th on Moore this morning or yesterday morning. And Sam Darnold as well. They picked up the 5th on him too. But like, really, you're talking about twin towers. You're talking about 2 guys that run very similar routes and patterns and have good effectiveness in the same areas. Like Robbie, and boy, that Darnold's going to be bombs away in that offense. That's crazy. The Tutu Atwell thing, it's not just Tutu Atwell. He's
155 pounds. What role is he going to play?
No, Tutu Atwell is that guy that when you watch tape, you're like, yeah, there's him getting smoked. There's him getting smoked. That's what you sign him up for. Like, he makes that play every game where you're like, okay, very few people can do that, but it's 1 play a game or 1.5 plays a game.
Wake Forest.
It's not necessarily who it's against. I think his speed translates, but the bottom line is this reminds me of your bent on H and Creed to the Chiefs. Is that true?
Oh man.
They lucked into that. Man. Okay, I'm going to have to add the Chiefs to the sort of Ravens category, the Ravens bucket in the draft, because the Chiefs are getting really good at going, yeah, we draft late, but we'll just pick winners. We'll just wait and see what filters down. And if it's there, we'll take it. And they've done it now for a couple of years. That's, oh my God. I gotta ping Craig. That's ridiculous.
So what's going to happen with Blythe?
Who cares?
Fair point. Who cares?
I mean,
they probably never anticipated this ever happening. So.
No, that's one that, Reed, and they're looking at the board and they're like, did the kid miss it? Right? Is that placard still supposed to be there? Like, no, you're serious. He's still, dude, what are we talking about this for? Pick Creed Humphrey.
Creed can also play guard too. Like,
he could, but he's a center, man. Like, this is the opposite. This is the opposite of the Meinerz discussion, right? You got a guy that has started at center for 6 years. Every Oklahoma quarterback that's come out under Lincoln Riley, Creed was their center. Creed tied their line together. All those guys, KC said Mahomes never gets hurt again. This is the Don Andy Reid saying, never again. Do you understand, family? Never again. That never happens. Oh, man. I just sent Craig a message and said, congratulations, man. That's unbelievable. That's a good get. Yeah, the Tutu Atwell thing is surprising, not just because he's not the only guy with that skill set, but Somebody talked about arrogant draft picks in the last stream, and the Wednesday night stream. They said, what's the most arrogant draft pick? Like Tutu Atwell at this point in the draft is a pretty arrogant pick. You gotta be like, no, we'll show you. And I'm like, will you? Really though? Because and what is it like? It's a type, I guess. I mean, I'm thinking of the guy from West Virginia.
Tavon Austin?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Tavon Austin's like 30 pounds bigger.
No, but honestly, he plays the same. Like Tavon Austin was never going to break a tackle. Like that was not his gig, right? He was going to run away from you. It's not that he's not a tough football player. If you're 150 pounds and you're playing D1 ball, you're tough as hell.
No way.
Trask to Tampa.
No way.
Yeah. Why not? Who cares?
What do you mean, why not?
What do they have?
He sucks.
Never going to get another argument from me. You know that. Schofield and I had this discussion. Like, no, you're right. It's not, but this is the same thing I said about Kansas City. Who cares? They are the first Super Bowl team ever to bring everyone back. They have no needs. And then they went out and got Joe Tryon, right? Which can sit behind their edge. And now they get Trask. And if Trask can throw bombs, like Trask's mobility is honestly most close to Tom Brady's in the NFL. Like
Tom Brady's going to have grandkids in 3 years and his arm is still stronger than Kyle Trask.
I didn't say anything about his arm. I said his mobility. So the offense isn't going to have to change. It's not like if the Ravens had drafted Kyle Trask, I would have been like, what are you doing? Like your whole offense has to get scrapped if your backup quarterback comes in. What are you doing? The offense is going to be similar, right?
Oh God. If Tom gets hurt.
No, I don't look. I'm not defending the Kyle Trask pick this early because
I know you're not.
Okay. All right. As long as we're clear. But in Tampa Bay's position, they literally re-signed everyone on the Super Bowl roster. So dad, please stop fighting. No, that's the fun part. See, this is the funny thing is chat's like, you guys always agree too much. You always have the same opinion. It'd be more fun if you fought. And the first cross words, chat's like, no, stop fighting.
No. Wait till Trey Sermon gets taken. Then we're gonna have
words.
Chat's gonna go live with grandma for a couple days when Trey Sermon gets picked. Because EJ and I are gonna have it out.
It's okay, dude. They got a long time to wait.
Oh fuck.
Did you catch that shade?
I hope he goes next pick just to fucking piss you off.
Did you catch that shade? They got a long time to wait. Trey Sermon's not going anytime soon.
Jesus. Kellen Mond was right there.
Again, you're not going to catch an argument out of me about that. But Chris, it's okay. We still love each other. Where's Forsyth, Brett? Now that's the chat we're looking for.
After Kyle Trask. If you told me that Stone Forsyth was going to be a Florida Gator to go after Kyle Trask, I would have laughed in your face. But here we are.
Oh, my goodness. Well, we now know Stone Forsyth is going to Tampa.
Seriously.
Oh, I hate Grandma. Sorry. Well, you're going to have to go hang out with her when Trey Sermon gets picked. He's right. No, he's just kidding. Yeah, that's not what I would call a defensible pick with the players that are still on the board, but MVP season because Brady gonna be mad. There you go. This is the Aaron Rodgers treatment for Tom Brady. Hey Tom, you think you're good? Think you won a Super Bowl? Think you're hot shit? We're gonna draft Kyle Trask. Like Tom Brady's scared of Kyle Trask. I love that part. I can't wait until the Packers takes come out, and I was actually waiting for them today, but I haven't seen them because I've been busy. The whole Aaron's going to retire because he doesn't like competition. He's afraid. I can't wait for that take. You know it's coming from the Packers meatball. And I'm just like, really? You think Aaron Rodgers is afraid of cutting the guts out of Jordan Love? No, he's not. He could do it with one hand.
Cisco. Who took Cisco?
Oh, Andre Cisco went? Okay, now I'm excited. Sorry.
To who? Jags. Ooh, Jags.
Oh, that secondary's looking good. Dude, seriously.
That's a great pick.
We like that pick. Can you tell?
Yeah, that secondary is pretty sick.
Yeah, that secondary is getting real strong, and it needed to, quite frankly. There was a lot of need there, but man, you got to say Urban Meyer and his staff, look out.
Yeah, so you
Look
got
out.
CJ Henderson, Tyson Campbell, Shaq Griffin, and then who's their fourth corner? I guess it would be Sidney Jones. Would be your fourth corner.
And
then your safeties are, I mean, you can still probably use another safety, but Rudy Ford and Andre Sisco.
Here's the thing. They ain't done yet. They got a third and two. Well, the third they just took, they got 2 fourths coming up. Like, we knew that Jacksonville was loaded, and there's still safeties hanging out in free agency who could start. You bring in a Trey Boston next to Cisco? Like,
I think you bring in a Tyree Gillespie next to Cisco.
I think you totally could with your fourths or your fifths, but literally Lawrence, HN, Campbell, Little, Cisco. Okay.
Yeah.
You're starting to stack up some talent. If Walker Little is healthy, that draft looks amazing.
Yeah. Who are the best players on the board still, you think?
I need to get back to that. Sorry, I hopped to teams. All positions, all colleges, undrafted. All positions. There's that's funny. I always hate doing this off NFL.com because their ratings are
different.
Odd.
Yeah.
They have Chris
Mon to the Vikings.
Oh, I don't love that,
like
actually.
That. He doesn't have to start. I like that.
No, I don't love it because I like Kellen Mond and I don't want him on the Vikings. Like, as a heir apparent to Kirk Cousins, who's a good quarterback, gets a lot of crap. Like, he's not great, but he's very good and he's streaky as all get out. Like, Cousins is one of the streakiest players in the NFL, and when he gets on a hot streak, he can play at like Aaron Rodgers like levels for like 2 quarters, and it's just terrifying. And then the wheels fall off and he doesesn't do it. This
sounds honestly, you just described Kellen Mond too.
Yeah, perfect.
They're the same quarterback.
Perfect understudy. Person. Again, the offense doesn't have to change. The wheels are going to fall off in the same places. No. Aaron Robinson's still on the board. Come on. Meinerz, Creed just went. You like Stone, linebackers. You got to talk about linebackers. Baron Browning, Werner. Like,
no, Werner went to the Saints.
Did he? Okay, I haven't kept up. I need to go back and look at the second round.
Houston better take Forsyth for Brett. You just know they convert him to tight end.
Jabril Cox still on the board.
Yep.
Like,
Nick Bolton went before Jabril Cox.
Yeah, Nick Bolton had the league like Nick Bolton up here, internet scouts, draft analysts, whatever you want to call us, draft Twitter, like Nick Bolton down here. There's something about the league. They really like that downhill in the box delta, like, and that's where he is. He's going to trigger, and if there's a gap, he's going to get a TFL. Like, that's Nick Bolton.
It's the same. It's literally. I had deja vu to Denzel Perryman, who I was also not super high on, and Denzel Perryman went in the second round too, and I had the exact same reaction where I was like, narrow skill set. He's good at what he's good at, but in the modern NFL, you're going to get one contract out of that.
Elijah Molden.
Davis Mills to Houston.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Moment of silence. What are you drinking? Wow. That's not. I'm ditching the glass. That is not ideal. You know what happened? Casario just got pipped. He wanted him on. And he panicked.
This tells me that they don't believe Deshaun's playing.
Oh no, he's not playing. They know that, but they got pipped. They wanted Mond and they got Mills. Wow. Brett and alcoholic in 3, 2, 1.
You know what, EJ? You know what? I'm okay. You know why?
You're gonna cap it up because you're done with them. They are dead to you.
Because Justin Fields is a bear. Cheers to that.
LFG.
You know
Yes.
what? I don't have to root for the Texans anymore because they're fucking dead to me at this point.
I couldn't be happier for you because you just escaped the Davis Mills experience. So that's
I will go back to the Texans when the Meinerz sell the team.
I don't get to weigh in on that
even
argument.
and
but
even then they've done so much fucking damage.
as your friend, I think that's a healthy decision. Let's just say that.
There's nothing to root for in that entire franchise. Nothing.
No.
There's no quarterback. There's no J.J. Watt. No DeAndre Hopkins. Andre Johnson wants nothing to do with the team.
You just got a super chat for becoming a Bears fan. You got to get one of these, buddy.
Every single Texans legend wants nothing to do with the team. The entire Mount Rushmore of Texans doesn't even want to be there.
Yeah, no, that
should tell you how fucking garbage that franchise is. It's the best players don't want anything to do with it. Your franchise quarterback, the only we thought good thing that ever happened to the Texans in their history, might be in prison in like 6 months. We'll see.
Yeah.
But the fact that they just took a quarterback in the second round tells you what they think is going to happen.
Well, did they though? Anyways.
Fucking Texans. God damn it. Whatever.
Leave that.
Bear down.
Leave that. Bear down.
Bear down.
Bear down. Guard. Trey Smith hanging out there. Kendrick Green. Ben Cleveland. There's a bunch of good guards. There's going to be a guard run. Same place it always ends. Mid-third to fifth.
Round.
Mid-third to fifth. Bunch of good players are going to come off the board. Linebacker. Baron Browning. Jabril Cox. Chaz Surratt. McGrone, who you like a lot. Yeah, I'd say those are the linebacking names that are going to be next up. Tackle, who we left with? Forsyth, Brown, Jalen Moore, Brady Christensen, Hymus, Josh Ball, if you're okay with the off-the-field stuff. QB, don't care because it doesn't look like that anymore. Jamie Newman's the last, let's take a shot. Running back. What's left at running back? Ooh, running back. Michael Carter, Sermon, who you like, Ramondre, Kenneth Gainwell.
Khalil Herbert.
Kenneth Gainwell hasn't gone. Jamar Jefferson hasn't gone. Khalil Herbert hasn't gone. Patterson hasn't gone. Like running backs going to low-key explode at some point, right? Could be mid-fourth.
You can only get so far before
could be top fifth, and they're going to be like, wait, we can have Kenneth Gainwell running option routes, like Texas routes? Like, wee! Somebody's going to do it. Safety, how hard to been tripped? Jamar, Divine Diablo, Hamza, Tyree, Hafanga.
Bengals got Osai. Wait, maybe.
Okay. All right, maybe. Bengals Osai.
Yeah, Bengals Osai confirmed. Yeah.
All right.
Very
Osai,
high upside.
Osai and Lawson.
No, Lawson's the Jet now.
Oh, that's right. Lawson followed, and I love that move.
They got
forget about that. So in place of Carl Lawson, Osai, power rusher.
Well, they gave Trey Hendrickson $15 million a year, so he'll be a rotational guy behind Trey. But
but that's fine.
Very high upside guy.
He's the power guy. Yeah. So
very high upside. Not ready.
No,
but give him a couple years.
Great
athlete. Give him a couple years. We'll see where he's at.
Yeah, I'm loving
Jalen Mayfield to Atlanta. I was lower on this than Mayfield, full disclosure.
Yeah. Oh, Chuba went to the Niners, or is that like a thought? Is that a theoretical?
Hold on, let me look.
Yeah, boy, you're gonna have to tell us if that's theoretical. I thought I'm still on board.
Yeah, because the draft tracker's like way behind.
No. I really like what's left at safety and running back right now. I mean, just in general, not for any team. Just if you're looking at what's there, like guard is about to pop off middle of the fourth. But safety has got a ton of talent right up at the top. Jamar Johnson, Divine Diablo, Hamza, Tyree, Talanoa Hafanga, Caden Stearns, Ardarius Washington, the other TCU safety, I really like him. He's small, but boy, he plays tremendously.
Carolina's moving up.
Gotta be offense, right?
Is there anything left to pick on defense?
I know, that's the thing, right? That seems like
so many dudes.
Teams like
probably
chalk.
Tackle, maybe Forsyth.
Do you think it's tackle or you think it's interior?
I think it's
because they have moats on.
Yeah, I think it's left tackle though, because right now they're starting left tackle is either going to be Greg Little or
Brady or Stone.
Knowing that system, probably Brady.
They run outside zone.
Yeah, that's what. Oh, it is Christensen. How about that? Hey, we got something right, chat.
I love it when we're right. That's fantastic. Yeah. That's a good fit. I like that.
Yeah,
that's and value wise, yeah,
perfect.
That's right in line. So good for them. They saw him coming and they said, we want to run block a little bit. We don't want Stone, so we're gonna go get Brady.
I love it.
Yeah, that's really solid. That's super
Panthers,
cool.
As long as Darnold hits, Panthers roster's kind of gross.
And it doesn't matter if he does because they're stacking picks for next year just in case. So they're building. I gotta say, I love their team building arc right now. Like the way they're putting that strategy together, not all the eggs in one basket, which is kind of the anti-Ryan Pace. Sorry that you're now with the Bears because you have to deal with that garbage. But the Panthers are like, look, if Darnold hits, we just picked up his 5th year. He's incredibly affordable. We can make that decision later. If not, we got stacked up picks for next year. We can push all those into the kitty, get one of the top quarterbacks next year, have this loaded team. We just picked all defense last year. Like, they've got a cadence going here, and it's really nice.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of what the Panthers have done the last 2 years. This is how you build a team.
They're looking good, and they got the sunk cost fallacy. They were like, Teddy, we thought he was going to work. He didn't work. Bye.
Yep.
Like, we're doing something else. Like, we're going to keep turning it till we find it. I love that aggressiveness, especially at the quarterback position, because until you find the one, you're not doing anything. And so they're building everything else, but they're finding ways to take swings at quarterback in a low cost version. And if Darnold hits, which a lot of people, including me, think he might, certainly going to be better. Everybody gets better when they leave Adam Gase. They get lightning in a bottle out of Sam Darnold. Awesome. We get to see a player sort of reach his potential and they get value at quarterback. If not, they're ready to go for next year, top quarterback, and they'll do it. They will absolutely do it. I have zero doubt that they will be like, nope, moving on. Like, just a whole sea change from the Jerry Richardson era. Really, really interesting team going forward. Love what they're doing. We should go see a game. I've got friends that aren't far from there, and we should.
I got friends in Charlotte. My wife's best friend lives in Charlotte.
I think we should go see a game because weather's going to be great. Team will be fun. Like, we should do it. That should be one of those.
Charlotte, September in Charlotte.
It's beautiful.
As long as honestly, well, depending on, it can get a little bit rainy sometimes, but if you're maybe October in Charlotte where it gets a little bit more crisp,
and you're going to get leaves. Got
that's
the hardwoods.
True. They do get the leaf change down there.
Yep. Not the same as the Northeast, but it absolutely turns on the Eastern Seaboard. It's beautiful.
Yeah, so, let's go to Charlotte.
Maybe Charlotte in October. I'll see what their slate is once the schedule gets announced, because that team, I'm low key into that team. I'm like, man, they had some fun players before, and they're filling the holes in really interesting ways. Yeah, I'm down with Panthers so far. They're getting my.
You should be on cloud 9, Christian. This rebuild is very reminiscent of what Miami has done, where it was no bullshit.
Yeah, but even faster. That's the crazy part.
But it was no bullshit. It's like, we know we're bad. We're gutting everything. We attack weaknesses relentlessly, one at a time, until we fix something, and we move on to the next weakness. What?
I'm sorry. NFL.com sucks. They have one pick for the Panthers, and it's Horn.
Aaron Robinson to the Giants.
Oh, I like that.
What corner spot is he going to play, though? Because right now they've got.
I love the Abby
Bradbury.
Random. Well, Bradbury's outside. No, Aaron's inside. Aaron's
Yeah, I know,
slot.
but they just took the UCLA kid last year, Darnay Holmes.
Yeah, but I thought Holmes played both for UCLA. You liked him as a slot, but I thought he had versatility.
Because you got Adoree outside, you got Bradbury outside, Darnay in the slot.
Yeah,
Isaac Yadam was the fourth corner.
Yeah, but Robinson's better.
He can beat out. And they converted Love to safety. So so he'll compete, I think, with Darnay for slot.
I think he'll win.
Wouldn't surprise. I mean, he's a better man corner than Darnay was. Darnay, I thought, was better in zone.
I would agree with you, but Robinson's more physical, and Gettleman's gonna love that.
Robinson plays the run.
Robinson plays everything in front of him. Receiver, run, gap. Like he's so he reminds me of Verrett.
Yeah, the body on the line at all times, playing with reckless abandon.
In everybody, like on the turn, I'm batting your arms down. If I'm coming across you to get a ball, I'm hitting you in the elbow. Easterby.
Jack Easterby, he doesn't know how to do anything but give forced fist bumps because nobody actually wants to fist bump.
Gross. That's just so gross. What would you give up for Anthony Miller? I don't know. What do you want to give me? I'm the one giving him up. Yeah, I'm the one giving him up. I would let Miller go for a high fifth or a low fourth right now. And I don't think he's going to get a low fourth because everybody knows he's going to be released. So if you gave me a decent fifth right now for Anthony Miller, everybody's going to be better with a new start. The Bears are going to be better with a new start, and Miller's going to be better with a new start. So, yeah, sorry. I loved Anthony Miller, loved the trade up. I had him equal with DJ Moore that year. I couldn't decide who was better. In hindsight, should have just left Moore higher, which is where I started with him, but just a tick. And Anthony Miller I found late in the process, and I was like, man, this is a DJ Moore clone, and kind of is, except for the head. And the head is not as good as DJ Moore. So the body, the physical skills might be a little bit better, a little bit more explosive, but in terms of consistency, DJ Moore's got it all over Anthony Miller. So should have sort of stuck and stayed with DJ Moore, but Miller, he'd just be better somewhere else. Sam! How are you? My buddy Sam Householder from Windy City Gridiron. Paced us all this damage in round 5 anyways.
He's not wrong, though.
He's not. Sam, say hi to Holly for me. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. I'll take the fifth. If they get a fifth for Miller right now and maybe squeeze a fourth out of Hicks. Look, I want Hicks to be on the team, but if you can clear salary cap. And the other thing that somebody mentioned overnight that I can't believe I haven't brought up yet because it's super important is if Robinson goes, let's go because we got Justin Fields and signs an extension, his cap number goes to compared to the franchise number. They save like $10 million. A
lot of money.
So that's huge for the Justin Fields acquisition. Bobby, how much juice is left at edge? Anyone in the Leonard Floyd mold? Ellerson, Smith. How many sacks would you project for the best prospect left? It's not about sacks. It's about pressures. And I think there's some pressure left there. Hang on. Let me go to prospects because NFL.com's telling me the Panthers have made one pick, which is not fun.
For the Leonard Floyd mold, I would say Ellerson Smith, Malcolm Kuntz are probably the two that stand out the most to me. Ellerson Smith is bigger and lankier than Malcolm Kuntz. Probably a little bit more athletic as well.
Wait. Perkins is still on the board?
Yeah, I don't think he goes backwards as well as Leonard.
No,
though.
I'm not saying in relationship to this discussion. I'm saying Perkins is still on the board?
No, yeah. I think there was a medical thing with him.
I hope so, because holy crap.
No, he's a great player, yeah.
I'm just looking. Ellerson, Patrick Johnson, maybe. Really good spin move, but he's not as rangy as Ellerson Smith. And the other one is Hamaka Rashid. Like, that's the guy. If you're looking at a Floyd clone in this draft, that's the guy. He doesn't have quite the explosion scores in terms of get off, but his physical makeup, he's not as tall, but big, long wingspan, very effective player in multiple roles. There are players that get forced into multiple roles, and they shouldn't be, because I'm talking about edges that like spot drop and stop and look around. Like, you shouldn't have that guy dropping. Like, it's not a plus for your defense. And then there are guys that run multiple roles and are good at all of them. That's Hamaka Rashid out of Oregon State.
And then I would also throw Charles Snowden in there, but he probably won't go until day 3 because he's coming off a broken ankle. So, but I think he is a similar. He's not as good as Leonard was coming out of Georgia, but I think in terms of skill set, similar.
Jordan Smith from UAB.
Stiff as a fucking board, though.
No, he's not great in coverage. But if you're going forward, Detroit, Awuzurike and Aleem McNeil.
We got some war daddies up front.
They got some guys. Those are the 2 guys in this draft that are like defensive tackle penetrators. Like, if you wanted to get that skill, and there wasn't a great one in this draft, like up high, those are the 2 guys that you can get defensive penetration from in the tackle role. Detroit is going to run a penetrating defense. They're not going to run a 2-gap, hold them up, 3 front defense. They're going to run penetration.
Aleem at 1 tech, Levi at 3 tech. I don't know what the fuck you do with Michael Brockers. I have no idea what you do with Michael Brockers. Or
he can be honestly, they could run a 4-down base and have him Brockers as a true edge, or as a you got to run him kind of.
But you got Trey Flowers and Romeo Quara too. So I feel like Brockers is just a backup guy.
What do you think about the Seahawks mold? Where you run Aleem in the middle, you run Awuzurike as kind of the Puka, so like Jerron Reed, Puka. You run Brockers as the heavy, and you run
Brockers will be Brandon. Yeah. And
you run Aquara as the Leo.
Yeah, because Brockers could just basically be their Brandon Mebane.
Yeah. So that's what I'm seeing if they're drafting that. Like, they want to build that. They want to build penetration off the middle 2, heavy edge set on 1, and a flyer off the other end, which was the Bruce Irvin role and the Michael Bennett role.
The other one, the one they got from Detroit.
Cliff Averill?
Yeah, Cliff Averill.
Great. So you use Aquara as the Cliff Averill, Bruce Irvin role, and you run Jerron Reed, Puka, and I could see that. Kevin Colbert shoots for a moment. You just took 2 skill players despite needs elsewhere. How do you save this? The same way he always does. He grabs. We just told you that the guard run's coming. Another half a round, and the guard run's going to start. And there's a ton of good guards left on the board, and there's a couple of good centers too. Like, he doesn't need to save it. They're still there. Like, if suddenly they 3 good centers went, and you can't take all the good guards. I mean, if I'm not wrong, and you're going to hate this, Brett.
Meinerz is there. Who?
Steelers, not center.
Yeah. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm totally lost. What are you saying?
Not center, guard, Steelers.
Who the fuck's left? Who? I don't.
Ben Cleveland.
Oh, big motherfucker. Yeah. I mean,
Ben Cleveland at guard in front of Najee.
Yeah, but they don't need guard. They got DeCastro. They got the only thing they don't need is guard.
Okay. I loved it for just a second. Thanks for raining on my parade.
You just love Ben Cleveland.
I do. In a power running offense, give me Ben Cleveland. Hell yes. So
I would still say Meinerz as center.
Okay, and Meinerz at center is going to be perfect in a power running set. Again, my reservations about him being a center notwithstanding, Meinerz is a perfect personality player fit for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. Milton Williams to the Eagles. That's interesting.
Ooh, the other guy they could get, which would be much more in the Colbert role, Trey Hill from Georgia. That guy's or more.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that
more
at
next
all.
to Dotson.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that at all.
try and move either one of those guys. Good.
Yeah.
Lord.
And David Moore is not going to go till round 4, probably at the earliest.
Yeah, and guess what? His head coach loves crap guys from historically black colleges. So, Grambling State. That guy's
Grambling State at HBCU? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I believe so. Chat, tell me if I'm wrong. I might be way out of my lane here, but anyways, doesn't really matter because Moore is a tree stump. You cannot move him. Him and Dotson next to each other. Whew,
yeah,
look out. That would be
Moore had a very good Senior Bowl. If they're holding out for him, I could see that.
Yeah, again, I think Kevin's got a vision. He's not at all worried right now. Everybody's like wringing their hands. Oh no, skill players. He got very highly rated skill players, and now he's going to go get very solidly performing interior offensive linemen, which is what he always does. So
I like Milton Williams to the Eagles as a rotational interior rusher for them for now. I don't necessarily think he's ready to start full time, but good thing for them is he doesn't have to, because Fletcher's there, Javon Hargrave is there. Like he's going to be a rotational flamethrower of an interior rusher until I think he's ready for 3-down work, and that's probably best case scenario for him in terms of landing spot. Is 3rd round to a place where he can just be a rotational rusher. I'm all about Milton Williams to the Eagles. He's a phenomenal athlete. Like he is one of the only people ever to put up the kind of athletic testing numbers that Aaron Donald did. Like he is an Aaron Donald caliber athlete. And when you watch him on tape, he can do some things that Aaron Donald does. I'm not saying he's Aaron Donald because Aaron Donald does them every snap and Milton Williams might only do them 6 snaps a game. But he's one of the only people that I've ever seen that actually do it like Aaron. So if you can mold and refine and just kind of slowly push him more and more and more along towards that Aaron Donald precipice, this could end up being a very good value pick for the Eagles. Again, there's a lot of work to do, but for a 3rd round pick, getting some with that kind of upside, great value. And then St. Juice just went to Washington right after.
All right. Who has the best team lists of draft picks? Because it is not NFL.com. I'm going to crowdsource this. What are you guys looking at that's showing like actual somewhat real-time lists of picks? Because NFL.com is horrendous right now. Like,
did you refresh the page? Because it's up to date on mine.
All right.
You got to refresh the page.
I will refresh. I thought I did, especially Carolina Panthers.
Unless they just updated it like literally a second ago, but
now, okay, that's better. But I was refreshing, and maybe the video is catching because they autoplay the videos, which is horrible. All right, JC, Terrace Marshall, Brady Christensen. Yeah, Philly Panthers draft is not bad.
I think we're all up to date on all these picks. Yeah, Milton Williams the last one. So Washington took St. Juice. Which this is about
Philly's
where
draft is go. Philly's draft not bad. Devonta Smith, Landon Dickerson, and Milton Williams. Okay, all right. So Washington.
Right now, Washington corners. You got William Jackson, Kendall Fuller, Jimmy Moreland, and Ben St. Juice. So I'm assuming Fuller's now going to be their slot, and you have St. Juice be outside.
Yeah. So Jamin Davis. Okay. Sam Cosme. But I like the upgrade for that team, and then St. Juice is their round 3 pick 10. That's about where we figured he'd go. Mid round 3 was where I said he'd drop.
Wait, Sam Cosme. They took Sam Cosme in round 2?
Yeah, round 2, pick 19, 51 overall. Sam Cosme.
Did I miss that?
No, you said something about it.
Did I? Oh,
you did. Oh, Diggy to Dallas.
Interesting. Yeah, because I had Cosme going to Washington in my first round in my mock draft, so they got him a full round later. That's pretty damn good.
Well, I think that's kind of where the Bears were feeling with Tevin Jenkins. They're like, we loved him at 20, and here he is at almost 40.
Yeah,
let's go get him. Oh, Diggy,
every need.
Diggy to Dallas. All right.
Anything to replace Tristan Hill. As long as it gets Tristan Hill off the field, I'm fine.
Diggy's an interesting player. He's I really like a lot of what he brings, but he was one of the he was one of the sort of fascinating study body types in this draft. He's like 6'2", and he has like eagle arms. Like, I mean, he's got like what 38-inch arms. That's just crazy. No, they're not actually 38 inches, but like he has super long arms. I think they're 34 for a guy 6'2". It's like a guy 6'8". Yeah, it's like a guy 6'8's arms on a guy 6'2", and he plays with a high motor, but he's not super heavy. He's not quite 300 pounds. He's 6'2", so it's like, what? And they played him inside a lot. They played him at like a straight 3. They played him at kind of a hybrid 5'I", 5'0". Like he just, it was a very tough projection. It's like, wow, this guy plays hard. He's got good skills, but man, you really kind of you got to know what you're going to do with that guy. So
does this make the Parsons pick okay? Well, Diggy could theoretically keep Parsons a little bit cleaner, which is, I think, necessary.
Oh, Broncos are trading.
Yeah, they're trading down with the Saints. Because I think Micah Parsons, just at this point in his development, he needs he needs to be kept clean, and I think Diggy can do that.
The Saints didn't get their corner. We were wanting them to get their corner, but they didn't get him.
Melifonu was there, so maybe they're pulling the trigger.
Yeah, I think with St. Juice going, they're looking at like a Debo.
Either a Debo, if Melifonu, if there's an injury thing, who knows? But a Debo, I would say Tay Gowan is a possibility.
It's pretty interesting that they went Peyton Turner, Pete Werner, and now they might go corner. Like they're stacking a Panthers type draft where we're stacking assets on defense.
Sean Payton is confident that he can still manufacture offense with Michael Thomas and
Christian's shooting his shot. Tamorian Terry. All right.
Oh, that would be fun. In front of De'Ami Brown would be interesting though.
Well, but again, Jameis bombs away, right? Just
throw it up. Florida State to Florida State.
Where for Divine Diablo? I want to
Elijah Molden.
Oh, I told you he's available like 2 picks ago.
Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's not.
Is it? T-Lot Jacksonville. Thanks, Sam.
Okay, I don't know if it's Molden or not. We'll see.
As a question mark. Mario Rogers should be fun here too. Sure. Mario Rogers from anywhere on, I think, late 3 from now on, we're in territory where if you take Amari Rodgers, I'm going to say cool. If you took him in the bottom 1 or really anywhere in 2, no, you get him bottom 3 anywhere out, you're getting a very good football player. You're going to get a solid return on investment. You're getting a versatile guy. Like I'm all for Amari Rodgers. Adebo. Paulson Adebo called it.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it.
Dude,
love it.
Adebo and Lattimore. Adebo and Lattimore. Let's go. Like, yeah. They were talking about trading up for a corner in the first, right? And we were talking about Horn and Lattimore. We were talking about Surtain and Lattimore. They wait. They get a corner that opted out at Stanford, who is a physical marvel. Showed some really athletic plays, has good size, definitely an outside corner. You get to pair him with Marshawn Lattimore, like, yep.
Best ball skills out of any DB in this class. He has wide receiver ball skills.
Yeah.
That's why he had 27 PBUs and I think it was like 8 picks or something like that in his first couple years.
Here's the cost. 98 and 105 for 76. So they gave up 2 really closes. I mean, 2 really close picks.
2/3.
Yeah, 98 and 105. That's 2 close picks. So they gave up a comp pick because you can trade comp picks now to go to 76. So they went up 20-ish spots, a little more, 22, and they gave up 98 and 105. Okay, paid a price for it, but they got a great player. And I was absolutely right. The St. Juice pick triggered them.
Yeah.
Right? You see this with teams in the draft. They were like, there's 3 guys. There's the St. Juice and a Debo and maybe Ambry Thomas that are sort of in the same mold. Now, they may have had a knock on any other one of those players, and they were like, nope, our guy's now in danger. We're not waiting. We want him. There's nobody after him on our shelf. It drops off for what we want, big, athletic, physical corner in this area of the draft, or starter potential, or however they're ranking their horizontal board. And as soon as St. Juice went, they were like, on the phone, let's go. Get him. I don't care.
I think he's
my
a
Terry shot rimmed out.
Fit.
No apologies, Christian. I love folks taking their shot. If it had worked out, you would look like a genius. I got lucky this time. It's no big deal.
Debo's a natural fit in that defense. I think he is, in terms of who you want playing across from Marshawn Lattimore, where it's like, hey, who can we get where you could press a little bit, but when we roll into our cover 3, which they play cover 3 a lot, and cover 1, who can open up, play bail technique, track the ball in the air, make a play on it. That's Paulson Debo. Absolutely perfect fit. Love it.
So 2 things chat just had that were super fun. Somebody's taking their shot with De'Ami Brown to the Chargers, which in terms of skill set,
yes, please.
That would be fun. So that's very nice, Ben. I like that. And Kyle, would I like Amon-Ra St. Brown to the Bears? I wouldn't. I know a lot of people that would. He's not my favorite in this class. I think there are other receivers still on the board that I would like different. I'm not going to say better, because look, he's a very good wide receiver. Other people see things in him that I don't. I wouldn't go out of their way to get him. Now, if they get him where they're picking at 150, like, it's a value either way. I think there'll be better values on the board. Let's put it that way, even in the wide receiver group. So,
De'Ami Brown,
EJ and Brett, have you thought about live Q&As on Locker Room, the Clubhouse? We have, but we do them here. So we do them on YouTube. So
Pats forfeited their 3rd.
Yeah.
Is that real?
Yeah, no, for the it came up in mock drafts all the time. They got nailed for tampering, I think it might have been tampering. They got charged for a 3rd.
Which time?
Love it. Very nice. Oh, Josh Palmer, the Chargers. I love that. I'm sorry. I really, really dig that.
It fits what they like, man. It fits what they like.
I love it. Like, Josh Palmer is underrated. If you look at his stats against the top corners in this draft, just the top 5 corners in this draft, he had more success than any other receiver against those top 5. Like, he is a guy that wins. He had a great Senior Bowl. He's not going to blow you away with RAS. He's good. 7, like high 6s, low 7s in RAS. But if you looked at his Senior Bowl reps and then you went back and watched the tape, like, it's like, why do people not like Josh Palmer more? He is going to be a great target for Justin Herbert. Like, great target for Justin Herbert. I love that pick. It's really, really good.
Ball skills.
Everybody's saying Melifonwu to Minnesota, and I actually don't think that's far off. That fits their archetype.
Bailey, it might not have shown up for me because chat's moving really fast. Post it again. You don't need to pay anything. Just post it again. Let me know what it is.
Acknowledge my super chat. We'd love to. Please help us.
Help us by throwing it back in there.
Yeah.
Jack Zan for $5. Thoughts on Mon at the Vikings. I missed your reaction. I don't know. I know you didn't like that fit on your other QB's episode. Can he sit and be successful? I think it's ideal if he sits so that he can be successful.
Yeah, Brett said he was basically Kirk Cousins 2.0, and
yeah,
again,
he is Kirk Cousins 2.0.
Yeah, it's always good to have a backup who mimics your starter. You look at like Tyler Huntley and Lamar. You get the similar skill set, so there's not this big divide when you bring one quarterback in or the other. You don't have to chop off a chunk of your offense. And Kellen Mond can do everything that Kirk Cousins can do. Does he do it as well right now? No, Cousins is more experienced and, has just seen more of the pro game. And look, when he gets hot, he's as good as any quarterback in the league. It's just, he doesn't get hot all the time. And that Brett said, that sounds a lot like Kellen Mond. And I was like, yeah, it kind of is. So the mesh is pretty good. I was just bummed because he ended up in division, and I like him as one of the good mid-tier quarterbacks in this draft. So I would have loved if he ended up somewhere else. And the Bears did never have to see him, and they may not in the backup quarterback role. But yeah, solid fit for the Vikings. So no complaints about that.
I'm just happy that Mond is going somewhere that he doesn't have to play. That there's no question that he's not going to play early. That's ideal for his career.
100% agree. 100% agree. If he had been picked at the top of the second round, like there'd been a crazy run of quarterbacks, and he was like round 2, pick 1, somebody traded up, and they needed a quarterback for this season. Nah, wouldn't have been good. So, Chaz Surratt to Minnesota. Wow.
She said, as a Colts fan, I'm happy about the Texans pick. Well, hopefully Carson Wentz doesn't die behind Sam Tevi. That's what I say back to you, Bailey. How about that? I pray for the safety of your quarterback.
Did you catch this? Chaz Surratt? They grabbed another athletic linebacker to Minnesota.
Fits their profile.
Yeah, but like we just talked about the 2 guys that are going to be running there. Like, it is the third, but I like Chaz Surratt a lot more than you. But yeah, I'm
in the third round. I'm all right with it. In the third round,
the value of the player is interesting, but like he does go to a team again. We just talked about it with quarterback. Like that's their type. I think he fits brilliantly. Are they, again, what's contract status of those guys playing in the middle for Minnesota? Are they losing one or both? Because if
theoretically, well, he wouldn't replace Barr. He would replace Kendricks.
He would replace Kendricks for sure.
Which Kendricks, I think, theoretically is cuttable after this year. But, theoretically, like Kendricks is still an amazing linebacker. So it's like, do you really want to get rid of Eric Kendricks? Only if you have to. But I think this gives them.
He's gone next year, but again, you're not going to. Chaz Surratt is not a replacement for Barr.
They do different things. Do different things. Yeah.
So interesting. Everybody says going to replace Barr. Okay.
Different skill sets. If anything, he profiles more like Eric Kendricks. He's not as good as Eric Kendricks. But
I don't want Kendricks to ever leave. I wouldn't blame you. I loved Eric Kendricks coming out. I raved about him in my pre-draft articles that year. Really, really good player.
I would say he's more than solid. I think Kendricks is amazing, but I think it just depends on what their cap situation is. They might feel like they have to.
Yeah.
And so I think Chaz would give them a little bit of flexibility.
Sam. Oh, that's winning. Chaz Surratt is the name of a villain in a 90s Disney TV movie. I cannot disagree, Sam. I cannot disagree. Somebody keeps saying thoughts on Tommy Tremble. I like Tommy Tremble. You got to have the right role for him in your offense, and it's really closer to the use check role. It is not a straight up like Tommy Tremble's not going to be like Evan Ingram. Like that's not the role you draft a Tommy Tremble for. You put him more in a use check role, and not every offense in the NFL has that role. So I love him if he goes there and they're going to use him that way. If not, I don't. So,
do the Colts send a veteran?
That's the question of the hour, Carl, because none of us think Sam Tevi's the answer. So we're not sure. They're going to have to replace him somehow, but maybe you do get Forsythe to the Colts. It's just at like 101, not 21.
At this rate, I don't even know if he's going to go that high.
I had him in the teens. That's where he climbed up to for me. It was like the one I really thought like 115, 118, like right around there was where he was going to start to be like, okay, this is one of the best values on the board. You go get him. But not before that. You were like 21. I was like, that's 100 picks early.
Yeah. In terms of veteran or draft somebody, it just depends on who's there in the draft. I mean, you can sign Villanueva, I guess, as like a last, break glass in case of emergency type thing. But
why is Davis falling?
Which Davis?
I don't know, but that's always. There's always those players, always. That we just go, they'll never fall, or they'll never be out of the second round, and we're here in the fifth going, something's wrong with that guy. Like the teams don't like that guy for some reason because his tape says, there's a safety from Georgia last year, J.R. Reed. Love J.R. Reed. His tape said third rounder third rounder or anytime after the third round, he would have been a solid value. He went as a UDFA to Jacksonville. Like nobody picked him. And his tape was way better than that in the SEC, and never found out what was wrong with him, but there was something because his tape was not UDFA.
Tristan Matheny for $5. As a Panthers fan and Concord, North Carolina native, I am ecstatic with our draft so far. Excellent picks all around. Couldn't agree more.
Oh,
Panthers are nailing this. Panthers nailed it.
Oh, check the chat.
Hold on, let me get back there. Malcolm Kuntz to the Raiders.
Kuntz goes to Vegas.
So there's your Leo.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think he plays a lot like Crosby, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. If I believed that the Raiders were going to play their defensive line like the Dolphins did, this would be a slam dunk pick, right? If they were going to rotate guys in, move them around, flex, mug zero all the time, and then drop, Kuntz would be, I'd be like, that's great, but they are much more traditional in their defensive fronts than that. So, I love Malcolm Kuntz. I actually think this is about the ceiling of where I thought he would go. What pick number is it?
About third round, middle of third round. It's about where I thought he would go.
What's our pick number? Sorry.
Oh, we are at 79.
Oh, then this is high for where I thought he'd go. I actually thought
I had anywhere mid third to mid fourth. That's about.
Yeah, I had him right a little bit lower on for sure.
But I think so. How I think they're going to do it is they're going to do Cleveland Ferrell as your base end, Kuntz as a Leo, and then
they took him at 79. Well, Raiders are going twice here.
You could have Ferrell kick inside, and because I think he's a better interior rusher than exterior rusher, to be honest. Have Crosby then come in to play edge. Kuntz is your Leo for both looks. So maybe Crosby and Ferrell would rotate, whereas Kuntz is more of a full-time Leo, in my opinion. That's kind of how I see it.
Man, we've got a 5-pick run here of really good football players. So St. Juice kicked it off. Diggy, Paulson Adebo, Josh Palmer, Chaz Surratt, and Malcolm Kuntz. That's a solid chunk of third-round players right there. That all those guys are guys I liked. I had positive grades on all those guys.
You know who I don't want the Raiders to take here, because this defense that they're going to be running with Gus Bradley doesn't work unless you have a great defensive line. I kind of want them to take Bobby Brown from Texas A&M.
The Raiders?
Yeah.
You want them to, or you don't want them to?
I want them to, because this defense doesn't work without a really good defensive line. I feel like this is about where the value starts for Bobby Brown. So you're working with a rotation of Clellan Ferrell, Quentin Jefferson, Solomon Thomas, Max Crosby, Yannick, Kuntz. I forgot Yannick was there.
That's sounding more and more Dolphins. Chat reminded you several times.
I didn't even see it.
Yeah.
So Yannick will be the Leo, and then Kuntz would probably just back up Yannick. And then Nassib is there. Jonathan Hankins is there.
They're setting up the Miami thing. Yeah,
go too deep at every single position. Yeah.
And interestingly, this is one of those sort of deep scouting things that people that don't spend a lot of time on tape wouldn't see. Both Brett and I saw this looking at tape this year, that universities are going to basically hockey lines on the defensive line. They are taking all 4 guys, both defensive tackles and both defensive ends, and they pull them all for a series, and they replace them all. And it's 4 new guys, and you're watching a guy and you're like, wait, where'd he go? And you realize that it's 4 new guys. And then I started to pick up the trend about mid scouting season. Oh, when my guy goes out, the other 3 guys or 4 guys went out with him, and they come in sets, and it's just like hockey lines, and they rotate, and the defensive lines play maybe half the games, because people, probably Sports Giants folks, are saying, look, you can't leave a guy in for 65, 70 plays a game. He's going to play at peak performance for 35 or 40. You need to basically have a rotating platoon, and we saw that with Miami last year in the pros, and they were very successful with it. Bunch of guys always rotating in and out. They grabbed a bunch of free agents, and it looks like the Raiders are kind of setting up to do the same thing. Oh, you know what they did? I see what they did.
There's your Cam Chancellor.
Woof. That's what Jonathan Abrams should have been. I dig it because I was an Abrams guy. I really had super high hopes for him, and he has not panned out. They basically said enough, and they went and got Divine Diablo to run that role. Divine Diablo, for folks that aren't familiar, Virginia Tech safety, 6'3", hits like a ton of bricks, can cover, especially in a straight line. Doesn't have a ton of like jitterbug agility to stay with smaller slot guys, but big tight ends, no problem. He'll body them. Can go deep down the field straight on a seam. Again, good speed, ran 4.4, 4.5?
Yeah, low 4.4.
Yeah. So this is a big guy, 6'3", 220, but a lot of guys you see like that don't like to hit when they're playing in the secondary. Not Diablo's problem. He is Cam Chancellor-esque. The reason we say that is Chancellor also went to his alma mater, Virginia Tech, and Divine Diablo is...
And also played for Gus Bradley, too. Gus Bradley knows what he wants.
Oh, yeah. He saw what he liked from Divine Diablo and said Abrams is not doing it consistently enough. Abrams does do it, but his consistency has been a problem in the pros. Now they're going to Abram. This is the end of Abram Muse, Tanner Muse. I really thought they should have turned Tanner Muse into a full-time linebacker. So I don't really think he's a hybrid. I really thought he played more like a linebacker. Yes, Divine Diablo does sound like and play like a classic Raider. I agree. Yeah.
I just think Diablo, like Abrams' biggest flaw in coverage is mental mistakes. It's not physical ability.
Yeah, he
mental
just
mistakes.
Blows it occasionally. He is in the wrong place. He goes forward when he should go back. Like he can sit that. When I say consistency, that's what I meant is. Woof.
But what Divine Diablo can say about coverage is he's very smart. He's always in the right spot. Yeah. Again, his hips are garbage in terms of being able to mirror and everything like that. Straight line athlete, not great hips, but he's very smart.
Yeah.
Always in the right spot.
And he will fill an alley. Woo.
Yes, he will. He is a classic strong safety in the mold of that Seattle style cover 3, which they're going to run with Gus Bradley. If there was a defense that was made for Divine Diablo to be successful, because remember, Cam Chancellor wasn't exactly a picture of fluidity either.
Nope.
Like Cam Chancellor was made for that defense.
Yep.
And Divine Diablo is too. It's a good pick. There's some teams where I would hate Divine Diablo. This is not one of them. I would love Divine Diablo on this team. Watch Meinerz and Spencer Brown fall to be more would be since you know what? It also wouldn't shock me at this point because the Ravens just sit around and they're just like, I guess we'll just take a Pro Bowler at pick 90.
Again.
That's what we do again. And then he'll walk in a few years. We'll get a 3rd round pick and we'll take another Pro Bowler. Fucking Ravens.
Why didn't Vegas
Miami takes Hunter Long? Ooh. Jump balls. Jump balls.
They got Gesicki. Like
I know, but you know what's better than having one Mike Gesicki is having a diet Mike Gesicki along with him.
I think it's diet Mike Gesicki though, and I
mean, they don't have any other tight ends that are worth a damn.
No.
And there's no other holes on the roster.
No, I get it from that standpoint. Again, this isn't hating on Hunter Long. I'm looking at value and production. Rookie tight ends are basically, if they have 400 yards, it's amazing.
You know who I would have preferred is Zach Davidson. But
yeah, you're a bit earlier on Zach Davidson than the whole rest of the world. He's a good player, but nobody's picking Zach Davidson before the 5th, I don't think. So
we'll see.
Stone Forsythe at 21, we'll see.
Hey man, if Stone Forsythe plays like a 1st round pick, plays like a 1st round pick, that's all I care about.
Dude, you bring up an excellent point, which is none of this matters. We're sitting here for 3 days and acting like hanging on every word, acting like it all matters. It doesn't matter, right? The NFL is a meritocracy. We were just talking about Jonathan Abram. I loved the Jonathan Abram pick. I loved his tape in college. I thought he was amazing. He got to the pros and went fit.
Yep.
He just didn't. Some guys don't hit. And if you don't play, guess what? They're going to replace your ass. They just did. And so if Stone Forsythe goes in the 7th for some unknown reason and comes in and plays as a starter, guess what? He'll start. Because if you can play in the NFL, you're going to play. Because if you can't play, you're going to cost coaches and scouts their jobs, and their families are going to have to move. So don't think you're going to ride for playing time. Now, you'll ride for a roster spot a long time on a high draft pick. Doesn't mean you'll contribute, but you'll get chance after chance. But in terms of who starts on Sundays, if you're an offensive lineman, can you move the guy in front of you? If you're a safety, can you be where we need you to be so we don't give up an 80-yard touchdown? If you can do that, you'll play. And if you can't, you won't. So all this stuff, all this pageantry and all these picks and the order and what we talk about value, it's great. It's fun. We love it. It's meaningful to us. In the end, it's how they perform on grass and field turf.
Dyami Brown to Washington. All-time fun roster. All-time fun roster, EJ.
Fitz is just like, let's go. I'm gonna start chucking jugs machine balls tomorrow. Like Terry and Dyami Brown, Logan Thomas, like bombs away. Here it comes. Washington football is the vertical offense king. That is amazing.
We're both just immediately tweeting about how much we lost.
Fitch is.
Oh, I love it so much. I would have also accepted Tamari and Terry there, but I recognize there's medical stuff. There's medical stuff, so. God, I love Washington's roster so much. It's so perfect. It's so perfect.
It is crazy.
I'm telling you, man, that Tampa Bay game is going to be insane. Like that game is going to set a record for passes over 40 yards of air yards.
Matt Holtman. I don't know if Matt's in the live stream, but he's on Twitter, longtime follower, bootleg, and he's like that latest pick because Evan Silva said the Raiders pick so far: Leatherwood, Merrick, Kuntz, and Diablo, and he's like that latest pick, and I'm like, actually, the last three picks, like Merrick, Kuntz, and Diablo, I'm like in. The Leatherwood one was meh, but like,
yeah.
I'm just gonna reply and say, actually.
Would EJ prefer Dyami Brown to Chargers or happy with Palmer?
They're not the same because Herbert's got one of the preeminent deep ball cannons in the NFL, and Dyami Brown is one of the preeminent deep ball receivers in this draft. That one element would have been the most fun. Palmer is a better receiver than Dyami Brown. End of story for me.
Yeah,
Palmer has a much more varied game,
more versatile.
Dyami. Yeah,
I have a higher grade on Dyami because of what he could do.
Yeah, you like his trump card better. It doesn't swing the balance for me. I think Palmer is a better receiver. We'll see in 3 years. So it they're in the same range. It's not like one was just amazing, but if I was picking just agnostic of a quarterback and saying who's going to bring more to my offense, and you say you can have Dyami Brown or you can have Josh Palmer, I would have taken Josh Palmer. But Dyami Brown is a superior deep ball receiver to Josh Palmer. Josh Palmer's good at it, but Dyami's got a pretty interesting knack. So, super sticker.
Thank you for the €4, Ash. Really appreciate that.
Yeah.
And Tommy Tremble to the Panthers.
Panthers, man.
And I'm curious to see how they use him because I don't necessarily look at that offense as one that uses a fullback or an H-back type role, but maybe they see him as like a big slot. Maybe they see him as a true tight end. I'm not entirely sure how they're going to deploy him, or maybe if they'll just change the offense and include that kind of role. It's not like it would be that hard. You just go dig up some, old Bill Walsh West Coast playbook and it's there. I'm very curious to see how they deploy him. He's very, very solid player, blocks his ass off. Kind of reminds me of Josiah DeGuara, but a better blocker than DeGuara when DeGuara was coming out last year. Again, I think he's more of an H-back, 6'2", 240, runs like low 4'6", something like that. So he's not like a blow-you-away athlete, but the effort, the physicality as a blocker, he can give you a little bit in the receiving game. I honestly think he's best as an H-back.
Somebody says Josh Hill on roids. I don't think I ever would have made that comparison. I actually like Josh Hill. Just a different player in my mind, but I like Josh Hill for what he is. He's more traditional tight end. Tremble is just he's different. He's different.
They attempted to get Alex Arma involved a lot last year as a fullback. Carolina will find a way. Well,
we hope so. I mean, that's the ideal, is that you draft a player and you have a well-defined role in your system, and he's going to bring you something you don't have, or a better version of something you do have. Like, that's the idea. We hope so, but man, Carolina, man. Tommy Tremble for left tackle.
How is Ronnie Perkins still available? Your guess is as good as mine, dude.
Yeah, with injury at this point. Somebody didn't like his injury card. Teams got injury information so late. There were teams getting injury information a week ago. That's really hard.
One of them got it yesterday. I saw a tweet that somebody got injury information yesterday, the day of the draft, and took somebody off their board, like a highly rated player. We don't know who it is, but who knows? Maybe it was Melifonwu, because he's still not there.
Zach, that is a hell of a question. I love it. That's really good. On a scale of, and this is the full scale, man, because I was pissed about Shaheen. Like, pissed. I had funny story, funny behind the scenes draft story. I was the lead draft analyst at Windy City when Shaheen was picked, and I had to do all the draft reaction. And that day it wasn't podcast, it was just quick little articles that you popped up and you had to put a grade on, which was super stupid. And I actually had to sit and like not write that for a minute because I was so mad. I was just like, I didn't see it with Shaheen. I didn't like it. I didn't like the value. It was just such a crazy roll on potential. I was so mad. I was like, D+, like I'm feeling generous, and it's a D+, and people aren't going to want to hear that. They're going to want to hear Baby Gronk and all that other crap and the Chipotle stories. And I was like, I'm not ready to do that right now. And the best I could get before a walk was D+. And when I came back, the best I could get was a D. So Shaheen really is the sort of bottom of happiness for Bears draft picks. Eddie Jackson, I was absolutely stoked. I had been banging the drum for Eddie Jackson since early on, said all it was a broken leg. He was basically first round material before that. Why is he dropping? They pick Eddie Jackson late. They get value. I would say it's equal to Ejax. Like Tevin Jenkins, great fit. I would have been thrilled with him at 20. Again, we don't get to see his injury information. There was some concern about the hip. I would have been thrilled at 20. They get him at 39. So again, player and fit, where he fits in the offense right now, he's an automatic starter and upgrade. Happy 10 out of 10 with Tevin Jenkins for fit within the Bears offense. The process, if you want to call it the process, the value, not super thrilled, but not pissed about it. 6 out of 10 is what I ranked it on the sort of ratings podcast in terms of the process and the value. I would have liked to see Pace hold on to those picks, the higher picks. But in terms of what they got, look, you got Justin Fields and Tevin Jenkins in your first 2 picks. Like, let's go. So thank you very much for the super chat, and pretty damn happy overall. Ooh.
Wide receiver team. I mean, Tamari and Terry to the Chiefs. Easy.
Let's check. Back up to wide receiver. Oh man, there's so many good ones because there's so many great wide receivers left. I mean, Tylan Wallace is still on the board. Am I wrong?
He is still on the board.
Tylan Wallace, Cornell Powell, Tamarian Terry, Marty Rogers, Jalen Darden, Cade Johnson. Like, I'm really excited for where Cade Johnson goes. That guy's freaking good. I went back and rewatched his tape about a week ago, and I was like, wow, he is fast. He's a great route runner, good hands, special teams value. He took a couple of kicks back in college. Like, yeah, that guy is really good. I don't care that he played at South Dakota. That guy is flat out good.
Yeah.
Trevon Grimes, like big, huge guy that is incredibly athletic out of Florida. 6'4", 220 plus, almost 230. And had like a 9-something RAS score. I mean, he's insane. In any other draft, that guy's going in the top 2 rounds. He's a giant, and he can catch the ball. He's not a burner, but it doesn't matter. He's going to overpower just about anything you throw at him. One of the few guys on this list that would be bigger than Divine Diablo going up head to head. And, all those guys can play. Nico is a great jump ball receiver down the boundary. Somebody brought up Amon-Ra St. Brown. Amir Smith-Marset.
Oh, Amari.
To
the Packers, I think.
Well, that would be their Elijah Moore a couple rounds later. Like, yeah. They basically said, if we're not going to take Elijah Moore, we're going to take, at that point, offensive line, we're going to get Amari Rodgers. He's going to drop. We're going to get him. Good, solid pick for what they needed. He's, again, a very good player, well-rounded, physical. Like, he took running back reps at his pro day. He's built like a truck. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And went to the Senior Bowl and just did exactly what you would expect a slot receiver to do.
Fantastic route runner. I mean, just toasted everybody in man coverage.
Hands catcher, makes it look easy, does not fight the ball. We talked about this on the podcast with Schofield. Like, the job description is wide receiver. Like, he makes the receiving part look easy. He catches the ball very easily, brings it into his body with a real fluidity. Sometimes we'll say a guy fights the ball. That means he just doesn't look comfortable catching it and has trouble securing it. Amari Rodgers is into the hands, into the grasp, moving, like 2 solid motions. Bam, 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 over and over again. He looks like a machine that way. Great. Aaron Rodgers is going to love him. Like,
yeah, naturals. Yeah. Well, unless Aaron retires, we'll see.
Golston to Dallas.
I don't know if Amari Rodgers moves the needle for.
Dude, Chauncey Golston is a guy that I have a ton of trouble with because I really wanted to like him.
I would not have taken him in the 3rd round.
Nope. Super long arms. This is Chauncey Golston, defensive end out of Iowa. The reason he got so much buzz is length. His arms are so long. And he's strong, and he can hold the point of attack, but he's got slow feet. Yeah. And his RAS testing showed it. His tape showed it. He sees it. Like, he's a smart player. And reach takes you a ways, but after a while, you have to have foot speed. And his foot speed keeps him from, what I wrote in my notes is his foot speed keeps him from being able to capitalize on what his eyes see. And over again, even in college where guys aren't as fast, he will go to the right place and reach out, and they will run right around his fingertips because he can't quite accelerate to get him because he's just leaden in his feet. He's a guy that can kind of go out and do one thing, which is sort of set and contain an edge, hold a gap. But you want him to chase even 2 or 3 feet either side of that, he's going to get beat. And again, if you've got him as that sort of rock set edge, and that's his job, is just to take up blocks and make sure nobody goes right through that one gap, he'll be very good. But he is just one of those frustrating players. I was like, man, he's so close to being so much more, but he just can't run.
Why do they take Golston when Perkins is there? Perkins has to have a medical.
Yeah, it's either medical or something else that's really gross that we don't know about. Again, NFL teams have the 2/3 that we get to see are tape, which is all their performance against other players in pads, and testing. And this year testing was even kind of reduced. It's not truly a third. So those are the 2/3, if you want to say that we get to see. And then the third, or, it's probably more like 50% is reports from coaches, reports from high school coaches. Did anybody come to their birthday party? They have, private eyes going deep into their background. Do they have any criminal charges? Ever been in trouble? Are they a good student? Or were they a team leader? Like, all that stuff. We don't see any of that stuff. We don't get to have any of that stuff. And then the medicals, which is a huge part of that unseen piece for us. And we just don't get to rate on that stuff. We don't know what an inside of a guy's knee looks like. We don't know if he, slapped his brother hard enough that he ended up in jail. You have no idea what went on. NFL teams know almost everything that goes on. And we see the tape and the testing and go, okay, these two things line up. That guy's a great player. NFL teams go, we're not putting him in our locker room. He's off our board. And we're going, why is this guy dropping? And the answer is because his tag's not on anybody's board. There's something we don't know about.
What do you think of the Raiders draft so far? I didn't like it until the Merrick pick in the second round. Merrick if I'm just going to pretend Merrick was the first round pick, Leatherwood was the second round pick, Kuntz was the third round pick,
and Divine.
And Divine. When you look at it that way,
it's heating up.
Give me the four players. Started out a bit rough, and we've gotten progressively a lot better till now. I'm at the point where I think it's good.
Yeah.
Like now, I actually like.
I like it.
Draft.
3 out of 4. You're stacking chips, man. 3 out of 4. When's Bo Callahan going? I don't know. You're gonna have to ask Brett. He saw that movie before I did. Ellinger to the Vikes? No. Tell me that's not real.
Wait, why?
I don't.
God,
I don't think it's real. I'm relaxing.
Shotgunning approach to quarterback.
Life's too short for that. Perkins to the Vikes. Is that true?
That I would actually love.
I would shudder at that if it's true.
I would love it though. Not gonna lie.
Christian, I don't think it was me. Do we like the Adebo pick? Yes, we love the Adebo, Sam. The Adebo, Paulson Adebo pick for New Orleans. It's tremendous. Fields or Kyler? Like Justin Fields?
How likely is the Bears to have a bad record knowing their schedule in 2021, looking at that juicy first rounder?
It's too
I don't
early
think
to
they'll
say.
be bad.
It's too early to say. We don't know who's going to start. We don't know who's going to start at center. If Dalton gets hot and uses the weapons, it could work. We still don't know who's going to be on defense. They're not done trading people away or cutting them June 1st. Like, we're not even at the offseason workouts. It's too early to say. UDFA is still out there. We don't know who they're going to get from that. It's too early to say for sure. Wyatt Davis. I would say Justin Fields over Kyler, rolling lemons. Bears will find a way to get to 500. Yes, probably. Wyatt Davis to Minnesota. Okay, Wyatt Davis. That's going to make a few of my Vikings friends pretty happy.
I mean, they needed interior bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
You couldn't go another year with the possibility of Drew Samia getting starts.
Yeah,
you needed interior bad. I don't necessarily like him in an outside zone scheme, though.
He's not my favorite. He was one of those guys that everybody was super high on, and if you look at draft boards, he was higher than this on draft boards. Like if you had believed most of the rankings you saw, Wyatt Davis was a guard name in the top. Like he quote unquote should have been gone by now. When I went back and rewatched him close up, I wasn't as impressed. He has big flash plays, but he also has lots of plays where he kind of doesn't get the thing done. And again, your eyes start drifting when you do this in scouting, and especially when you're watching offensive line, it's hard. You start watching the guy next to him. You're like, that's a 4th play out of the last 8 that he's blown. I'm going to watch the guy next to him. You start watching Josh, the center for OSU, and it was like, he's making most of his. He doesn't have the flash plays where he blows a guy out, but he's in the right place. He's making the right blocks. He's handing things off smoothly. Like he's showing decent power to open like pivot run holes, not just like bulldozer gap holes. And I started saying, man, I like the center, the guard. I'm not as wild about.
EJ.
I see it.
Uh-huh.
And it fits their profile.
If there's an offense where that dude's going to put up 1,200 yards and 10 touchdowns, that's the fucking one.
I don't disagree. I love the fit because if you look at like his most successful games at Ohio State, right? The one where he had 331 yards, he got most of them in an outside alley that was wide open. And the Niners are really good at creating outside wide open alleys. Kittle and Juszczyk to one side, and then Debo coming in on a crack, and all of a sudden Trey Sermon is looking at 70 yards of green grass, and he can do that. Like, he can do that. So he is a bigger version of what they've picked lately. Usually they've taken the smaller, the Mostert and Jermichael Hasties and whatever. Sermon is bigger than their typical back, but he runs the same way. Get him to the outside, get him to cut once, and bye.
Yeah.
So, yeah, can't argue with the fit at all.
I love it. Kendrick Green to Pitt. Did I call it or did I call it?
Kendrick Green. See, we told you. Don't worry about Kevin. Colbert's got his thing, right? He's gonna wait on offensive linemen. He usually does. It's not a high round thing. That's when everybody was like, Tevin Jenkins to Pitt. I was like, I would love it. He fits the profile. Steelers aren't going to spend a pick on it. And he does this. Kendrick Green, wrestling background, Illinois guard, center combo. They'll probably play him at center. Super athletic for a guy his size. Pretty tall for a center. Over 300 pounds. You can definitely see the wrestling background and the leverage and the hand use. Just surprisingly athletic for a guy of the frame build. He moves very smoothly for a guy that's well over 6 foot, well over 300 pounds. Moves kind of like one of those big basketball players, super power forward, right? That's got good feet. And you're like, man, that guy moves really
excellent
well.
feet. Excellent feet.
So
feet, hips, just
that's
super mobile.
If I was a Steelers fan, or if you are a Steelers fan, I would feel real good about that. Like, he's a player that I kind of low-key hoped might float to the Bears, like maybe even more than Meinerz as a center, not as a guard, but as a center. Just because of his sort of natural movement skills. He's got experience at the position, would have been right down the road, same colors. Come on. I mean, there's a lot of things to love here. No, good pick for the Steelers. Najee loves that pick. Whoever they're going to try it out at quarterback loves that pick. Yeah. I want to look his size up, actually, because he's a big dude.
Who?
Kendrick.
He's like 310, I want to say.
6'3", 305.
Oh, okay. Off by 5
good,
pounds.
Good size for center.
Yeah.
When Dolphins getting Gainwell, oh my God. I would love that.
They don't need Felton because they already got what's his face? Fuck. Who's the Washington guy?
Yeah, they're not the same.
Myles Gaskin.
Yeah, they're not the same. Myles Gaskin more of a pure runner, Felton more of a receiver, but Gainwell I love because it gives them a very versatile weapon in the passing game, and more to the point, the passing game that Tua likes to throw.
Yeah, quick.
Right. Gainwell is going to run the routes that Tua likes to throw. They can motion that guy into a tight set. They can have him run a little Texas option route. Tua loves those, and Gainwell can turn them into big gains, no pun intended. I would love the Gainwell fit. Demetric Felton, a couple rounds later maybe, but no, Kenneth Gainwell to the Dolphins. I love that. That's a great fit. Great question. Thank you for the $5, Frank. That's amazing.
Did someone say versatile weapon? Bengals not here anymore. Might be Perkins.
Carolina traded back again. Carolina is stacking picks for quarterback next year, and you cannot change my mind. They are.
If Darnold fails. If Darnold fails.
They're like, no problem, Sam. No pressure. 18 picks in next year's draft. Oh, man. That is too funny.
Let's see here. Trying to get information here.
It's okay. How's everybody doing? All right, sound off in the chat. We had so much fun with this last night. Where are you geographically in the world? Just start tapping them out. I had a great time reading these last night. It was one of my favorite parts. We had people from Singapore, Hong Kong, Israel, Germany, UK, Ireland, Brazil, Canada, all over the United States. Alex from Seattle, awesome. Texas, where in Texas? Gainesville, Lander, Wyoming, Pittsburgh, PA. We got Pittsburgh and PA. Nashville, Colombia, Australia. Where in Australia? It's a whole continent. I need to know. Nebraska, nice. Elk River, Minnesota, Miami. Frank's in Miami asking about the Dolphins. Very nice match.
Nico Collins.
Nico goes to Houston. Davis Mills to Nico. Is this
Collins
right behind you? Sparky, don't do that. It's not funny. Toronto, Duval, Canberra. All right, middle of Wyoming. There you go. Pitt.
So this is their
Roman.
This is their effort to replace DeAndre Hopkins with a go up and get it receiver.
I'm not even going to touch that. I know you just served it up. I'm not even going to touch that. That's terrible. Crofton, wait a second. Brendan, my old hometown. Not hometown.
They're not the same, by the way.
No.
Nico Collins and DeAndre Hopkins are not the same.
No, I used to live in Crofton. Durango, you lucky bugger. Durango is beautiful.
Can Nico Collins just like say no? Can you just say like no?
You can.
Trade me. Go.
You can't say trade me. They own the rights for a year, but you can say I won't come, and your rights revert back to the draft a year later. So you could burn a year.
Yeah.
Now he can't go back and play. He can't go back and play college ball. That's still a root thing.
Might be a better career move.
Bellingham, Rochester, Brisbane, Greenville. Oh, Patrick Jones to the Vikings. I hate that a lot. Fargo, Toledo, Ecuador. Very nice. Quito or someplace else? Virginia, Bama, but a Steelers fan. There you go. Billings, Montana. Simi Fehoko for the Browns? ? Interesting. Patrick Jones to Minnesota. Why do I hate it? Great player. They know how to develop players like him. He's going to be good. And I like Patrick Jones. Patrick Jones has the best spin move I've seen on an edge since.
Don't say Dwight Freeney.
It's true.
God damn it, EJ.
No. He has a real spin move. You and I talk about this all the time, that spin moves usually at the college level are no good. Guys take like 3 steps and end up in the same place, and the lineman's like, why'd you turn around? I'm looking at your hips. Johnson is the guy that actually plants once and goes by you with the spin move. He's got a very good spin. Well, Terry is better, but there's injury concern and off-field concern with Terry. So Nico Collins is, quote unquote, in a draft sense, cleaner. His draft profile is cleaner than Tamori and Terry. Is Terry a better player on the field? Flat, straight up. Yes.
Yeah.
Lisbon, Portugal? That's awesome. Bethesda. No Bethesda well. Columbia, Tennessee. Home of Shaq Mason. Did not know that Columbia, Tennessee was the home of Shaq Mason. That's super cool. Minneapolis, Minnesota.
How bad should we all feel for Davis Mills? How do the Texans get out of this mess? The Texans made their own mess. They don't want to get out of it. This is their idea of getting out of a mess.
We don't feel bad for Davis.
Yeah,
we don't.
I feel bad for Davis Mills because this is not the place to go to have a successful NFL career. So I feel bad for Davis Mills from that standpoint. I would have much rather he went to.
Are Texans the new Browns? Good question.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Christopher, 49ers fan in Hong Kong, Columbia, Maryland, Harrisburg, PA. Let's hear it for Harrisburg. Was born in Pennsylvania, not far from Harrisburg. Holland, Michigan. I had a friend from Holland. Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Very nice. Douglasville, Georgia. Oh, nice.
I'm trying to find
Mexico City.
Who's on the clock right now? So it's Browns are on the clock. Vikings just took Patrick Jones, correct?
That was the last one I saw.
All right. So Browns don't really need anything. They could probably go with another linebacker, I guess. Maybe corner depth. Receiver would make sense, I guess. Who's the best available receivers? Do you have a list?
Yeah, hang on. So Vikings, Cleveland. Okay. Available. Turn on prospects, wide receivers, boop, 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 and undrafted. Cade Johnson, Tylan Wallace, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Cornell Powell, Tamarian Terry, Austin Watkins, Schwartz, if you're a fan of that sort of thing. Trey Nixon, Jacob Harris, Demetric Felton. Then it starts Frank Darby, Simi Fehoko, sorry, Marquez Stevenson, Racy McMath. We're sort of down into it. Wap Fillier, Immature Bebe, Sage Surratt is still hanging out.
Sage would be interesting.
Yeah. No, out of that top, that top 6 is still pretty good. Cade Johnson, Tylan Wallace, St. Brown, Cornell Powell, Tamorian Terry, Austin Watkins, Shy Smith. I like all those guys. Like, those are all good dudes. Where's Tylan Wallace? He's there. He's still on the board.
What do you do as
Jamar
the Titans
Johnson? What did I see earlier? Somebody way earlier in the chat said something about one of your favorite players, and I went, oh, he actually is. Somebody was like, is Jamar Johnson a good fit for the Patriots? And I was like, oh, he would be.
So corners right now for the Titans, you got Caleb Farley, Janoris Jenkins, Kevin John. I would still probably just get another corner for the Titans to answer your super chat there.
Smith Marset. Oh yeah, Amir Smith Marset's still there. He's definitely in that top 6 I just listed, or top 7.
So I would look at like a Tay Gowan. If you want a nickel, Elijah Molden's still there for Titans. A corner of any shape or size I would get.
Melifonwu, there's got to be an injury thing.
Oh, Anthony Schwartz, the Auburn kid.
Ambry Thomas. Yeah, I told you. What did I say? Schwartz, if you're a fan of that kind of thing, they want a burner. He is a burner. He is not just a track kid. He moves better than that on the football field, but that guy, do not give him a gap. Do not give that guy a gap. He will put a dagger in your heart. Yeah, he will run through he will break all your angles. You better have people in the right places, and I mean the right places. If they're 2-3 steps out of the way, you're not catching him. He's that kind of fast. He is legit fast on the football field with pads on, not running 40s on the track. He is also a track guy, but he moves better than that. A lot of track guys don't have the savvy of where to be in space on the football field that he does. He's not necessarily the greatest catcher of the football. He's tough, but it's really about getting him a ball, making the lane, like think jet sweep with a couple of blockers. Like, look out. Like, you're going to have trouble. He's going to create that kind of thing. He can go 60, 70 on any play. So they definitely were looking for some flash. They wanted lightning. They got it. Is he the best receiver left out of that group? I don't think so, but they were looking for a very specific thing, and I don't think anybody else outside of Cade Johnson, I think, is actually similarly quick. Can we go over Dwayne Eskridge? Yes, we can. I hopped on the Field Goals podcast with Brandon to talk about Dwayne Eskridge. Dwayne Eskridge is actually really good for the Seahawks because they have DK Metcalf as their DK Metcalf. They have Tyler Lockett on the other side, and what they didn't have in the slot, they had Moore, who was good, solid, and they had Freddie Swain, who is kind of the same, good, solid, a little bit smaller, not going to break things and go a ton of yards. They needed some electricity. They needed some playmaking in their third receiver, in their slot receiver, and Dwayne Eskridge can bring them that. He is the guy that he has some drop issues. He's definitely not the biggest guy in the world, but he is electric with the ball in his hands, and he can score, just like we were talking about Anthony Schwartz a second ago. Like, he is more he's fast. That's not his only thing, though. He is incredibly agile, especially with the ball in his hands, just an electric playmaker, and it really does add that sort of third layer or level to the Seahawks passing game. It's a great complementary piece. Is it the guy I would have picked for that role? Can quibble about that, but does he fit really well and fill a need that they didn't have? Especially, I think it gives a very good sort of window into what their new offensive coordinator wants to do. I said, we need this piece to make our offense tick. We don't have it, and they went and got it with their only high pick in this entire draft. They only have 3 overall, and they used their highest pick to go get Dwayne Eskridge. I think when you sort of grab all those puzzle pieces, like, it makes sense. So
he's a separator, and they needed a separator. And the hands were a little bit of a question for me, but in terms, like, you look at all the Senior Bowl one-on-ones, in terms of separation, nobody created separation the entire Senior Bowl week like Dwayne Eskridge. So I think he's, as you say, he's a natural fit.
Brandon's in the chat, said he just posted the pod. So
Oh, nice.
that's cool. Thank you,
For the
Brandon.
Steelers, which corner still on the board would fit them the best? I'm going to just keep banging that Tay Gowan drum until somebody takes him. Because he's probably the best one left. Tay Gowan from UCF, big, long press corner, runs like a deer.
I like Ambry Thomas in front of Tay Gowan, but that's it.
You know, I had Tyson Campbell going to the Steelers in the first round of my mock, and I've said multiple times, if you miss out on Tyson Campbell, you take Tay Gowan. So that's who I'm going with. Don't the Titans still need a wide receiver? Yes, but there's a million wide receivers still left. Like, they're all right there. I would prioritize corner because corner's a lot more thin.
Right, you know it's going to be fun if he doesn't get drafted? Speaking of Steelers and corner.
Ooh, Monty Rice to Tennessee. God, that is such a Titans linebacker. Plays the run really well, super smart, never out of position. Won't blow you away with athleticism, but he's a good enough athlete. But he's just really smart, really tough.
You know what I like about Monty Rice? He's one of those things when you're watching tape that caught my eye. Monty Rice is an owl.
Oh, and eyes in the back of his head.
Now, have you ever watched an owl hunt? Like, National Geographic footage of an owl coming down to catch a mouse or something, right? Their heads don't move. It's because they have stereoscopic vision with their eyes and everything moves around their head, but their head never moves. When you watch Monty Rice going through trash, he's like that. His head stays perfectly still and he just kind of gets his way through. Nails a ball carrier every time. Like Monty Rice hunts ball carriers in trash. And so many times you think, he shouldn't be able to do that. He's not going to blow you away athletically. He's not the biggest guy. He's not the fastest guy. He gets through every freaking time. Like he just gets through places you wouldn't think. It looks well blocked. And here comes Monty Rice. Puts his face right in somebody's chest and drops him. And it happens over and over again. He's very good in that sort of wide cone, pretty much almost out to the sideline. Not exactly sideline to sideline range. I would say like number to number range, but he has great ball vision. And there are linebackers that they get fooled by fakes. They sort of don't know. They take a couple wrong steps and that's enough. Gets them out of position. Monty Rice is just like, got it, bang. And he's really good at that. So, yeah, Titans pick.
Thoughts of the Bengals so far. Who do you think they should get tomorrow? And what do you think of who do you think the kick off the guard streak? Let's see. I kind of would like Kramer from Notre Dame or Hainsey from Notre Dame. Either one would work for me. I think Ellerson Smith is still available. I would love Ellerson Smith for them if he doesn't go sometime in the next few picks. I mean, Perkins is still there, obviously. Melifonwu, maybe, unless he keeps falling. Like, there's a lot of really good players that are still there for the Bengals that I would take in the top round 4.
So we said they needed to go O-line, and they responded with Jackson Carman. They're listing him as a guard. I still win my bet. Screw you.
They listed NFL did or the Bengals did?
NFL is listing him as a guard. So Jamar Chase, Jackson Carman, Joseph Osai. Again, we talked about Osai being a kind of replacement for Carl Lawson, power edge that needs some time to figure some things out, but is incredibly athletic. Like Osai is a nutty athlete. Jamar Chase, enough said. Like Jamar Chase automatically has chemistry with Joe Burrow, which is a big advantage, right? Chemistry between wide receiver and quarterback is a thing. They don't need to develop that. There's going to be a little bit of dusting off. It's going to take about 15 minutes. And they're going to be on the same page again. That's a big deal. Jackson Carman.
I forgot they took Khalid Kareem last year. They don't really need an edge, do they?
Not as much. And again, we see this where teams are stacking up defensive line talent, right? They're stacking up guys to rotate in because they're just realizing that it's a little different than offensive line. If you're going to ask that guy to explode time after time, you're not going to get it every time. You're going to bring in a fresh set of legs and keep both guys fresh. So it seems to be the way. I wouldn't have picked Carman where they picked him. That's higher than I was on him. Osai, probably higher than where I was on him, but I can see their take on both. And again, we said they needed offensive line help. If that's the offensive line help that they like and identify and want, good. Do they need more? They do. They need at least one more in this draft. There's plenty of them out there. The guard run hasn't really started yet. So there you
go. Peyton Laughlin for $5. Wow, been drinking too much.
Always
love to see my Auburn guys end up on my Cleveland Browns. What a time to be Browns fan. Makes my decade plus of hoping for worth it. Every once in a while, a bad franchise will crawl out of the mud. And I think the Browns have finally done that.
Yeah,
I think we're entering a new era of Browns football. So congrats to you, Peyton, for that.
Yeah, it feels like Barry has done it. Oh, that'll make JB happy.
I love it. Spencer Brown of the Bills, athletic freak of a tackle. He's like 6'8" with a sub-7 3-cone, which is unheard of.
What did we say about Brandon Beane, man?
Athletes.
He just keeps grabbing underdeveloped athletes and saying, my coaches are going to develop them, and they got a record of doing it. Edmonds, Allen, and now Spencer Brown, Gregory Rousseau. He's not.
No.
Ravens, Ben Cleveland. J.K. Dobbins is doing backflips right now. J.K. Dobbins is like, hell yeah, man. Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. That's a Ravens pick right there. Just give me the 355-pound guard that looks like the mountain and moves people.
Dude, it's the old Disney show. That's so Raven. That's so Ravens right there. That's ridiculous. Ben Cleveland. J.K. Dobbins is beside himself right now. He is going to have some man-sized holes, and I mean man-mountain-sized holes. Ben Cleveland is a monster if you haven't watched his game. Very good run-blocking guard. Gets to the second level regularly, but is literally a cut 355. He is all muscle and 355.
So I guess they really like Tyree Phillips at tackle then.
They think somebody said that way back in the beginning. I think it was even in the first hour that we were on that they said, I think the Ravens think Tyree Phillips can be a tackle. And I wouldn't say that they're wrong. Ravens have done a very decent job of developing their tackles, much like we talked about Minnesota developing their defensive linemen and, the Bills now starting to develop these raw athletes. In a way, with a frequency that they feel very comfortable going and getting them. And boy, if they're right, because Tyree Phillips tested really well. He moved really well for his size.
Yeah, he's a really good athlete.
So you look at Ben Cleveland, Tyree Phillips, and, you got Stanley and, oh, man, yikes.
Should the Falcons double dip at safety or get an RB with their next pick? Khalil Herbert's still there. Go Khalil Herbert. You could argue Tyree Gillespie.
I haven't looked at Atlanta. I need to look at Atlanta.
I can't remember who else is there. I mean, maybe I'll go Tyree Gillespie and then like Jarrett Patterson. Or, hell, if Khalil Herbert, the fact that he's your senior.
Kyle Pitts, Richie Grant, Jalen Mayfield. I'm not a huge Jalen Mayfield lover, but it's the third round, so who cares? The first two, again, if you're Atlanta, the first two are the ones that you're like, hell yes and hell yes. Richie Grant, great player. Love his game. He's gonna look great as a dirty bird back there.
Jacoby Jones announced it for the Ravens. How about that? Ravens legend Jacoby Jones.
Well, they got 2 picks here. They've got 3 and 9 in the fourth round, 108 and 114. Like, I'm going to be able to add a lot of talent. There's
Yeah. Thank you, guy with no vowels, by the way. Lanky Steg, all-time name, for $5. Thoughts on the Saints draft so far? I really like what they've done so far with Peyton Turner, Pete Werner, and Paulson Adebo. I think they've crushed it.
The Saints are draft legends. If you look at the Saints, what is the 2017 draft? Like every one of those guys is a starter. Like that never happens. The hit rate is 30 to 40% in the draft. If you have a 35% hit rate in the NFL draft, you have a GM job for a long time, especially if you hit on your high picks. Was it 2017 draft?
Yeah, it's 2017.
2017 Saints draft, if you're ever interested in draft lore, draft history, like 2017 Saints is like the Steelers draft that built the first Chuck Noll Super Bowl teams. I mean, every guy that they picked played a role and was significant. It's unreal. So Mickey Loomis, you can say what you want about his cap management and a bunch of other stuff, but his ability to pick players that work in their system is really good. It's the reason he's still there. Yeah, Turner, Warner, and Paulson Debo, all three players that we liked, all three players we can see fitting in their system. We talked about a Debo at length when he was picked. Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all.
Oh, there was another super chat here.
Sorry, they're playing Richie Grant highlights on NFL.com, and I was like, oh, I'm distracted. He's really good. All right, so we're getting in. This is good stuff. Teams picks. Let's go back. All right, so where are we at? We're not quite out of 3. Yeah, we're at the tail end of 3 here. Be closing out our evening. It's been another really good day. I can't believe we have a whole other day tomorrow to do it.
Dude, I'm exhausted. I don't know how streamers do this for 8 hours a day, man. I'm only on hour 5 and I'm dead.
Yeah, well, you're actually kind of like on hour 10 in 2 straight days. So
yeah you're not wrong.
I'm gonna cut you some slack. So and it's not like your lead up was any kind of ridiculous.
Ooh, Robert Hainsey to Tampa.
Okay,
so
I think guard.
He'll be a swing guard. I mean, they don't need guard.
They don't need any
guard for them. Yeah, you're right. They don't need anything. It'll be a swing guard for them, and I guess we'll see how their contract situation
to New England. Perkins to New England, not to take Hainsey's.
At one point, I thought Ronnie Perkins was good enough to be in consideration for New England in the first round, let alone in the 3rd round. So, perfect fit. Perfect fit.
Oh man. See, we were just talking about Derek Rivers the other day. This is what Brett and I do. When Derek Rivers went to New England, we were both kind of like, we low-key like that. We think that's going to be a good pick. He never panned out. He's on the Texans now. Not surprising with Nick Caserio there. New England got rid of him. He never did anything there. I can see exactly what they want to do in the New England system with Ronnie Perkins. The reason he fell, everybody keeps asking. I don't know. We don't know. Must be an injury thing. His tape was extremely good. If you go look at Ronnie Perkins versus Texas Tech, oh my God. One of the most dominant tapes I watched all draft cycle for 2021, all positions. Ronnie Perkins was awesome versus Texas Tech. I know what they want to do. I know what they hope they're getting. Yeah, I have no idea why he fell. But Bill, I don't want to say luck's into. Bill just picks a player that
he's just a good player.
I think they have a very good idea what they want to do with Ronnie Perkins. So solid.
One of the best guys at converting speed to power in this whole draft, I would say. I mean,
and he can do so many other things too. That's the thing, is he's not a one-trick guy, and so many guys in this edge class have like one really good trump skill, or kind of even average trump skill. There are guys farther down the board that aren't good. Ronnie Perkins can do 3 or 4 things really well, and he's fast at his size, crazy fast.
I love him. Really good player. Ian Martin for $10. I missed your show, sadly, but I was wondering, what do you think of the Steelers draft? Would you have gone Creed in round 2 and try to get a TE in the 3rd? Considering they got Kendrick Green in the 3rd, I would prefer the package of Freiermuth and Green over Creed and
anybody.
And Trey McKitty, whoever.
No, anybody. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think Colbert did the right thing.
Yeah, for sure. Their Freiermuth was the clear leader in the clubhouse at TE. He was TE2 in this draft. Just about any other draft, he would have been TE1. But, hey, Kyle Pitts is Kyle Pitts. But we talked about the shelf after Freiermuth being really far. It was Freiermuth and then nobody else for a while. Whereas with the center or guard class, specifically center for the Steelers, there were guys out there. Creed is better than Kendrick Green, but Kendrick Green is very good. There's other guys that, Colbert loves. Stanford lineman, Drew Dahlman still hanging out there. So like he knew that he could wait on center, and he's very good at picking lower round linemen and having them work in his system. We were talking about Kevin Dotson at guard. Freiermuth, if you go on from Freiermuth and you really think tight end is something you need in that offense, there's kind of nothing waiting for you if you picked a guard or center. Whereas if you pick Freiermuth first, you kind of had several choices at guard or center. So that's what he did, and I think that's a better value. So Trey McKitty trying to get a Gerald Everett replacement. Yeah, they're trying to get a Gerald Everett replacement. I really don't think Trey McKitty's it. Trey McKitty has great hands. Tight end from Georgia, had some amazing catches at the Senior Bowl, which is what put him on a lot of people's radar. I went back and watched him again. I had watched him in prep for the Senior Bowl, and I hadn't been all that impressed. Senior Bowl, he had these bunch of highlight catches, and I thought, oh, did I miss? I went back. No, he doesn't move super well. He's not very fluid. He can catch the hell out of the football, which not all tight ends can do. Is he going to create a movement element in Los Angeles like Gerald Everett, who's their tight end that moved on to the Seahawks in the offseason? I really don't think he is. I watched a few games and just didn't see the sort of high-end movement skills out of Trey McKitty that I would have liked to see from a sort of move tight end that's going to be a receiver. We'll see. I could be wrong, but he wasn't super high on my list. I had a lot of people that were like, don't you like Trey McKitty? I was like, I love his hands. But again, that's not your only job as a tight end. You got to do some other things. You got to move.
Meinerz to the Broncos. First things first, I would have gone Zach Davidson for the Chargers. I felt like he's a better vertical threat than McKitty. And I feel like when you have a quarterback like Justin Herbert, you take a 6'7" tight end that runs low 4.6 and has great jump ball ability and everything like that. I would have gone Zach Davidson personally because the athlete just kind of fits, I think, what their quarterback does best better. Meinerz to the Broncos. So they just took a bunch of interior guys through free agency and the draft recently. Right now, they've got Lloyd Cushenberry, who is a favorite of us. They got Dalton Reisner and Graham Glasgow. This feels like he won't start, but he's just too good of a player to not take. That's what it feels like to me.
I screwed up. I kept saying I screwed up the LA thing again. I didn't call him San Diego, but I kept saying Rams, and McKitty went to the Chargers.
Oh, you had the teams backwards?
I just LA. I saw LA and I went, oh yeah, LA Rams. And no, it's LA Chargers. LAC, not LAR. My bad. Thank you, chat, for correcting me. So does that change my mind? Not really. They lost Hunter Henry, free agency. I
still would have gone Zach Davidson.
Yeah, I'm not wild about what McKitty brings. So I'm at this point, I'm with you. I think you're way early on Davidson, but if you're talking about Davidson or McKitty, like, yeah, I'd go Davidson just on potential alone. And
Meinerz feels like a backup in Denver for now until maybe like somebody's contract expires, but they have a very strong interior, in my opinion.
It would be really interesting to me to see how some teams are all about competition, and competition wins. If you come in, play better, you're automatically going up regardless of tenure, promises made, draft pick, whatever, right? And if they're more like that, that's the Seahawks. If they're running their sort of hierarchy more like that, Meinerz has a chance to play this year. If Vic is still of his rookie disliking ways, Meinerz will sit and season and like you said, fill in when a slot opens up. So it's not bad either way.
Somebody asked me on Twitter about Kendrick Green. It occurred to me that the Steelers probably pulled their centers more than like anybody else in the league when they had Pouncey, and Kendrick Green is really good at pulling.
Great movement skills.
That makes a lot of sense, actually, if you really want to run a lot of counter Trey where you're pulling your center.
Oh, Aaron says Glasgow has an opt-out in his deal after 2021. Meinerz can replace him. Yes, I think that's what smart teams do in succession planning. Thanks for bringing that up. And if you are a year ahead of the game and stacking up, players not for need for this year to fill a gap, but rather to say, next year which is kind of what I wanted the Bears to do with tackle and wide receiver as well, because if they don't do a long-term deal with Allen Robinson, they're basically looking at Darnell Mooney on the depth chart next year. That's it. Same thing if Charles Leno leaves and, Tevin's your right tackle, who's your left? Like, go get a Stone Forsythe with the extra pick that you – oh, that's right, traded away to get Tevin. So there are pluses and minuses on both sides. Again, not anti-Tevin in any way, but the Bears have multiple holes. And if they're able to, say, trade Anthony Miller out or Hicks or somebody and get extra picks, hey, again, the draft isn't over till it's over. Doesn't look like – they would be day 3 picks anyway, so it could still happen tomorrow where they add extra picks and pick up some of these guys that are sliding down the board, Drew Dahlman at center or any of these wide receivers that we're talking about, Tamorian Terry, Cade, if he's still there, would be an amazing pick. If you could trade Miller, well, Miller's probably going to be a 5th or maybe a 6th. Hicks would be a 5th, maybe a 4th. You're not probably going to get him. Yeah, you're not going to get up into Cade Johnson territory, I don't think. But if he slides a little bit and you get Cade Johnson to replace Anthony Miller for basically a straight trade,
you're good. You're good.
Pace. That would be amazing.
Speaking of, Al Gordon for $5 is asking for a Bears recap. Right? I don't care about the price paid for either player.
Yeah.
I don't care about the price. You're getting a franchise quarterback and a franchise tackle. For how many ever picks they gave up. They gave up a first rounder next year. They gave up a third rounder this year. They gave up another 4th, I think, as well.
They basically turned 82 into 151. They gave up 204, which we don't care about because it's a 6th rounder and they have 4 of those. Basically they took 53 or 52 and 83 and turned 83 into 150, whatever they have, 151.
We got the first player that I did not watch at all.
Who?
Nashawn Wright.
Oh, from the corner? Oregon?
Oregon State? No idea. I got nothing for you.
Yeah, I watched him. I'm pretty sure it's the corner. I've got him on my sheet. Corner. Slide.
I wish I could help you out here, but I got nothing.
No, I want to say it's Oregon State corner. Prospects corner. Oh, no.
I got a reply on Twitter. I went to the same middle school as Trey McKitty. He was a prick.
Oh, sometimes, man, it never goes away. Be nice to people. You never know when they're going to nail you on Twitter.
Oh, man.
Okay, NFL.com doesn't have it. I'm pretty sure it's corner Oregon State, or is it Illinois? Sorry, I might be screwing up my orange schools. No, I want to say it's Oregon State corner. Oh,
trying to get some information on him.
Somebody says, is Nashawn Wright the guy from Last Chance U? I don't know. I didn't watch Last Chance U. I don't watch a ton of TV.
Yeah, it is Oregon State. Who's your Cleveland take it? Round pick 4-5. Round four, pick 5.
There you
go. Based on who you think will be there, for me, it's Jamar Johnson. Too good to pass up. He wouldn't play. That's the thing. With their safeties they got, he wouldn't play. I would probably say Cam McGrone. Jabril Cox still hasn't been taken. You want to go all in on coverage linebackers? Jabril Cox and JOK?
I can't believe Cox is still there. Like, he's really good.
Again, a lot of these have got to be medical.
Yeah. So Nashawn Wright is, in the 3rd. Easy 2 rounds earlier than where I would have picked him. I don't think he's a bad player, but again, the Cowboys still reeling from getting nailed, from getting pipped and taking Patrick Surtain at 10, which everybody said they were lined up to do. That was kind of one of those chalk picks. And then Denver went, nope, we're taking him at 9. And Cowboys went, crap, we'll give our pick to the Eagles. And the whole NFC East mess started. And Justin Fields ends up a Bear because of all that stuff. But Nashawn Wright is their answer. Not sure I agree with that. It's really interesting.
I guess we'll find out. I wish
I mean, you never know.
Yeah.
You never know. Yeah, funny it happened in the third. Why did JOK fall? I think people weren't exactly sure what they were going to do with him. They knew he was an explosive playmaker. They knew he was a leader and somebody that charged up all his teammates, has incredible physical skills, can really kind of Molden. Oh, and he goes to the Titans.
So perfect.
Oh, man, him and Byard. Good luck. Good luck getting anything by them.
I mean, I just brought him up with the person who asked about the Titans like 10 minutes ago. I said, I don't care that they took Caleb Farley. I'm doubling down. Like, give me the best DB.
Well, it's not even the same thing. Like,
no, I'm just saying, like, I'm not done attacking the second. Like, what about receiver?
No,
what about receiver? There's a lot of receivers available.
And they,
give me another DB.
And they cap cut Adoree Jackson, right? And that was a surprise. Yeah. And it was like, wait, they weren't strong there anyways. And that was definitely their strongest player. And they let him go because of money. And so, yeah, they need to. That, multiple bites at this particular apple are necessary. So, Elijah Molden, whoever said I should be using the PFF live mock or live draft tracker, thank you. It's way quicker and much easier to use. So thank you to chat. I love crowdsourcing things. Really appreciate it. Molden to the Titans, super good. Meinerz the Broncos, I like that. I'm just going to go back. Trey McKitty to the Chargers, not the Rams. Ronnie Perkins. Ronnie Perkins. Hainsey, we spoke briefly about Hainsey. Watched Hainsey at tackle, wasn't super impressed. Moved to guard and center at the Senior Bowl, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that works. Watched him as a tackle, wasn't super impressed, but he's got great versatility on that line, and anybody goes down, he can play anywhere. You can play tackle in a pinch. I wouldn't play him there, as his full-time pro spot, but can be a guard, can be a center. Showed that at the Senior Bowl. Love the Ben Cleveland pick. Love the Spencer Brown pick just because of, again, where he landed and that team's ability to develop athletes. Monty Rice,
here we
Titans
go.
Pick.
Melifonwu, Detroit Lions. About damn time.
Wow.
That's just value.
Yeah, but think about their secondary now.
They're like four corners deep.
Yeah, like legit 4 corners deep now. That's
Yeah, that's awesome. That's just one of those like
they got Aleem McNeil and Levi Onwuzurike. So now you got some slashing, interior penetration, and 4 corners that can cover.
You got Jeff Okudah, Amani Oruwariye, Quentin Dunbar, Melifonwu's your 4th, I guess. Corn Elder's your slot. They got a lot of dudes. And they could still get a slot corner in this draft. Again, I don't know if they're going to want to concentrate that much on defense. I kind of wonder who they're going to throw the ball to. Say it. Quintez Cephas. Quintez Cephas and the moon. Just got here, homies. What's the recap on New England? Well, they got Ronnie Perkins in the 3rd round, which is pretty damn good. They took Mac Jones in the 1st, which it's about where we expect. Is Mac Jones one of the 15 best players in this class? Absolutely not. Considering positional scarcity and value.
Oh, man. But come on, you look at their board. It's Mac Jones, Barmore, and Perkins.
They're good players. They're just all good players. Like very low bust potential, in my opinion, for this class.
Agreed.
Very low bust potential.
Yeah, no, that's something.
At some point, if you just hit a whole lot of doubles and singles, you're going to score a lot of runs. So that's how I look at it. You don't need to hit for power all the time.
Oh, I totally missed. I just accidentally clicked on the 49ers because they were at the top of the list. I totally missed that they took Aaron Banks. That's really early for Aaron Banks, 48.
Yeah, but I kind of like the fit.
I don't mind the fit. I don't mind the player. I'm just like 48. That literally where I said all the tackles would go by. That's the dead middle of the 2nd round. Aaron Banks in the top round and a half of this draft. Not for me.
You cannot pronounce their defense, though. Yeah, Onwuzurike, Melifonwu,
Warrior.
Aquara.
You know, I would rather not be able to pronounce their defense than be known as the all ACL team, which we've had two teams listed at Philly, and who was the other one? Yeah, not fun.
You know who the best name on Detroit's defense is, though? And I actually don't know which pronunciation, whether it's Penasini or Penasini.
Oh, yeah.
But John, let's be generous and say Penasini. That guy.
Penicillin. Hey, penicillin.
Yeah, penicillin. We'll go with that.
Penicillin, come here. McKitty, Meinerz, right. Molden, Melifonwu. Ambry Thomas goes to the 49ers. Wow, I love that.
Good pick.
I really love that. Oh, man. That's great. Like, maybe not great if you're a Seattle fan. That's great. I like that a lot. Ambry Thomas opted out. Extremely athletic corner. Has some tremendous ball skills. He's a lot like Paulson Adebo that way. Yeah. Think about the role like Richard Sherman played, but like faster.
Yeah, I mean, he's got speed. I would say that Debo's ball skills are better, but I think Thomas is probably faster. So if he gets beat, he can get back in phase faster than a Debo could. Or
he's got good hands though. There's that sideline route. I think it's against Michigan State from 2019, and it's a square route. It comes back. He's in phase. The guy goes out square. He breaks and goes whoop, like catches it like this, and 1 foot in bounds and on the way out right in front of the guy. The guy's just kind of standing there like, what the hell just happened? I was open. And he just flat square right across, grabs the ball on the way out, goes tip. I'm like, oh, that all happened very quickly. That escalated quickly. Ernest Jones. Early is what I think. Like, I like Ernest Jones.
Two rounds earlier than I thought he would go.
Yes. I like Ernest Jones. I think he's a good player. He is not a great player. I think he was a guy that in the 5th round, you had potential to bring him in. He could take some special team snaps. He's got a little bit of pop. He's got what you want from a later round sort of developmental linebacker. Could very well work his way into a rotational spot, or even if he played really, really well, a low grade, replacement value starter spot, which if you're talking about the 5th is amazing. 103? Go, there's no world do I have him as a top 100 player, and we're really talking about top 100.
230-pound running backs or 230-pound linebackers that don't have sideline to sideline speed.
No, he's smart. He's got good length. Had an elbow issue. Wears a brace when he plays. Makes plays. Like he's active. He's going to get in there. But again, don't dislike the player. I almost 100 picks too early is what I'm saying. Like that's a guy I'm considering at like 200, not 100.
I thought he was a special teamer personally.
Yeah, no. And that's where I thought he'd start his career for sure. And that's a 200 guy, right? That's a 200 guy, a 220 guy, not a 100 guy. Somebody said the Rams are reaching for the stars and getting space junk.
Yeah, Brandon Stevens to the Ravens. How about that? Again, a little bit early for me, but not as much as Ernest Jones.
Not as much as Ernest Jones. I'm not sure that's an endorsement at this point, based on what we just said about Ernest Jones. But I
am curious. I mean,
well, all that variance that we did get at the end of the first round, but all the variance I was talking about at the end of the first round,
seeing a lot of it.
We're getting it at the end of the third.
Yeah.
This is we just got real variable, like all through Perkins and even McKitty, Meinerz. Nashawn Wright was the first one that really surprised you. Molden, Melifonwu, Ambry Thomas. I'm like, okay. Ernest Jones, and then Brandon Stevens.
I'm trying to get to my report that I wrote on him.
Who is Brandon Stevens? Please, Jabril Cox, please. Yes, I'm stunned that Jabril Cox has not gone. Like, Jabril Cox is so good. Like, if you had me bet folding money that Jabril Cox would go well after Chaz Surratt, and this is coming from a guy that Brett can tell you was a Chaz Surratt lover. Like, I dig Chaz Surratt. If you told me Jabril Cox would go well after Chaz Surratt, I would have told you were insane. Like, Jabril Cox is a better football player than Chaz Surratt. Chaz Surratt's a good football player. Jabril Cox is a great pass coverage linebacker. Great pass coverage linebacker. So either there's something on his injury report, something in his personality report, whatever. No way does Jabril Cox go way later than Chaz Surratt. But guess what? NFL draft.
I'm trying to find out if there's something wrong with Tay Gowan, because as far as big corners go, Stevens versus Gowan wasn't even a competition to me.
No, and I don't. Stevens again at 104. Get out of here. Like, Stevens is a 200s guy, mid to late 200s guy, which is like draftable.
I thought 5th round was like the start area.
Yeah, but for him, what I mean is sort of barely draftable, like 6th, 7th round, could be a UDFA, like that kind of guy. And you're telling me, again, at 104, we're talking about top 100 guy, right? Top 100 in the draft out of 250, Brandon Stevens. And I'm like,
PFF didn't have a ranking for Brandon Stevens.
Not
well,
for
me. He went to SMU. It's not even a small school.
But this guy is a guy that's been hovering around on boards. And if they go to the 400s, you see this guy at like 273, which is not draftable.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he got drafted at 104. So I'm not surprised they didn't have a grade for him.
It's just early.
It's just early. Yeah. They didn't have him in the top draft. They didn't have a draftable grade on him, basically. So yes, Sam, that's correct.
So back-to-back interesting picks.
Yeah. And we have one more pick and then we're done for the night, which is weird. It's cool, but it's weird. And what a kind of anticlimactic ending to the third. Like, Ernest Jones, Brandon Stevens, and player to be named later. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Like, that Ambry Thomas, total value at that point. Yep. Melifonwu, sure. Don't even think he probably should have lasted that long. But again, there's probably something with injury. Like, we were clicking along. Ronnie Perkins, the whole bit. Like, yeah, sure. Okay.
Meinerz.
For sure. Meinerz. McKitty's a question mark, but Perkins, Hainsey, Ben Cleveland, Spencer Brown. Yeah, 3rd round guys all the way. Yeah, woohoo.
Brandon Stevens, he's a bigger corner from SMU. I kind of felt like when I think of a Ravens corner, I think of physicality. I think of tackling ability. I didn't quite see that with him. Like, he has the size. Again, I'm trying to be nice here. He has the size.
Well, I'm laughing at chat.
He has the size, but I feel like if you want a 6-foot corner, which you hope is going to be able to play press man coverage, he's not the dude that I would throw out there against, let's just say DPJ or Odell Beckham Jr. on 3rd and 7. You know, he was a special teamer to me.
He was a like 5th corner special teamer. I'm not surprised they didn't have a rating on him. And again, Ravens saw something we didn't, and Eric DaCosta is much smarter than both of us, probably combined in terms of football acumen. Studied under Ozzie for many years and is doing the same things. Generally gets really good value. That's kind of the first Ravens boomerang I've seen in a bit where I'm like,
yeah. Where do y'all think Richard LeCount will go? We both love Richard LeCount. We love him on tape. We love him on tape, but it's hard to project where a safety that ran 4.8 is.
But he's not 4.8 on tape. Like, I know he uses his brain, and if teams are all about analytics and really athletic testing more so than analytics, because those two things are not the same. If they really rely on athletic testing, they're going to hate LeCount. If they watch tape of him just destroying guys in the SEC, which is let's be honest, the best college conference in terms of number of athletes that get turned out for the NFL. LeCount was there early on a lot of passes in the SEC against all the quarterbacks that you're seeing getting drafted, right? And you're going to see get drafted next year. And he was mashing receivers. Like, he is lanky. He's there on time. He's there before time. He gets there and breaks up the ball, hits the ball first, and then hits the receiver. Like, he's a skilled player. The testing was very surprising. I was like, man, did I miss like that?
I thought I was seeing, like, I watched him 3 times.
Yeah.
Because I watched him at first.
Oh, Browning?
January.
Is that true? Browning to the Broncos. Let's go.
It better be as an edge.
You say that. I don't.
It's got to be as an edge.
You and I differ on Baron Browning. I think that's a great pick. Like, we were talking about the Broncos getting a linebacker, being athletic. Like, I see it. Think about it. It's Vic, right? It's Vic.
I mean,
if
he thinks he can fix him as an inside linebacker,
I gotta keep him healthy.
Vic, but
dude, seriously, Pat Surtain, Javonte Williams, Quinn Meinerz, and Baron Browning.
It's a great draft.
You're crushing it so far, Broncos. George Payton, nice work. You are crushing it.
I would prefer him with that athletic profile to be a full-time edge. I would prefer that.
I understand.
We'll see. I mean, if anybody can fix him as a true inside linebacker, it's Vic.
Yeah,
he's literally the greatest linebacker coach of all time. But
Brian said, can he cover? He actually can. He covered Freiermuth 101 when they played Penn State. They lined Freiermuth up outside. Baron Browning went out. They didn't put a safety on him. Not a big corner. They took their linebacker, who's like damn near 250, and put him on Freiermuth, and he played him 101 and got a PBU. Like,
what do you think about him playing the Leonard Floyd role?
I totally think he could do it. Absolutely, 100%.
I think he could too. Yeah.
Yep.
I think that's his ideal role, personally. Complimentary pass rusher.
And that's the thing is, you kept saying line him up as an edge, and I'm like, I'm thinking the same thing now that you say it that I thought about Floyd. He's not going to get home on a ton of pressures. He's got a great athletic profile. So did Floyd. Floyd is a great athlete. But he just wasn't. Some guys just aren't sack guys. They just don't convert sacks. And again, we talked about pressures and their importance over sacks, and I fully believe that. But Browning has so much versatility. I'm like, that's not his best role. You're taking out some of his best traits. Watch him on that coverage rep versus Freiermuth. Broncos fans, you just drafted him. Go watch the Penn State Ohio State game 2020. Find the rep with Baron Browning lining up. It's in the red zone. Penn State's threatening to score. They throw a fade to Freiermuth, and Browning man-on-mans him and knocks the ball away in the air. PBU looks like a DB. Took me a second. I had to rewind it and be like, wait a minute, what? And you got a 250-pound linebacker going up and batting the ball away. Like, found the ball with vision, fronted the receiver, the whole bit. Like, and so if you want to put him in that role, that versatile forward back, if you really want to call it the jack role on the edge, yeah.
Apparently he did an interview with PFF where he said that every team he talked to had him as an edge.
I just don't see it. Like,
as a Leonard Floyd type edge, I could see it.
Yeah, as the Floyd role, but Floyd was kind of, yes, officially he was edge, but they, Vic did exactly that with him, forward, back, like a lot. And yeah, I'd love that a lot more if they keep that piece of versatility in his game, because I think that's his strength. So
the accidents with Richard LeCount what accidents?
Don't know the outside story on that one. So if you're a Georgia fan and there's backstory, let us know.
Only 4 running backs picked in the first 3 rounds.
I'm amazed.
Pick next.
I'm amazed that 2 got picked in the first round. Almost nobody had that. Najee to the Steelers was a very kind of chalk pick, but
then over the next 2 rounds, only 2 guys combined.
I'm with you.
Weird.
Yeah, but if you'd said this is kind of your flip the first pick and second pick, if I'd said no running backs went in the first and 4 went in the second and third, you would have been like, yeah. So it's kind of the same thing. It's just they went earlier than we thought. And then
Khalil
not
Herbert.
surprising. Like, honestly, if you were paying attention to draft value pre-draft, we knew that this was going to happen. We knew that 3, maybe 4 guys, the top 3 or 4 guys were going to go. And again, it was different 3 or 4 depending on which board. I wouldn't have put Sermon in my top 4. You absolutely did. So kudos to you. Najee, Javonte were always going to go. Those 2 were top 2 for sure. And then it was some flavor of maybe it'll be Michael Carter, maybe it'll be Trey Sermon, maybe it'll be this, maybe it'll be that. But the rest of them were always going to go in 4, 5, and 6, and a bunch of them. Gainwell, I'm a bit surprised didn't go, like just because
of
he's
his
such a good receiver, and that's such a stress in the league. And I'm so surprised that somebody didn't look at Gainwell and go, "Hey, that's Alvin Kamara." Like
the Jets are going to be picking second in the 4th round, and right now their running back depth chart is LaMichael Pirine, Ty Johnson, Tevin Coleman, Josh Adams, and Pete Guerrero.
Yeah,
they're good chance they're going to be taking a running back.
Ty played really well, but the rest of that, Pirine is solid in for what he is, and Ty surprised me. Ty played really well last year in late duty down the stretch. He had some games where I was watching Jets games late in the season. Yes, I know. But I was like, who is that guy? And it's like, oh, that guy's had 2-3 good weeks in a row. But yeah, I believe there is better talent on the board than what you just read off. And that is going to be a thing for sure.
Here's an interesting nugget. Spencer Brown on not getting to play in 2020 at an FCS level. I'm probably more focused and determined as ever. I just worked every single day for 7 months with Joe Staley. That's a good dude to work with for 7 straight months.
You see these guys. Joe Tryon's another one that decided to opt out and worked dead hard, like super, super hard. He's going to hit the ground running. Those guys, I thought it was very funny that some coaches and GMs were like, those opt-outs, those dirty opt-outs, they quit. I don't like them. I'm like, they're literally working with pro coaches, doing pro nutrition, building their bodies, building their skills. Like, you don't like that? That's ultimate dedication. That's what you're going to ask them to do when you hire them.
I do wonder, is that Gregory Rousseau maxed out after a year of working, or was that after not working? That's what I want to know.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Crazy. Answer your question, Burrito Bandito. Iconic name, by the way. All-time name team for Super Chats here. I would say Khalil Herbert is at 108 to the Jets. Top of round 4 is like my ideal slot for them.
All right.
Oscar Askerup for 7. What should the Vikings do with the 10 picks they have left? They have 10 picks left? What?
The Vikings had a stack of picks, a year ago, 2 years ago? They had 14? It's crazy.
We're through 3 rounds and they still have 10 picks.
Spielman, man.
Trade them.
Spielman.
Trade them.
I don't know. Like, Khalil Herbert is great, but Michael Carter's sitting there.
You can do a lot of damage with Michael Carter.
Michael Carter is
on wide zone behind Becton and AVT wide zone.
And
the guy that was 4-4.
I would say almost the equal of Gainwell. I would give Gainwell a slight edge in pass receiving, but I would give Michael Carter the nod overall for balance of running and receiving as
That'd be fun. That would be fun.
Yeah, and there's so much good talent. Somebody asked about running back, so Michael Carter, Khalil Herbert, Chris Evans, if he's your flavor, out of Michigan. Gainwell out of Memphis, Puka Williams Jr., who I love, but I know there's some off-field stuff. He's super fast. He's really small, but he's super fast from Kansas. Elijah Mitchell, who is also super fast from Louisiana. Ramondre Stevenson, big guy with good feet from Oklahoma. Demetric Felton's listed as a running back here. I think of him more as a sort of slot wide receiver. Jarrett Patterson from the University of Buffalo, who I absolutely love. Did you see, speaking of those 2 running backs that I just mentioned, that the Buffalo coach left and has got the head coaching job at Kansas?
No.
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Yeah,
really?
he got
him.
Yeah. So he's been doing some damage for the last 3 years in Western New York, and now he gets to go be Kansas's head coach. So
the fact that he was able to recruit as well as he did in the New Jersey area, because New Jersey's
loaded.
Yeah,
they're loaded. Anyways, Jarrett Patterson isn't my my guy lower on down in the running back class. Javian Hawkins, who reminds me a lot of Tutu Atwell, and Jamar Jefferson, who I absolutely love out of Oregon State. Really, I think overlooked and is going to be a contributor wherever we go. So plenty of running back depth left for all of tomorrow, which is going to be super fun to see where those guys go. And there's even more. There's Kylan Hill, Chuba Hubbard, Gary Brightwell is a name to keep an eye on. Like neither Brett or I have scouted him, but most people had him as a UDFA, pretty late UDFA. Daniel Jeremiah had him at like 140 in his 7th round mock draft. So that doesn't come out of nowhere. Like he heard from somebody that they love Brightwell, and he might not go that high, but I bet he gets drafted. Like knowing DJ, I bet that guy gets drafted. And again, I haven't watched him. So Jake Funk, Trey Regis, Larry Roundtree, tons of running back depth left.
Yeah. All right, EJ. What do you say we get out of here for the night? Because we are.
It's only 6 hours.
Only 6 hours.
We're creeping up. We did 5.5 last night. We did 6. It's like marathon training. We're just each day a little bit farther.
When will Stone Forsyth go?
I was waiting. Oh, somebody said Jermaine Martin. Jermaine Martin. Yes, Jermaine Martin.
Oh, God.
North Carolina A&T. So what time? We're starting 8:30 tomorrow?
So 8:30 Pacific, 11:30 East Coast.
Okay,
time.
I'm going to be like 20 minutes late, boss. Sorry.
That's cool.
It's actually really cool. I'll tell you where I was when I get back.
Okay. You got it. I will fly solo for the first 20 minutes. It's only the start of round 4, so it's we'll have plenty of time.
Picks will go a lot faster tomorrow. There'll be a lot more players flying off the board. We'll be trying to keep up. Thank you very much. The PFF viewer is worlds better than anything I've found so far, so I appreciate the heads up on that. Credit to PFF for putting that together. It's very easy to use. So if you're wondering, trying to keep up at home, highly recommend the live 2021 NFL draft tracker from PFF. Thank you all for all the support today. Tons of super chats, tons of cool comments, tons of Stone Forsyth jokes. I mean, who could ask for anything more? And a big thank you to Underdog Fantasy for hanging with us, for supporting us, for being a primary sponsor, for valuing what we're doing here, for valuing you guys as an audience for sure. Don't forget, you can go to bootlegfootballpodcast.com, pick up anything you want for 10% off right now. One item, 10% off, anything in the store. Code is at the bottom. It is draft 2021, all capitals, no spaces. Again, that's promo code draft 2021. Many of you have taken advantage of it, and we're loving that. And by the way, when you get your stuff, take a picture. Post it on Twitter, post it on Instagram if that's your thing. We don't have big Instagram accounts, but post it on Twitter. Show people that you're hanging out, supporting the show. We love it. I love seeing, glasses full of beer and people pouring their coffee into the bootleg mugs and sporting their bootleg shirt under their like high wire guys, the electrical wire guys with construction hats on and vests. Yeah, all good stuff. You can get Brett's beanie. He loves this beanie more than he loves his film room beanie.
I haven't taken it off in 4 days.
I don't want to know that. That's more detail than I want to know. So before we give away any more information that we don't want to share with viewers, why don't we go and come back tomorrow bright and squirrely and do it again for a whole nother day? What do you say?
How about that? We'll see you guys in the morning.
All right. Take care. Thanks for hanging with us.